Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents A Bitter End by Ellery Adams and Parker Riggs, narrated by Andy Arndt. Chapter 1. Molly Appleby felt like the luckiest person in the world, or at the very least in the state of Vermont. 10 months ago, she and her husband, Matt Harrison, had welcomed their son, Tyler Jerome Harrison, into the world. And 2 days ago, she'd received a long-awaited raise from Carl Swanson, her stingy boss at Collectors Weekly. Swanson had never quite forgiven Molly for relocating from North Carolina to Vermont for Matt's surgical residency at the University of Vermont Medical Center. For the last 2 years, he'd been holding the promise of a raise over her head, but Molly had finally had enough. She'd told him she wasn't going to cover the Atlas Dolan auction or write any more articles until he gave her a raise. When he balked, she threatened to quit, which finally got his attention. He offered her an amount that was far more than she'd expected, which, of course, only made her wish she'd heeded Matt's advice, which he'd been giving her for over a year, to give Swanson an ultimatum. Seeing how easily he'd caved, she realized she should have listened to Matt. Thinking about Matt made her smile. He was a wonderful husband, completely devoted to her and Tyler. In fact, she was a little jealous of the bond the two of them shared. Whenever Tyler was given the choice of going to her or Matt, he always reached for his father. And when he was in Matt's arms, he always fell fast asleep, totally relaxed in his arms. This rarely happened when Molly held him. Tyler always seemed to be wide awake and on high alert when he was with her. Her mother said this was because he was busy watching her for his next meal. She'd also pointed out, more than once, that in this respect he was a lot like Molly. The baby liked to eat. Powering open the sunroof of her Audi, Molly breathed in the fresh mountain air. She was driving on a country road on a summer day in late July, surrounded by rolling hills and farmland. The weather was warm, but not humid, as it would be in North Carolina, and she was on her way to cover the auction of the famous actor Atlas Dolan. Atlas was a man who for 30 years had amassed a private collection of antiques, artwork, and jewelry, and he'd chosen her friend Brett Hamilton to hold an auction of some of those treasures. Molly loved Brett's shop. Laurel Wreath Antiques and Auction House was located on 6 acres of land that had once been a working farm, but was now a meadow of grass and wildflowers. He'd renovated the barn for the shop and lived in the farmhouse at the other end of the meadow. Molly thought the barn was so beautiful it could be featured in Architectural Digest. Brett had kept many of its original features, including structural posts, wood beams, and flooring. The farmhouse, on the other hand, was still a work in progress. As Molly turned into the parking lot, she wasn't at all surprised to see it was crowded. For months, Collectors Weekly, along with other news outlets, had been advertising the event, and the publicity had paid off. Finding a parking space was going to be a challenge, and she wished she had gotten there earlier. Then she remembered there was a smaller lot around the back, near the loading dock. This lot was also quickly filling up, but counting herself lucky again, she managed to find a space. Switching off the car engine, Molly reached for her stylish diaper bag. It was beige and ebony with brown leather trim and had a fold-out padded changing mat. Although you'd never know it to look at it. Matt had given the bag to her as a gift after Tyler was born. It could handle the job of being a purse and a carry-all for extra diapers, bottles, toys, snacks, and anything else she found herself lugging around. She missed using her vintage Chanel, which was her favorite purse, but the diaper bag was far more practical. Digging around in the bag, she found a comb tucked into one of the pockets. She combed her shoulder-length brown hair and added pink lip gloss to her full lips. Molly was a large, full-figured woman with curvy hips and slate-gray eyes. She wore off-the-rack, comfortable clothes and sensible shoes. Unlike her mother, Clara Appleby, who couldn't understand how the shopping gene had skipped past Molly, since both she and her mother loved to shop and were always impeccably dressed. Getting out of the car, Molly looped the strap of the bag over her shoulder. With the sun in her eyes, she couldn't see who called out, "Molly, wait up!" Shielding her eyes with her hand, she saw Julian McGregor walking through the meadow. Brett had cut a path through the tall grasses to make a way to go by foot from his home to his business. Julian was the assistant manager of Laurel Wreath and Brett's right-hand man. "I didn't mean to startle you," he said. Julian had flaming red hair that stood up like it was in a state of static electricity, and his freckled skin was pinking from the sun. "What are you doing out here in the hinterlands of the parking lot?" "I got one of the last available spaces," she said. "In case you haven't noticed, you're going to be on the verge of an overflow soon." He looked around. "Wow, the crowd has grown since I went up to the house to get this for Brett." He lifted a shoebox he was carrying. "Have you ever seen a Dahlgren bayonet?" "No, what is it?" Julian opened the box. Inside was a leather sheath with an aged patina. He picked up the sheath, grasped the wooden hand grip, and pulled out a 12-inch-long knife blade. "The Dahlgren bayonet was used by the Union Navy in the Civil War," he said. "It looks like a regular knife. Why is it called a bayonet?" He slid the blade back into its sheath. "It was first called the Dahlgren Bowie knife when it was designed by Admiral John A. Dahlgren, a Navy man." He put the knife back in the box and closed the lid. "It was intended to be a bayonet on the 1861 model of the Plymouth Whitneyville rifle, but Dahlgren said it was, and I quote, the most useless thing in the world except at the end of a musket. They don't fit the 1861 model. Anyway, he wanted something his sailors could use as a working tool and for close combat on a ship, and that's how it came about being a knife." He tucked the box under his arm as they walked. "Brett has a potential buyer coming in tonight to see it," he said. "It's been crazy around here these last few months getting ready for the auction. He forgot he left it at home this morning." "I spoke to Brett on the phone the other day, and he promised he'd sit down with me for an interview." "I've got your name on a list," he said. "I'll be getting in touch with everyone to set something up. But first things first. Fingers crossed the auction goes off without a hitch." "I'm curious. How did Brett convince Atlas Dolan to sign on with him? There are prominent auction houses on the East and West Coast that have been vying for his business for years, and he's never agreed to one." "I know, it's amazing. And it basically happened in 2 stages," he said. "I don't know if you're aware, but Atlas's daughter, Sabrina Dolan, is one of our sales associates." "Was she his secret weapon?" "Sabrina did try to talk her father into it, but Atlas resisted. He told her since they'd just moved here from California, he didn't want to deal with it. Fast forward 8 months, Brett is dating Atlas's personal assistant, Helen Hughes, and she was able to persuade him." They reached the front door. Julian held it open for her, and Molly stepped inside a shop buzzing with excitement. The store itself was open for business, but most people weren't shopping. They were heading to the auction room at the rear of the barn. When the auction room wasn't in use, Brett closed it off with sliding barn doors. But that afternoon the doors were wide open, and Molly could see display cabinets had been set up along the walls to showcase some of the smaller items being auctioned. "This is so exciting," she said. "You can really feel the energy." Julian made no reply, and Molly wondered if he'd heard her. She didn't think he had. He was too busy staring at a young woman behind the registration desk. She was fine-boned, with a flawless complexion, and long blonde hair she wore in a braid down her back. She was signing up bidders at the desk and assigning them numbers. "Is the girl a friend of yours?" "Huh?" Julian looked at her. "What?" "I was asking if the blonde girl at the table is a friend of yours. You can't seem to take your eyes off her." "Oh." Julian's face turned a crimson red that matched his hair. "That's Sabrina Dolan." "She's very pretty," Molly said. "Have you asked her out?" Julian shook his head. "I wouldn't dare. She's way out of my league." He wrenched his eyes away from Sabrina and smiled at Molly, but it was a chilly smile, and she hoped she hadn't embarrassed him. "It's been great to see you," he said. "I'll be in touch to set up an interview with Brett. Right now I've got to get this knife over to his office. Bidding starts soon." "It was nice to see you too," she said, but Julian had already hurried away. The auction room was filling up, and Molly was being jostled by people pushing past her. She stepped out of the way and looked around at the chattering groups that were forming, recognizing a few local dealers among them. Almost everyone was drinking champagne and enjoying hors d'oeuvres served by black-tied waiters carrying silver trays. One stopped in front of Molly. "Would you like an appetizer?" "What have you got?" "Goat cheese with arugula, avocado, and thinly sliced prosciutto on a cracked wheat cracker." "Sounds delicious." Molly took 2 of the tiny morsels on a small cocktail napkin. As the waiter moved away, another with champagne took his place. Molly took a glass and noticed it wasn't plastic, but real crystal. Brett and Atlas had spared no expense. Molly ate her crackers and sipped her champagne. When she saw Brett in the crowd, she waved at him, hoping to catch his eye. He saw her and headed over. In his spare time, he ran marathons and looked like it, with his lanky frame and narrow shoulders. Brett gave her a hug. "Molly, I'm so glad you could come," he said. "Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss this for the world, and not just because I'm covering it for the magazine," she said. "You must be pleased by the turnout." "It's incredible," he said. "More than I hoped for." "Is Atlas Dolan here?" "Look to your right," he said. Molly turned her head and sucked in her breath. There he was, in all his movie star glory, a statuesque man with dark hair graying at the temples, chiseled cheekbones, and a charming one-sided smile. "He's even more good-looking in person," she said a little breathlessly. "Who's that man he's talking to?" "Milo Stanton." Molly looked at Brett. "Your former boss at Oldman and Stanton? The Vulture?" "The one and only," he said. "The woman in the black dress is Milo's wife, who's a perfectly nice woman. God only knows what she's doing with Milo. The woman in the red dress is Whitney Dolan, Atlas's wife." Molly thought Whitney had to be around the same age as Atlas's daughter, Sabrina. She was also very blonde and very pretty. "She looks like she could be a model," Molly said. "Is she famous?" "The only thing she's famous for is being married to Atlas," he said. "They had a baby last year, too. Katie just turned a year old." "I wish I looked as good as Whitney. I'm still trying to lose the 10 pounds I gained when I was pregnant." "I think you look terrific," he said. "Motherhood has given you a special glow." Molly laughed. "I think you're confusing special glow for exhaustion," she said. "Most days I don't know if I'm coming or going." "I'm sorry I haven't been in touch since Tyler was born," he said. "I've been meaning to stop by to see you." "Hey, it's a two-way street, and I'm just as much to blame for not coming by the shop or the farmhouse. How are the renovations going?" "Slowly," he said. "Since I showed you the kitchen reno last year, I've gotten little else done. It's going to take a lot more money than I thought it would, and a lot more time." "Well, you did a fabulous job with the barn, and that was the priority, right?" "Yes, it had to be," he said. "No business, no money." "I met Julian on the way in," she said. "He told me you've been planning the auction for months." "I had a lot of help, not just from my staff, but also from Atlas's personal assistant, Helen Hughes. She's been a godsend." He nodded at a woman who was walking over to them. "And there she is," he said. Helen had brown hair cut stylishly shorter in the back than the front. She was in her mid-30s and wore a well-cut gray suit and black pumps. Molly thought she looked very professional. Brett said, "Helen, this is Molly Appleby. She writes for Collectors Weekly." Helen put out her hand. She had a strong handshake. "I've heard about you, Molly, and not just from Brett. Atlas is a subscriber to Collectors Weekly. I know he'd love to meet you." "Really?" Molly felt a little giddy. Atlas Dolan wanted to meet her. Helen touched Brett's arm. "We'll be starting in about 15 minutes, and Julian needs to go over a few things with you." "That's my cue to get a move on," Brett said. "Molly, make sure you grab a seat in the front row before they're snapped up." Helen said, "He's right about the seats. They fill up fast." "I plan on standing in the back," Molly said. She wasn't sure how long the auction was going to last, and she wanted to be home by 6 to start dinner. Standing in the back ensured she could slip out the door unnoticed. "Did Brett tell you we're dating?" Molly looked at her. It seemed like a strange question to ask. "Actually, it was Julian who told me," she said. "Oh, I guess he didn't have a chance to tell you. Anyway, we met last April in the park. He was out for a jog, and I was sitting on a bench. He stopped and said hello. I heard you were instrumental in getting Atlas to agree to the auction. His wife, Whitney, helped, Helen said. She's been trying to get him to do it for years. He didn't really have a choice. No mention of Sabrina trying to persuade him, Molly thought. Working for Atlas must be very exciting. It has its ups and downs, like any job, Helen said. It's a shame he isn't going to make any more movies, Molly said. I've loved every one of them. Why did he decide to retire? He wants to spend time with his family. He and Whitney married 2 years ago, and they had a baby last year. Do they still have a home in California? No, Atlas decided to make a clean break and move back to Vermont. They built a new house here on the lake. His daughter, Sabrina, lives in his old house across the street. He and his ex-wife bought that one in 1990. She got it in the divorce. Julian pointed Sabrina out to me, Molly said. And Brett pointed out Whitney. I can't imagine what it must be like having a stepmother your own age. Yes, not to mention her having a baby with your father, Helen said. They're not the best of friends, but we'll leave it at that. Let me introduce you to Atlas before the bidding starts. Molly followed Helen through the crowd and felt her heart begin to pound in her chest. She couldn't believe she was going to meet the famous actor in person. As they got closer, she saw Atlas's eyes looked a little glazed over as Milo talked nonstop to him. And as soon as Atlas saw Helen, he interrupted Milo and said hopefully, Helen, are we about to start? Brett will be making an announcement very soon, Helen said. I thought you'd like to meet Molly Appleby. Atlas turned to Molly with a look of surprise. What a pleasure to meet you, he said, pumping her hand. For a brief moment, Molly thought she might actually faint. I've been a Collector's Weekly subscriber forever, and I have to tell you, your articles are the most informative and interesting. His eyes are as blue as sapphires, she thought. I've really enjoyed the ones you've written about all the murder cases you've worked on with the police. I don't know how you do it. I think you're very brave. Molly couldn't stop staring at him. She felt like she'd been cast under a spell. She cleared her throat, which had shrunk to the size of a pencil eraser. I thank you, she stammered. This is my wife, Whitney, Atlas said, indicating the blonde bombshell. Whitney offered Molly a handshake as limp as a dead fish. Up close, her perfect features stood out starkly. Straight nose, large green eyes with arching brows, a pile of golden hair spilling in waves to her shoulders. She had a dainty waist and perfectly shaped legs. Molly could see why Atlas or any man would fall for her. She was striking. And I'm Milo Stanton, he said in a huff. And if you'll excuse us, we're talking here. Molly was astounded. Apparently, so was Atlas. He turned to Milo and said, Actually, Milo, I think this would be a good time for you to find your wife a seat. Milo opened his mouth to object, but his horrified wife grabbed him by the arm and dragged him away. Whitney sighed heavily. Honestly, Helen, you should have saved us from that awful man 10 minutes ago. He's such a bore. Atlas waved his hand. It doesn't matter. He's gone now. And it looks like Brett is going to make an announcement. Brett had walked onto the podium. He tapped the microphone and said, Attention, please, everyone. The auction will begin in 10 minutes. If you haven't registered yet, this is your last chance. Catalogs are available at the registration table. As Brett had predicted, people immediately began to move toward the chairs, jockeying for the best seats. Whitney turned to Molly. Are you bidding? Me? It was all Molly could do not to burst out laughing. I'm afraid my job doesn't pay me enough to bid on any of the lots. Helen said, Atlas, I think you and Whitney should take your seats. I'll show you where they are. Atlas smiled at Molly. Again, it was a pleasure to meet you, Molly. Come by our house sometime. I'd love to hear all about your adventures. The pleasure was mine, Molly squeaked, and she meant it. She couldn't wait to tell her mother she'd talked to Atlas Dolan. Chapter 2. Molly made her way to the back of the room, taking up a position near the registration table. Sabrina was signing up 2 latecomers, but kept glancing over toward a young woman with spiky brown hair and big, doe-like, dark brown eyes. The girl was pacing the floor, watching Sabrina, and as soon as the couple moved out of the way, she raced over to the table and said, "We really need to talk." Sabrina glared at her. "I have nothing to say to you," she said. "Go away." "Please, Sabrina." "Iris, you're in the way," Sabrina said, indicating a man who had come up behind her. "This gentleman needs to register." Iris walked away looking crestfallen. Molly approached the table and picked up one of the auction catalogs. Sabrina was all smiles as she registered the man, but Molly saw her glare a few times in the direction Iris had gone. The glossy catalog was filled with photographs and detailed descriptions of the lots up for auction. On the first page, Molly read about a camel brooch Atlas had bought in Egypt in 1989 when he was filming Mastermind, a movie he'd starred in, and for which he'd won a second Academy Award. He was quoted as saying, "We were in Egypt for 2 months, and I barely had time to explore the shops, but when I saw this brooch in a jewelry store in Cairo, the piece called out to me, and I just had to have it." The piece was described as gold multi-gemstone with a diamond brooch. Molly thought it was one of the most beautiful pieces of workmanship she'd ever seen. She gulped when she saw the opening bid was $15,000. The camel brooch wasn't just out of her price range, it was way out of her universe. Molly flipped through the pages, and a few minutes later Sabrina put a closed sign on the table. Molly watched her walk to the front row and join her father and Whitney. As soon as Sabrina sat down, Brett took the stage, and the audience quieted. He introduced Atlas, asking him to stand, which Molly thought was wise. He was making sure everyone got a good look at the celebrity to remind them this was Atlas Dolan's property about to be placed on the auction block. Snagging another glass of champagne from a passing waiter, Molly moved into her position by the wall. The auction got underway, and time passed swiftly. The bids were high, and Brett was in his element. Molly thought his knowledge of the quality, craftsmanship, and history of each piece was impressive. She was truly happy for him. She knew this was going to go down as one of the best days of his life. She never imagined how wrong she could be. The final gavel came down at 4:30, leaving Molly with time to linger before going home. Almost every piece had sold, and Atlas and Brett looked extremely pleased as they worked the crowd, smiling and shaking hands. Molly had marked up the catalog as the bidding had gone on, checking off each item sold, noting the final bid in the margin. She would use her notes to feature some of the pieces in her article. Tucking the catalog into her bag, she turned around to leave and ran smack into Milo Stanton. "For God's sake," he yelled. "Watch where you're going, you stupid cow." Molly's jaw dropped. "Excuse me?" He pushed his way past her, his wife trailing behind him, muttering apologies. What a jerk. Molly was shocked. Had Milo's wife just called him a jerk? Then she realized it wasn't his wife, it was Sabrina, Atlas Dolan's daughter, who had come up behind her. "He called me a stupid cow," Molly said. "He's upset because Dad didn't go with his auction house," Sabrina said, sticking out her hand. "Hi, I'm Sabrina Dolan." "Molly Appleby." "I know who you are," Sabrina said. They stepped into one of the aisles to get out of the way of people who were leaving. "My father pointed you out to me. He's a big fan. He told me you solve murders, and there's not a criminal in the world who could go up against you and win. Is that true, or is he making it up?" "I have on occasion helped the police," Molly said modestly. "Your father must be happy. The auction was a great success." "Yeah, he's happy, but sad too. He didn't want to auction anything off." "Then why did he?" "My stepmother made him." "I heard you and Helen, his assistant, both had a hand in convincing him." "Dad doesn't listen to me," Sabrina said. "But I knew it was only a matter of time before he caved. Whitney doesn't like antiques. She made him build a separate room for his collections. Did you know that?" No, I didn't," Molly said. "Helen told me you live across the street from your father. It must be nice being close to your father and your stepsister. Katie, right?" "Yeah, Katie's a cute kid," Sabrina said. "My mother got the house in the divorce settlement, so I live there for free, and I get to annoy Whitney, too." She grinned. "She didn't like me moving here with them." She wants Dad all to herself. Is your mother still in California? My mother is traveling around the world with her new boyfriend, Sabrina said. He's a big-shot producer. She had an affair with him when she was still married to Dad. What a mess that was. Molly was shocked Sabrina was being so open about something so personal. When Dad said he was going to move here with Whitney and Katie, I asked if I could come. I wanted a change, and I got one. I love my job. Brett's been teaching me the furniture restoration side of the business, and he's helping me train for my first 5K marathon in the fall. Oh, you're another runner, Molly said. First time ever, Sabrina said. I only took it up because he encouraged me to. Did you work on the auction with Brett? We all did, to some extent, but mostly it was Helen. Sabrina's mouth turned down in a sour expression. She had her father's piercing blue eyes and chiseled cheekbones, but she didn't have his charm. She was a little hard and rough around the edges. Helen's a battle axe, she said bluntly. She's one of those people who takes up all the oxygen in the room. She's been bossing us around like we work for her. I told Brett she was getting on everyone's nerves, but he said to stick it out. The auction was all that mattered, and it would be over soon. I'm surprised he let her get away with that, Molly said. I know he has a reputation for being a perfectionist, and he likes to do things his own way. Oh, believe me, Brett insisted on having things done his way. Helen caught on real quick. She knows how to yes him to death, and I think he loved the attention. Maybe it helps that they're dating, Molly said. People tend to be more forgiving and flexible when they're in a relationship, especially when it's new. Sabrina frowned. Where does she think she's going? Molly turned and saw Helen racing down the aisle toward the exit. She's supposed to be talking to bidders who need their winnings shipped out. Molly thought Helen looked as if she'd seen a ghost. She looks upset about something, she said. I'll go after her and make sure she's all right. It was nice to meet you, Sabrina. Molly hurried down the aisle and walked out the front door. She saw Helen getting into a red Mustang and walked in that direction, but before she could reach her, Helen backed out of the space. Molly raised her hand to flag her down, but Helen ignored her and sped out of the parking lot. Concerned about her, Molly went back into the shop. Julian was behind the register ringing up a sale. She walked over to him and asked quietly, Do you know where Helen's gone? She should be in the auction room, he said. She's not. She drove away in a big hurry. Julian handed the woman her shopping bag. Thank you so much for shopping with us, he said, flashing her a smile. Then he turned back to Molly, a look of concern on his face. Are you sure it was her? Positive. She looked upset about something, Molly said. Do you know where Brett is? I saw him escorting Atlas and Whitney out to their car. Their driver is picking them up by the loading dock out back. Go down the hall, past the restrooms and Brett's office. It's the last door on the left. Molly wasted no time in finding the delivery bay. There were 2 box trucks parked there with Laurel Wreath Antiques and Auction House stenciled on their sides, and she saw where Brett had propped open the door to the parking lot. As she stepped outside, she found him watching a black Lincoln Navigator pull away from the curb. He saw Molly and smiled. Atlas Dolan has left the building, he said with a laugh. What did you think of the auction? It was wonderful, Brett, truly, but I'm worried about Helen, she said. Why? His smile vanished. Has something happened? I don't know, but she ran out of the building looking very upset and drove off in a big hurry. Do you know where she's gone? I haven't seen her since the auction ended. I'll call her. He took his cell phone out of his pocket and dialed. I'm getting her voicemail, he said. Then, Helen, it's me. Where are you? Call me as soon as you get this message. He ended the call and looked at Molly. Maybe something came up at work. Did Atlas say anything to you? No. Maybe you should call him and ask. I don't want to bother him right now, he said. He just left. But, Brett, I'll call Atlas later if I don't hear from Helen. He looked at his watch. I've got to get back, Molly. Thanks again for coming. Chapter 3. Molly knew having a baby was going to change her life, and one of the biggest concerns she'd had was how she was going to juggle being a mom and working full-time. Clara had volunteered to watch her only grandchild, but she was also newly married to Sean Murphy, and Molly didn't want to impose on either of them. This left daycare, or hiring a sitter to come to the house. It was Matt who came up with the idea of asking his 24-year-old niece, Starling Harrison, if she would like the job. Starling was a professional nanny. In high school, she'd taken babysitting courses at the American Red Cross, volunteered at a local hospital, and participated in after-school programs for children. After graduation, she'd gone on to college and earned her associate's degree in early childhood education. She was a member of the International Nanny Association and had been caring for a power couple's 2 children in Ohio for 2 years when Matt and Molly made her an offer. They would pay her a generous salary, and she could live rent-free in the in-law apartment over their garage, which was empty after Clara moved out to marry Sean. Starling was so excited, she told them she was already packing her bags. She arrived 3 weeks before Tyler's due date, and Molly knew right from the start they'd struck gold. Starling was a true professional, and best of all, Tyler adored her. When Molly returned home from the auction, she found them in the kitchen. Starling liked to bake and was making oatmeal raisin cookies. She had a batch cooling on the counter and was sliding another tray into the oven. "The cookies smell yummy," Molly said, lifting Tyler out of his high chair. Starling handed her a warm cookie on a plate. "Sit down and I'll get you a glass of milk. I want to hear all about the auction." Molly put Tyler on her lap and bounced him on her knee, which was guaranteed to make him smile. Starling went to the refrigerator and poured 2 glasses of milk. At 5'4", Starling had not inherited the Harrison tall gene. Molly, no slouch at 5'8", only reached the level of Matt's wide shoulders. But she did have the same light blue eyes and sandy brown hair. Starling put another cookie on a plate for herself and sat down. "So, tell me everything. Did you see Atlas Dolan?" "I did better than that," Molly said, picking up her cookie. "I met him, and he was really nice and incredibly good-looking. And he knew who I was. He said he's been subscribing to the magazine since it first came out." "No way! Did you get his autograph?" "No, it wasn't really the time or place for that sort of thing. Anyway, meeting him was enough for me." Molly took a bite of the cookie. "This is really good." "Thanks. How was the auction?" "A big hit," Molly said. "Almost everything sold." She took a sip of milk. "Something weird happened after the auction was over, though. Brett's girlfriend took off without telling anyone where she was going, and I'm a little worried about her. Brett tried to call her, and she didn't pick up. I hope everything's all right." She drank her milk and took another bite of cookie. "I'm making meatloaf for dinner, with green beans and potatoes. Would you like roasted or mashed?" "Actually, I'm going to pass on dinner tonight," Starling said. "Rachel called and asked if I wanted to have dinner with her. Is that all right?" "Of course it is," Molly said. She and Matt had been worried Starling might have trouble making friends, since she worked at home taking care of Tyler and didn't know anyone else in Vermont except for them. But it turned out there was a network of nannies in the Burlington area, and Starling had joined one of their groups. She had more friends than Molly, who'd been living there for 2 years. "I can help you get dinner started," Starling said. "I'll take care of dinner." Molly put Tyler back in his high chair. "And I'll get the last tray of cookies out, too. Go, get ready. I'm sure you don't want to wear what you've got on." Molly gasped, horrified. "Oh my God, I can't believe I just said that. I sound like my mother." Starling laughed. "Well, you and Clara are right about my clothes," she said. "My shorts and t-shirt are too casual for where Rachel and I are going. I'll go change." Starling tousled Tyler's hair as she walked past him to the mudroom, where the door to the in-law apartment was located. Molly washed the bowls and spatula in the sink, and when the cookies were ready, removed the baking sheet from the oven. With the last of the cookies cooling, she increased the oven temperature to preheat it for the meatloaf. She got out the ingredients, mixing the beef with ketchup and mustard, an egg, and breadcrumbs. She patted the meat into a loaf pan, and in a separate bowl mixed brown sugar with ketchup and mustard to spread over the top. As she put the pan into the oven to bake, Starling came downstairs wearing a short red top over tight jeans belted low on her hips. Being slim, she could carry the look off, whereas Molly, who was born big, couldn't remember a time in her life when she could have pulled off wearing such an outfit. Starling took her car keys out of her purse. I'll be home before 10, she said. Have fun. Say hi to Rachel, Molly said. Starling had driven from Ohio, and Matt had insisted she park her car in the garage with the Audi. This meant he was parking his car outside again, as he had when Clara lived with them. It wasn't a big deal in the milder months, but the winter meant shoveling snow and scraping ice if their team of snow removers didn't show up before he went to work. Recently, Molly had hinted to Sean they might be interested in buying the Tudor-style house. They currently rented it from him, and he assured her that if they did buy it, he would put her in touch with the builder he'd worked with to renovate the house. He didn't think expanding the garage to 3 cars would be a problem. After Starling left, Molly cut up some roasting potatoes and spread them out on another baking pan. She drizzled the potatoes with olive oil and salt and pepper. She wouldn't have to do anything to the prepackaged green beans, other than cook them in the microwave. Tyler was at the age where Molly still had to mash up his food. She was glad he'd taken an interest in trying new foods, and mashed meatloaf was one of his favorites. She also prepared a little fruit and formula for his dinner. She had breastfed him as long as she could, and had only switched him to formula a month ago. To her relief, he hadn't put up a fuss. She'd worried he might reject it. She gave Tyler a biscuit to chew on for teething, and next prepared the cats' dinners. She didn't know where they were, as they hadn't made an appearance when she'd come home, but as soon as she took a can of cat food out of the pantry, Merlin and Griffin flew into the room, skidding to a stop by her feet. "Well, there you are," she said. "You don't welcome me home, but as soon as I even think about your dinner, you come running." "Meow," Griffin cried out. Merlin twirled around her ankles, purring. As soon as their bowls hit the floor, they dove in. Molly heard her cell phone ringing in her bag. Brett's name and number flashed on the screen. "Hi, Brett. Did you hear from Helen?" "No, that's why I'm calling," he said. "She still isn't answering her phone. I did call Atlas, like you suggested, but he has no idea where she could be. I asked him if he could try her, and he did, but he said he keeps getting her voicemail, too. I'm really worried something's happened to her. What if her car went off the road? She could be bleeding to death in a ditch." "Do you know any of her friends? Maybe one of them had an emergency and she went to help them." "Helen doesn't have any close friends here. Could you call that cop you know and ask him if I should report her missing?" "Sure, I can do that," Molly said. "I'll call you back and let you know what Detective Lombardi says." "Thanks, Molly. I really appreciate it." She ended the call and hit the speed dial for Lombardi. He wasn't just some cop she knew. He was also a personal friend. She'd met him when she came to Burlington to plan her wedding, and had ended up working on a homicide case with him. Lombardi had become such a good friend to her, and to Matt, that they chose him to be Tyler's godfather. He answered the phone sounding breathless. "Molly, how are you?" "I hope I'm not interrupting you," she said, cringing. She hoped he wasn't with a woman, unless it was her friend Jazzy Joyce, who she'd been trying to fix him up with for the past year. "I just got home from a run," he said. "Oh, did you work today?" "Yeah, but I was in early and left at 3. What's up?" "I need your advice," she said. She went on to tell him about Helen, and Brett's growing concern. "What do you think? Should he report her missing, or is it too soon?" "Well, from the way she took off, and the fact she's not answering her phone, I'd be a little worried about her, too. I'll talk to the watch commander. He can see if there have been any reported accidents matching the description of her car. If not, I'm sure he won't mind putting out an alert for her and her vehicle." "Thank you. I'll let Brett know." "I'll call you back when I hear anything," he said. Chapter 4. Molly dreamed that Matt was licking her face, which even in her dream seemed a little disgusting. But when she opened her eyes, she saw it wasn't Matt at all, but Merlin and his little pink tongue working diligently on a spot on her left cheek. Griffin was on the pillow above her head, purring loudly. She pushed both cats aside and sat up in bed. They sprang back immediately, climbing onto her lap. Molly stroked their soft fur. "Silly kitties," she said. She could hear the shower running. It was 7:15, and Matt had to be at work by 8. She checked the wireless video baby monitor on the nightstand. Tyler was still asleep. She thought about going back to sleep for 15 more minutes herself, but her phone lit up. It was Lombardi. "Good morning," she said. "Any news on Helen?"
"Molly, I don't know how to tell you this, so I'll just say it. I'm at Brett's house, and he's dead."
Molly felt her jaw drop. "What?"
"Helen found him and called it in," he said. "The officer who was first on the scene told me she was incoherent and couldn't answer any of his questions. I couldn't get anything out of her either. Then she passed out, and I had to call for an ambulance."
This can't be happening. The shower had stopped. Matt walked out of the bathroom. He took one look at her face and rushed over to her side. "What's wrong?" he whispered. Molly held up 2 fingers, then put the call on speaker. "How did Brett die?" Matt's eyes widened in shock. Lombardi said,
"He hanged himself from a beam in his kitchen."
"No, he couldn't have," Molly said. "Brett wouldn't commit suicide."
"The coroner is here. We're not ruling anything out at this point, but it does look like he took his own life."
Molly remembered the tour Brett had given her of his house last year. He was so proud of the renovations he'd made to the kitchen. He'd stripped off layers of old paint, stained the original wood floors to a warm honey color, and replaced all the appliances. "Did you find a note?"
"No."
"Of course not," she said. "Because he didn't kill himself."
"If he left a note, we'll find it."
"I'm coming over," she said, pushing the cats off her lap.
"There's no reason to."
"I'll be there in 30 minutes, she said, and hung up the phone. Matt put his hand on her shoulder.
"Molly, this is terrible news about Brett, but don't you think you should let Lombardi handle it?"
"No." She kicked the quilt off and swung her long legs over the side of the bed. "I don't, Matt. Yesterday, Brett had one of the best days of his life, and last night he called to ask for my help in finding Helen. And this morning she shows up at his house and finds him dead? It doesn't make sense." She got up and went to her dresser. She pulled some clothes out of a drawer and laid them on top. "I'll take a quick shower and run over there. Would you mind feeding the cats? And tell Starling I boiled a dozen eggs last night, and she can mash one up for Tyler's breakfast, and give him a 1/4 cup of fruit, plus his formula."
"I'll take care of it,"
he said. Molly started toward the bathroom, but Matt stopped her and pulled her into a hug. She didn't want to cry, because she didn't want to waste any time, but she couldn't help herself. Brett was dead. "I have to know what really happened," she mumbled into his shoulder.
"I know you do," he said.
A uniformed police officer was guarding the entrance to Brett's driveway. Molly powered down the window and gave him her name. He told her she was expected and let her pass. At least Lombardi hadn't banned her from the premises, she thought. The driveway was long and graveled. Lombardi's car was parked in front of the house between a coroner's office van and Helen's red Mustang. Molly parked on the other side of the Mustang. As she got out of her car, Lombardi came out the front door and down the porch steps. He wore slim gray slacks, a starched white shirt open at the collar, and dark brown leather shoes. With his jet dark hair, olive tan complexion, and straight white teeth, he looked more like a GQ model than a cop. He said,
"The coroner took the body away 10 minutes ago."
"Then you won't mind if I take a look at the crime scene," she said.
"I'll approve it on one condition. You stay in the kitchen. The coroner's investigators have finished in there, but they're all over the house doing their job, and I don't want you getting in their way."
"If Brett killed himself, why do you need investigators at all?"
"As I told you on the phone, I wasn't able to question Helen. I don't know where she's been all night, or what she was doing here this morning, and that bothers me."
"Good. I'm glad to hear you aren't assuming Brett took his own life based solely on appearances, because I don't believe it."
"I gathered that much," he said.
They went up the porch steps, and Molly saw 2 small boxes by the door, one with plastic booties, the other with latex gloves. She followed Lombardi's example and donned both before walking into the foyer. A grandfather clock in the corner ticked quietly, its brass pendulum swinging back and forth, and in the living room, a technician dusted a glass-fronted bookcase for fingerprints. Another was going through Brett's roll-top oak desk. Lombardi led her down a dark, narrow hallway to the kitchen, and she heard floorboards creak over their heads. The techs were doing their jobs, going through every room and all of Brett's things. The early morning sun was shining into the kitchen, which only made the death scene look more depressing. Molly saw the upended chair on the floor and the beamed ceiling above it, and her imagination started running wild. Is this where... Her throat closed up, and she couldn't finish. Lombardi nodded.
Apparently, he kicked the chair out from under his own feet.
Is the medical examiner doing an autopsy?
Yes, and I've requested a toxicology test.
Brett didn't use drugs, she said. He looked at her.
How well did you know him?
He was the first dealer I interviewed after moving to Vermont, she said. I know he didn't use drugs because he told me he had a brother who was an addict. He didn't drink either.
Good to know,
he said.
How long has he owned Laurel Wreath?
5 years, she said. Last year he expanded into the furniture renovation business.
And before he owned Laurel Wreath?
He worked for Milo Stanton at Oldman & Stanton in Boston. It's an auction house with a stellar reputation. Milo was at the auction yesterday, and he was in a sour mood. He probably resented Brett getting Atlas's auction.
Besides dating Helen, what else do you know about Brett's personal life?
When I first met him, he was dating a woman named Lucille, but when he gave me the tour of the kitchen last year, he said he'd broken up with her and was dating someone named Venita. I wouldn't have known he was dating Helen if Julian hadn't told me. Helen said they met in April, in the park.
Do you know if he was having financial difficulties?
I have no idea, she said. But he did tell me he spent a small fortune renovating the barn, and the farmhouse renovations were costly and taking longer than he would have liked. He looked out the window.
The backyard looks professionally landscaped. That couldn't have been cheap.
Actually, Brett did the landscaping himself. He loved his flower garden.
Besides being concerned about Helen yesterday, did he seem troubled to you?
No, not at all, she said. He'd held a successful auction and put Laurel Wreath on the map. So tell me, how does a person go from such a high to such a low?
The problem is, Molly, you never know what someone's state of mind is in the moment they decide to take their own life. Maybe he was having financial troubles, or perhaps he suffered from depression. A lot of people do. They put a smile on their face every day, but they're hurting inside, and no one is the wiser. For all we know, Helen's disappearance triggered some kind of emotional stress he couldn't handle.
Will you be questioning his employees? Will you look into his finances?
I will do all of that if his death is determined by the medical examiner to be suspicious.
It is suspicious.
To you it is, but to me, or the coroner, he said. Let the medical examiner do his job, and let me do mine.
The autopsy results could take days, she said. What if he was murdered?
I hate to be blunt here, but he was swinging from the rafters, Molly. If it's murder, it's unlike any I've ever seen. Thank God. Do you know his family?
No, but he told me he's from the Philadelphia area, if that helps.
It does, he said. I'll get someone on it. They need to be informed.
Molly's eyes swept the room. Brett was obsessive-compulsive, and the setup reflected it. The espresso machine, toaster, and a stainless steel knife block were lined up perfectly straight on the counter. She opened the refrigerator door and thought hers hadn't looked this clean since the day they bought it. There was a carton of skim milk on the door, almost full, along with a jug of orange juice. On the shelves were condiments and salad dressings, and a tub of fat-free vanilla yogurt. The freezer had 2 frozen pizzas, 4 frozen dinners, and a tub of Ben & Jerry's Cherry Garcia ice cream. She went over to the pantry and opened the door. Plastic containers held flour and sugar. There was a bag of Dunkin' coffee beans and a coffee grinder, a box of granola cereal, a roll of paper towels, and various canned foods. Everything was lined up in order. Lombardi looked over her shoulder.
Am I imagining it, or did he alphabetize his canned goods?
Yes, they're alphabetized, she said. Brett was OCD. You won't find anything out of order or out of place in this house. Everything you see, like the knife set and coffee maker, are only there because they served a purpose. He hated knickknacks and he hated clutter.
He must have been a real joy to work for, he said. Maybe you're right, and one of his employees murdered him.
This is no time to joke, she said.
You're right, I'm sorry, he said. Blame it on the job. I've seen too much of this to— Hold that thought, she said, walking over to the kitchen table. Brett had found it at an antique store in Maine. The maple wood had been battered and scarred, but he'd sanded it down and stained it a rich honey color to match the floor. He was proud of the way it had come out, and Molly thought it was beautiful. Lombardi came up behind her. "What's your interest in the table?" "It's not the table that interests me," she said. "It's the ceramic cookie jar in the middle of it. It's out of place." The jar was white and shaped like a picnic basket. The lid had colorful fruits and vegetables painted on it. "What do you mean it's out of place? It's in his kitchen. Where else would it be?" "I told you, everything had to have a place and a purpose if Brett was going to leave it out." She took the lid off. "There are no cookies in the jar. But look at this." She held up a purple pawn piece. "What is a pawn from a game doing in the cookie jar?" "Maybe it had sentimental value," he said. "Is the cookie jar an antique?" "No, it's not old enough to be an antique. It's a collectible." She held it up and looked at the bottom. "It's marked McCoy. It has to be the McCoy Company. They made decorative cookie jars from around 1940 until 1990, when their last factory closed. I'd say this one was made sometime in the 1960s. "Is it worth a lot of money?" "You can buy a jar like this for around $30 or $40, she said. "Even an extremely rare cookie jar probably wouldn't fetch more than $1,000. Their affordability is what makes them so popular with collectors." She held the pawn up to the light coming in through the windows. "This is made of plastic, so it's not from an old board game." She put it back in the jar and closed the lid. "Like I said, the jar and the pawn are out of place." She turned to him. "I don't think you should wait for the medical examiner's report. You should start talking to people right away." "I told you. The coroner believes the cause of death was suicide," he said. "At this point, unless the medical examiner tells us otherwise, that's what the death certificate will say." "If you're not going to question people, I will," she said stubbornly. He looked at her. "You're a reporter," he said. "You have every right to pursue a story, and I won't stop you." "Good. I'll start with Julian McGregor, Brett's assistant manager," she said. "He worked with Brett in Boston, and he's known him a long time. He might know if he was having financial difficulties or seemed depressed." She took her phone out of her bag. "I'll take some photographs of the cookie jar to show him. Maybe he can tell me something about it." As she took her pictures, Lombardi said, "If you're really going to do this, I wouldn't mind if you want to go with me when I interview Helen. She might feel more relaxed talking to me if you're there." He checked his watch. "I'll be leaving in about 40 minutes. How about I meet you in the hospital cafeteria? I need some coffee and a bite to eat." Molly tried not to smile. She knew Lombardi did things by the book, but he also trusted her instincts. "Sounds good to me," she said. Chapter 5. Molly wasn't sure where Julian lived, but Lombardi was able to look up his address on the car's computer. When she got to the end of Brett's driveway, she gave the guard a wave and took a right. Laurel wreath loomed bright in the morning sunshine, and Molly felt tears spring to her eyes. Brett had worked so hard to make his business a success, and just when he'd reached the pinnacle of his career, he'd died. Gripping the steering wheel, she felt more determined than ever to find out what really happened to him. As she got nearer to the barn, she saw there was a white Mini Cooper with red stripes parked out front. Since it was only 9 o'clock, and the shop wouldn't open for another hour, she thought Julian might have come in early. She turned into the parking lot and pulled up next to the Mini Cooper. The front door had a closed sign in the glass panel, but there was a light on inside. Molly knocked, and a moment later Julian appeared on the other side of the glass. He unlocked the door, surprised to see her. "Hi, Molly. I'm sorry, but we don't open until 10. "I'm not here to shop," she said. "Can I talk to you?" "Of course." He stepped aside for her to enter. "What's this about?" "It's Brett," she said. "I guess you didn't notice there's a police car parked at the end of his driveway?" "No, I come in from the other direction," he said. "What happened? Was there a break-in at the house? Is he all right?" "Brett is dead," she said. Julian stared at her. "He can't be dead," he said. "He runs 5 miles every morning. He's in better shape than most people I know.
The police don't think he died of natural causes.
What does that mean?
They're treating his death as a suicide. The color drained from his face.
I don't understand, he stammered. How? I mean, why?
He swayed a little on his feet.
I feel dizzy.
Molly took his arm and steered him over to an early 20th century wicker chair. Julian sank into it and leaned over, placing his elbows on his knees, lowering his head onto his hands. "Take some deep breaths," Molly said. Julian breathed deeply in and out. When he seemed steadier, she asked, "When was the last time you saw him?" Julian lifted his gaze.
"Last night, around 7 o'clock, when he left. I closed up at 9.
"Did he say anything to you on the way out?"
"He said, 'I'll see you tomorrow,' like he always does. I know he was worried about Helen. He told me if he didn't hear from her soon, he was going to call you, in case your cop friend could help find her. Did he call you?"
"Yes, and I called my friend, Detective Lombardi," she said. "He put the word out that Helen was missing. She turned up this morning at Brett's. She's the one who found him."
"Oh my God, is she okay?"
"She's at the hospital being examined." He looked straight at her.
"How exactly did he die?"
He asked it without emotion, as if he was mentally preparing for the worst. Molly found it hard to even form the words, but there was no easy way to say it. "It looks like he hanged himself in his kitchen," she said. Julian sucked in his breath.
"This is crazy," he said. "Why would he do such a thing?"
"I was hoping you might have some ideas about that," she said.
"Me? How would I know?"
"You've known Brett for years, longer than anyone else around here," she said. "Did he seem suicidal?"
"No."
"Was he having money troubles? Had he gotten into any disputes? Did he have any enemies?"
No,
he said, sounding exasperated. "I want to show you some photographs of a cookie jar I found at his house." She took out her phone and pulled up the photos of the picnic basket cookie jar. "Do you recognize it?" Julian nodded.
"Yes, we had one like it in the shop. It came in as a set of 6. They were all stolen about 3 weeks ago."
"Were they all McCoy cookie jars?"
"No, 4 of them were McCoys. There was this one, the picnic basket jar, and a pig jar, both made in the 60s, and a Bobby the Baker jar, and a clown in a barrel, made in the 70s. The other 2 were a 40s Little Lamb by American Bisque Pottery Company, and a 60s Cinderella Pumpkin Coach by Brush Pottery Company."
"I'm impressed you can remember them all. You have a good memory."
"Thank you. Brett didn't always appreciate how much I knew or what I did for him. It's my job to know what we have in the shop, and it's not every day we have a theft."
He gave her back her phone.
"I don't understand why the jar is at Brett's. Did you find the other 5?
"I didn't see any other cookie jars in the kitchen, but it's the only room I was allowed in," she said. "I thought the jar looked out of place. I know Brett hated clutter and didn't like knickknacks in his house. Did he know about the stolen jars?"
"Of course he knew," he said. "I told him as soon as Sabrina pointed out to me that they were missing. He told us not to worry about it, but in the future to be on the lookout for shoplifters."
He shook his head.
"I don't understand why he had the jar. Why did he let us think it was stolen?"
"Could he have taken the jars on purpose, as some kind of training exercise?"
"No. I managed the shop and the staff. He would have consulted with me on something like that. It was not a training exercise."
"There was a purple pawn to a game inside the jar," she said. "Was it there when it was for sale?"
"I'm sure it wasn't," he said. "We check every item before anything goes on the shop floor. A pawn piece in a cookie jar would have been thrown out."
"Do you sell a lot of collectible cookie jars?"
"Not a lot. Maybe 1 or 2 a month."
"Do you know where Brett got the jars that were stolen?"
"A woman gave them to him," he said. "They were being sold on consignment? She didn't want to consign them. She wanted to offload them. She gave them to Brett with no strings attached."
"Do you know her name?"
"No. She told Brett she was clearing out her deceased mother's house and wanted to give them away. Brett didn't bother getting her name."
He shook his head.
"What am I going to do, Molly? How do I tell the staff that Brett killed himself? No one is going to believe it. Heck, I don't believe it."
Molly wrote Lombardi's name and cell number on the back of one of her business cards and gave it to him. "This is the contact information for Detective Lombardi. He's in charge of Brett's case. As I said, for the time being the police are treating it as a suicide, but he might want to talk to you and the rest of your staff.
I don't know how any of us can be of any help, he said. No one could have anticipated this.
Yesterday at the auction, I met your former employer, Milo Stanton. He seemed angry.
Milo is always angry, he said. It's the only mood setting he has.
Do you think he could have harmed Brett?
Julian's eyes widened. Milo? He shook his head. No, I don't.
Why not? Brett told me he wasn't happy when he left his shop.
True, but he hired Simone Landry to take his place. And you know she's turned Oldman and Stanton into a premier auction house. What's he got to complain about?
Good point, she said. So why do you think he came to the auction?
Knowing Milo, he was probably hoping Brett would mess it up, and he could go back to Boston and gloat about it.
How long did you both work for him?
I was there for 6 years, Brett for 10. Mostly I worked with Brett, so I didn't have to be around Milo very much. That's why I lasted 6 years. He can be a bear to work for.
He glanced at his watch.
I have to start making those phone calls. I've got staff coming in at 10.
He ran his hands through his hair.
I don't know how I'm going to break it to them.
I don't envy you, Molly said. Did Brett sell the Dahlgren bayonet knife last night?
No. The dealer wanted to negotiate the price, and Brett wouldn't budge.
Who's the dealer?
Herschel Sheridan.
Of course. I should have known it would be him, Molly said. He's a big Civil War collector. He has a booth at the Treasure Trove, my stepfather's shop.
Now that you mention it, I wonder what happened to the knife, he said. I didn't see it in Brett's office, and it should have been there, unless he put it out on the floor for sale. Let me check.
He walked over to the register, pulled out the keyboard, and tapped the keys.
It's not in the inventory, which means he didn't put it out before he left last night.
Maybe he took it home with him, she said.
I don't remember him leaving with the box, he said. Oh well, it's the least of my problems, and I suppose it will show up.
They walked back to the front door, and as Julian unlocked it, he said,
It's going to take time for Brett's death to sink in. Do you know if his parents have been told?
The police will take care of it, she said. He locked the door behind her, and Molly walked back to her car. As she started the engine, she looked at the farmhouse. The coroner's office van was still there, but Lombardi's car was gone.
Chapter 6.
Using her car's Bluetooth feature, Molly called Matt on her way to the hospital. As a surgical resident, he wasn't always readily available to talk to, so she was surprised when he picked up.
Hi, sweetheart, he said. How did it go at Brett's?
It was awful, she said. Lombardi and the coroner think it's a suicide, but I'm not convinced. She told him about the cookie jar and her conversation with Julian. The jar had been stolen and shouldn't have been at his house. And what's with the pawn? It has to mean something.
Or it doesn't, he said. Maybe someone who knew about the stolen cookie jars found it at another store and returned it to Brett, only he didn't have time to bring it back to his shop and left it on the table. As for the pawn, he paused. You've got me there. I can't explain that one.
Helen Hughes is at the hospital, and Lombardi invited me to join him when he interviews her, she said. Do you know anything about her condition?
Even if I was her attending doctor, I couldn't tell you.
Right, privacy laws, she said. Well, I'm meeting Lombardi in the cafeteria first. Would you like to join us for coffee?
I wish I could, but I have to be in surgery in about 15 minutes. Does this mean you're working on the case with him?
The only case he's working is a suicide. I'm treating it as a suspicious death. He said he can't stop me from asking people questions. As a reporter, I'm within my rights. I'll fill you in on Helen's interview when I see you tonight. They hung up, and when Molly arrived at the hospital, she found Lombardi in the cafeteria eating a bacon and egg sandwich. She got in line and ordered French toast with sausage, coffee, and orange juice. As she sat down across from him, she said, Julian was at Laurel Wreath. He told me the cookie jar in Brett's kitchen was one of 6 that were stolen a few weeks ago.
Did he have any idea how it came to be in his house?
No, and he was certain there was no pawn in the jar when it was put up for sale. She opened a packet of syrup and squeezed it onto her French toast. It wasn't Vermont grade A maple syrup, but some kind of fake sugary pretend syrup. She'd gotten spoiled by the real thing, but this would have to do. I asked him if Brett had any enemies, or if he was having a dispute with anyone. He says he wasn't. He also didn't know if Brett was having financial difficulties. I gave him your name and number and told him you might want to talk to him and the staff. He's giving them the bad news as we speak. She took a bite of French toast and a sip of coffee. Yesterday, Julian showed me a Dahlgren bayonet knife. She told Lombardi about the knife, and how Herschel Sheridan had declined to buy it. Since he couldn't find it at the shop, could you ask the investigators at the house to look for it? Sure, why not? Lombardi finished his breakfast and wiped his hands on a napkin. He took his cell phone off the table. I'll also tell them to be on the lookout for 5 other cookie jars. But how could the missing knife be relevant to Brett's death? He wasn't stabbed to death. I don't know if it is relevant, but I do think it's odd that it's missing. He sent off the message and put his phone back on the table. How did Julian react when you told him Brett was dead? He got dizzy and had to sit down, but he quickly recovered, she said. He told me Sabrina Dolan was the sales associate who discovered the cookie jars were missing. When I get a chance, I'll stop by her house to talk to her. He looked at Molly. You're convinced Brett was murdered, without any evidence of it. It's the cookie jar and the pawn piece, she said. I'm telling you they shouldn't have been there. And I'm telling you a cookie jar on a kitchen table of a decedent's house is not evidence of murder. Molly frowned. That's your opinion, she said. Now let me finish my breakfast so we can talk to Helen. 15 minutes later, they walked into Helen's private room. She was sitting up in bed wearing a white hospital gown and was hooked up to a heart rate monitor and a blood pressure cuff. Her eyes and nose were red and puffy from crying, and a pile of soggy tissues were bunched up on the bedside tray. Molly noticed her wrists were bandaged. Lombardi hadn't said anything about Helen being hurt. Was Brett's death a suicide pact gone wrong? She shot a questioning look to Lombardi, who stood at the foot of the bed. Hello, Helen. Do you remember me? Helen nodded. You're the detective, but I don't remember your name, she said. Detective Tony Lombardi. He took out his notebook and pen and smiled. I'm glad to see you're feeling better. I need to ask you some questions. Are you up to it? I think so, Helen said. She turned to Molly. Who are you, and why are you here? Molly took her hand. It felt as cold as ice. I'm Molly Appleby. We met yesterday at the auction. Detective Lombardi thought you might like to see a familiar face. Oh, right. I remember you now. Lombardi said in his gentle tone, We need to talk about the auction, and why you left in such a hurry. Helen plucked another tissue from the box. She held it to her eyes, cleared her throat, and blew her nose. I got a phone call from my ex-husband, Jasper Stewart. He told me he was at the Crescent Moon Motel, and if I didn't come right away, he was going to kill himself. She blew her nose, crumpled the tissue, and threw it on top of the soggy pile. I was afraid he meant it, so I went. Why didn't you tell Brett about this phone call? He didn't know about Jasper, and I didn't have time to explain. We've been divorced for 8 years. He got out of prison a few months ago, and somehow he found me. What was he in for? He got into an argument with a woman he was living with when we were separated, Helen said. She called the cops, and when they got to the house, they found drugs. He went to prison for 7 years. I divorced him 6 months after he went in. How long were you married? 4 years. How did you two meet? It was after I moved to Los Angeles from Fort Wayne, Indiana, Helen said. I was 18 and had no money. I got a job working at a diner waiting tables. Jasper was one of the short-order cooks. We fell in love, moved in together, and 4 months later we got married. She shook her head wearily. We were young and naive, and didn't know what we were doing. Tears welled in her eyes again, and she plucked another tissue from the box. Maybe we could have made it if Jasper hadn't started using drugs, but he did, and he changed, and it destroyed us. How did you go from waiting tables to working as Atlas Dolan's personal assistant? After I divorced Jasper, I got a degree in business administration, and the school had a placement office. They set me up on the interview. I was honest with Atlas about Jasper. I didn't want him to find out some other way that I'd been married to a man who was in prison. He promised he wouldn't tell anyone, and he hired me.
Did the people you work with know about Jasper?
No one but Atlas knows, Helen said. I don't like to think about Jasper, or talk about him. He's a part of my life I've tried hard to forget. He was the last person in the world I expected to see.
Yet the minute he called, you went running to him.
Helen frowned. I told you, he said he'd kill himself. What was I supposed to do?
You could have called the police, he said.
I wasn't thinking clearly at the time, she said. It was so sudden, so unexpected.
Let's talk about your bandaged wrists, he said. You were wearing a suit jacket when I saw you at the farmhouse, and you didn't appear to be bleeding.
I wasn't bleeding. Helen rubbed her bandages. They're rope burns. She sighed deeply again. When I got to the motel, Jasper told me he wanted to apologize. He swore he'd changed and begged me to go back to California with him, to give him another chance. I told him it was impossible, that I'd moved on with my life a long time ago, and it was time he did the same. He told me he knew I was dating Brett. He said he was no good for me, and if I didn't go back to California with him, he would hurt him. Lombardi stopped writing.
He said he would hurt Brett if you didn't go back to California with him?
Yes, Helen said. I asked him how he'd found me, and how he knew about Brett, but he wouldn't tell me. Her eyes filled with tears again. She dabbed at them with the tissue. When I tried to leave, he grabbed me and threw me on the floor. She started to cry. He had it all planned, she said, sobbing. He covered my mouth with duct tape and tied me to a chair with rope. My wrists are raw from the rope burns, and so are my ankles. She pushed the blanket aside to show them her bandaged ankles. Jasper paced the floor for hours, talking nonsense the whole time, saying he was going to buy me a house with a swimming pool, and we were going to have lots of kids, and he was going to take care of us. At some point, I don't know when, I fell asleep in the chair. When I woke up, he was gone, but his duffel bag and backpack were still on the floor, so I knew he hadn't checked out. My purse was on the bed. I tried to scoot the chair over so I could get my phone. That's when I realized the rope on my right wrist was loose, and after working on it for a while, I was able to free myself. As soon as I got the ropes off, I tried to call Brett, but my phone was out of juice, so I ran outside, got in my car, and drove straight to his house.
What time was this?
Around 6 this morning, Helen said. I thought Jasper had gone to Brett's. I was afraid he might hurt him like he said he would, because I wouldn't go back to California with him.
Why not call the police at that point? Did you think you were going to rescue Brett all by yourself?
I told you I wasn't thinking clearly, Helen said. All I could think about was getting to Brett.
Okay. Tell me what you saw when you arrived.
I went to the front door and rang the bell. There was no answer, so I tried the door handle, but it was locked. I went around back to the kitchen door, because I know sometimes Brett forgets to lock it. The door was open, and I went in, and I saw him. Her voice broke. Oh, God, I saw him! She cried so hard her body began to shake. Molly rested a hand on her shoulder, and in a little while her tears subsided. Helen plucked another tissue from the box, took a deep breath, and lifted her chin. I used Brett's cell phone to call the police, she said in a shaky voice. I found it on the kitchen counter, plugged in, charging. Lombardi made a note.
What did you do after you called the police?
I went outside, because I couldn't look at him. Helen breathed deeply through her nose. I called 911 and waited by my car. A police officer came and asked me questions, but I couldn't talk. He went into the house, came back out, and a little while later you showed up, asking me questions. But I couldn't find the words. It was like my mind and my mouth were frozen. The doctor told me I was in shock.
We need to find Jasper.
Lombardi took his cell phone out.
I'm going to step outside to make a call.
Wait, please, Helen said. I don't want to press charges against him. I don't think he meant to hurt me or Brett. If he did go to see him, He probably went to scare him, that's all. No matter what he said to me, no matter what I told you, Jasper is not a violent man.
He tied you to a chair and held you against your will. That sounds pretty violent to me. This can't be swept under the rug. It doesn't matter if you don't want to press charges. Charges will be filed by the state, and I will question him about Brett's death. If you hear from him before we pick him up, find out where he is and call me."
He took a card out of his wallet and handed it to her.
"Your doctor wants you to stay here for observation. Barring any problems, you'll be released this afternoon. But I would advise you not to go home."
"Why?"
"You said you have no idea how Jasper found you, or how he knew you were dating Brett. I think it's fair to assume he knows where you live and could be waiting for you. I'll have a patrol car go by your house every hour to check on the place. But until he's apprehended, I'd suggest you find a friend to stay with, or book yourself into a hotel. You'll also need someone to give you a ride. Your car has been impounded. It's standard procedure."
He went out the door, and Helen said, "He must think I'm an idiot. Not that I can blame him. I should have called the police as soon as I got away, but everything happened so fast I couldn't think, and then I found Brett, and time stopped." "You've spent a lot of time with Brett these last few months," Molly said. "Did he seem depressed or worried about anything?" "No, not at all. He was thrilled about the auction, and we were happy together," Helen said. "Do you know where my phone is? I have to call Atlas and Julian. There are pieces we need to ship out to buyers. Not everyone could take their winnings home yesterday. We have to honor the sales. And I don't know where my clothes or purse are." She was starting to sound panicky, and Molly patted her shoulder. "Don't worry," she said. "I'll ask one of the nurses for your phone. I need a charger, too. I'll make sure they know." Helen leaned back into the pillows. "I'm so tired," she said. She closed her eyes, and Molly went quietly out the door. Lombardi was down the hall by the elevators talking on his phone. She went over to the nurse's station. A young nurse who looked vaguely familiar smiled at her. "Hello, Mrs. Harrison. You're not going to have another nosebleed, are you?" "Oh, you were there that day," Molly said, feeling embarrassed. She'd had a nosebleed in an incident at the hospital over a year ago. It was something she'd rather forget, but obviously the staff had long memories. "I was wondering if you have Helen Hughes's cell phone and her clothes and purse. She wants to make some calls." "It was all in a bag we gave to Detective Lombardi a few minutes ago." "Thanks, I'll talk to him," Molly said. As she walked toward the elevators, she saw a visitor's chair along the wall with a plastic bag on it. Presumably, this held Helen's personal things. Lombardi finished his call as she came over. "Helen is asking if she can have her phone," she said. "Are you confiscating her things?"
"She's not under arrest, so the answer is no," he said.
"But you're searching her car, which tells me you don't quite trust her," she said. "Did you take a look inside her purse?"
"Only because it opened by accident," he said.
"What about her phone?"
"Password protected," he said. "Not that I tried to get into it."
"Of course not," she said, playing along.
"Do me a favor and give her the bag," he said. "I'm going to meet a SWAT team at the Crescent Moon Motel to see if Jasper is still there."
He used rope to tie up Helen, and Brett was hanged with a rope. If what you find in his motel room matches what was used on Brett... Her voice trailed away.
"I'm well aware of what it means," he said. "By the way, the coroner thinks Brett died between 4 and 6 this morning."
He took his car keys out and pressed the down button on the elevator.
"Helen said she got to the farmhouse around 6, which puts her in the time frame."
The doors opened and he stepped onto the elevator, but held the door so it couldn't close.
"I'll let you know what we find at the motel. I hope we find Jasper, but I doubt we will. He'd have to be a complete moron to stick around if Helen's telling the truth about what he did to her."
"Is there anything else I can do?" He let go of the door, and it started to close.
"Be a reporter and ask questions," he said. "And let me know what you find out."
Chapter 7. Molly drove away from the hospital thinking Lombardi was probably right. The chances of finding Jasper at the motel were small. Too many hours had gone by. If he had returned to the motel, he wouldn't have waited around for the police to show up when he saw Helen was gone. He'd be too worried she would have called them. The last thing an ex-con wants is to go back to prison. As she neared downtown, the traffic got heavier. In July, Burlington was packed with tourists, and the outdoor pedestrian mall on Church Street, with its shops and restaurants, was a popular destination. Molly felt lucky to find a parking space on Main Street. From there, it was an easy walk to the treasure trove. She wanted to talk to her mother and Sean about Brett. But before she went to the shop, she stopped in at Java Jitters for a better cup of coffee. Molly loved the coffee shop's concrete floors, brick walls, and 12-foot-high tin ceilings. Not to mention the coffee and baked goodies her friend Jazzy Joyce made fresh every morning. The day's special was on a chalkboard propped up on the counter. Fresh-baked strawberry rhubarb pie with a cup of coffee for only $6. Molly got in line and waited as Jazzy rang up an order. Jazzy was a young Asian woman in her late 20s with short, dark hair streaked in purple highlights. She wore a signature apron over frayed jeans and tight halter top that read, "It's all about the pie." When she saw Molly, she gave her a smile, and when it was Molly's turn to be served, Jazzy walked over to her brushed steel coffee machine and said, "One French vanilla latte coming up." "I'll have a slice of the strawberry rhubarb pie, too," Molly said. "Do you want your coffee and pie to go?" "No, I'll eat here." Molly always got a kick out of watching Jazzy at her coffee machine. She looked like an orchestra conductor, preparing specialty coffees with a flair. When she was done, she put everything on a tray and arranged the plate and mug just so, along with utensils and napkins. Molly handed her a $10 bill. "Keep the change," she said. "Thank you very much," Jazzy said. Molly lowered her voice. "Have you heard the news? Brett Hamilton is dead." Jazzy's eyes widened. "No, I hadn't heard. What happened?" "The coroner thinks it's suicide," Molly said. "But they'll know more once the medical examiner does an autopsy." Jazzy made a face. She hated talking about anything gruesome. "Brett was here a few days ago," she said. "He told me all about the auction and how much he was looking forward to it. You covered it, didn't you? What happened? Was it a disaster?" "No, it was amazing," Molly said. "He sold almost every lot." "So why did he kill himself?" "I don't think he did," Molly said, "which is why I plan to talk to people who've been around him to find out what really happened." "Sabrina Dolan was with him when he came in the other day," Jazzy said. "She's here now, sitting in the cubby corner." The cubby corner was a small booth for two, wedged into an otherwise unusable alcove. It was far away from the windows and daylight, and customers only sat there if they wanted complete privacy or didn't have a choice. "Do you think she knows? She didn't say anything when I served her." "Julian was going to call everyone who works at Laurel Wreath," Molly said. "I'll go talk to her and see if she's talked to him. See you later." Molly carried her tray over to the cubby corner. Sabrina had her head bent over her phone and didn't see her until she came up to the table. She looked up, startled. "Oh, hi, Molly." Her eyes were clear and dry, so she didn't appear to have been crying. "Do you want to sit down?" Molly sat across from her. She hesitated to ask her if Julian had called, thinking it would probably be better if the news came from him. But Sabrina said, "I talked to Julian. He said you stopped by the shop. He told me about Brett." "How are you holding up?" "I'm stunned," Sabrina said. "It doesn't seem real." Molly took a bite of her strawberry rhubarb pie. Jazzy had another hit on her hands. The combination of sweetness and tartness was perfect. "Did Brett say anything to you about any troubles he might have been having with customers? Or someone he knew?" "No." "What about money problems?" "He never said anything to me about money." "What about his relationship with Helen? Do you think he was serious about her?" Sabrina shrugged. "Has he ever been serious about anyone?" "No, not really," Molly said. "Julian told me Helen found him, and she was in the hospital. Is she going to be okay?" "She had a shock and a frightening night. Her ex-husband Jasper Stewart held her against her will, but she managed to escape early this morning." To Molly's surprise, Sabrina said, "My father told me about Jasper a couple of years ago. I was in a bad relationship at the time, and he thought using Jasper as an example might convince me it was time to move on. His little lecture wasn't the reason I broke up with my boyfriend, but my father would probably tell you otherwise. Looks like he was right about Jasper. Molly sipped her coffee. Did you ever tell anyone else about Jasper? No, but the day Dad told me about him, Holt was there, and he heard the whole thing. Dad made us both promise to keep it to ourselves. I haven't blabbed, but I can't speak for Holt. Who's Holt? Holt Garrido is my father's driver and bodyguard. Sabrina's cell phone lit up. It's Dad. She sent the call to voicemail. This is the second time he's called. He must have heard about Brett, and he's flipping out. He won't believe me when I tell him I can handle it. Can you? I'm only asking because I'm having a hard time accepting it myself, and I didn't see him every day. Like I said, I'm stunned, but he's gone, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's Julian I'm worried about. He's devastated. He's not only lost Brett, but a job he loved. I told him to come over to my house tonight and we'll talk about it. But can we get back to Helen? What did you mean Jasper held her against her will? When Helen got to the motel, he told her he wanted her to go back to California with him, Molly said. Somehow he also knew she was dating Brett. He said he would hurt him if she didn't go with him. Helen said she wouldn't, and when she tried to leave, he tied her to a chair. She fell asleep at some point, and when she woke up, he was gone. She was able to free herself, went to Brett's home, and found him. Poor Helen. Sabrina picked up her coffee mug and took a sip. Too bad it's gone cold, she said, setting the mug down. Do the police think Jasper had something to do with Brett's death? They're looking at everything, Molly said. She wasn't going to tell her they weren't treating it as a murder yet. With Jasper in the mix, the dynamics were already changing. She finished her pie and took another sip of coffee. Julian told me you tried, unsuccessfully, to get your father to sign on with Brett for an auction. Sabrina looked at her. You're probably wondering if Brett used me to get to Dad, she said. The answer is yes, he did. Brett would have done anything to get my father to sign with him. When I couldn't deliver him, he moved on to Helen. You think he only dated her because she works for your father? She has access and influence, which is exactly what he needed. Have you dated Brett? Sabrina didn't blink. No, we never dated, she said. You told me he was teaching you how to restore furniture and helping you train for a 5K. Something else occurred to Molly. Were you with him the day he was jogging in the park and met Helen? Yes. Sabrina folded her arms across her chest. I saw Helen sitting on a bench and stopped to say hello. I introduced them. The next day, Brett asked her out. Molly could hear the hurt in her voice. She had probably grown close to Brett, spending so much time with him. It would be easy to develop feelings for him, to fall in love. Brett was handsome and could be charming when he wasn't being a stickler. If she'd had dreams of being with him, his asking Helen out had shattered them. Sabrina went on. I came to realize Brett only cared about two things, she said. Himself and Laurel Wreath. I think once the auction was over, he would have broken up with Helen. Julian told me Brett couldn't be trusted, that he has a reputation for loving and leaving. He's known him a long time, so I believe him. Do you know Julian likes you? Sabrina smiled, but it never touched her eyes. All men like me, she said. Molly thought that was a stretch, but one thing was clear. Sabrina thought highly of herself. Julian told me you found one of the stolen cookie jars at Brett's house, and it had a pawn in it. He said you were trying to figure out how it got there. She was wearing her long blonde hair loose, and took a strand of it in her fingers and started twirling it. You should talk to Iris Jefferson, my father's housekeeper. She has a cookie jar collection, and she loves to play board games. It's her thing. I saw Iris at the auction, Molly said. She tried to talk to you, but you brushed her off. Why didn't you want to talk to her? Sabrina leaned forward and lowered her voice. Iris recently stole some money from me, she said, when she was cleaning my house. I fired her, but she keeps trying to talk to me about it, to get her job back. I told her I have nothing more to say on the subject. She denies stealing the money? Yes, of course she does, Sabrina said. She should be grateful I didn't report her to the police, or tell my father. If I had, she'd never work again." "Why didn't you tell anyone?" "I feel sorry for her," Sabrina said. "And it wasn't a lot of money, $40, that's all. I did warn her if my father ever told me money was missing from his house, or anything else for that matter, I'd back him up in reporting her. I'm hoping the threat scared her and it doesn't happen again." "Are you accusing her of stealing the cookie jars because you believe she stole $40 from you?" "Yes, and because of the pawn being in the jar," Sabrina said. "It's simple math, Molly. Put 2 and 2 together, you get Iris." "Any idea why the cookie jar was at Brett's?" "I can't help with that," Sabrina said. "Like I said, ask Iris. Maybe she can tell you." Her cell phone lit up again. "My father won't stop calling until I talk to him. If you don't mind, I'd prefer to talk to him in private." Molly gathered up her things. "I'll leave you to it," she said. Chapter 8. It was almost noon on Tuesday when Molly walked into the treasure trove. Sean was behind the counter taking glasses out of a box. He was a big man with a neatly trimmed goatee and long silver hair tied back in a ponytail. Molly had been surprised when her mother fell in love with him, since he was so different from the bookish men she usually dated. But after getting to know him, Molly realized he was perfect for her. Sean had led an interesting life before he'd retired and moved to Vermont. He'd worked on oil rigs in the Gulf of Mexico, had lived in the Middle East, and had traveled the world. He was charming and intelligent, and without a doubt, he was the love of her life. He greeted Molly with a smile and called over his shoulder, "Clara, Molly's here." "I'm coming," Clara's voice shouted back from the office. Molly picked up one of the glasses. "Absinthe?" "They are indeed absinthe glasses, and I have the decanter, too," he said. "I was thinking about buying a bottle of absinthe and filling the decanter to show it off, but your mother thinks buyers might actually drink it, and we can't be responsible for making anyone tipsy." Molly laughed. "Yeah, probably better to drop some green food coloring into the water," she said. "I tried absinthe once. I didn't care for the licorice flavor. Where did you find this set?" "An estate sale in Boston," he said. "These beauties are from France. I'd date them between 1880 and 1900. Got them for a song at 100. "That's a good deal," she said. "How much are you asking?" 500, he said. "You interested?" "Thanks, but no. They're a little pricey for me." "Your mother told me you got a raise," he said. "Yes, I did, but if I'm going to start filling my house with more antiques, I'll need a much bigger raise." "So, that's a pass?" "Yes, thank you very much," she said. Clara walked out of the office carrying a stuffed panda bear. "Starling called. She wanted to know if I had Tyler's bear, and lo and behold, I do." She handed the panda bear to Molly. "I thought I'd packed it in your bag the last time he was here, but it was in the office." Molly stuffed the bear into her bag. "Have you heard about Brett Hamilton?" "Yes, Starling told us," Clara said. "She said Lombardi called you this morning and you went out to Brett's house. Is it true he took his own life?" "Lombardi and the coroner seem to think so, but they haven't done the autopsy yet." "I hear doubt in your voice," Clara said. "You don't believe it, do you?" "No, I don't, Ma. Brett was on cloud 9 after the auction. He had no reason to kill himself. And he was concerned about his girlfriend, Helen, who'd run off after the auction without telling anyone where she was going. He called me last night to ask if I could talk to Lombardi about what to do. Lombardi put out an alert for her. Brett was waiting to hear back." She went on to tell them about how Jasper held Helen overnight at the motel, her escape, and finding Brett at the farmhouse that morning. "She called it in, but was so upset she didn't talk to the police until hours later when Lombardi and I went to the hospital to see her. He's going to the motel with a SWAT team hoping to arrest Jasper, but doubts he'll still be there." She took her phone out and pulled up the photos of the cookie jar. "While I was at Brett's, I found this cookie jar on his kitchen table, with a purple pawn piece in it. You can see by the marking the jar is a McCoy. Julian told me it was stolen 3 weeks ago from the shop, with 5 other cookie jars. I thought it looked out of place in Brett's house. You know he didn't like things cluttering up his space." "Yes, he was rather OCD," Clara said. "The jar is a pretty little thing. I'm not surprised it's a McCoy. They were known for their whimsical cookie jars.
Sean said, "Looks like it's in excellent condition, too."
Julian said a woman gave the 6 jars to Brett to sell, but not on consignment. She just gave them to him.
Sean reached under the counter for a notepad and pen. "What did the other 5 jars look like?"
4 were McCoy's: the picnic basket, a pig, Bobby the baker, and a clown in a barrel. The other 2 were a little lamb by American Bisque Pottery Company and a Cinderella pumpkin coach by Brush Pottery Company.
Sean wrote down the descriptions. "I'll ask around to our dealers, see if anyone knows anything about the jars. If someone stole them from Laurel Wreath, they could be shopping them around to sell on consignment."
Clara said, "It's possible you're reading too much into the cookie jar. After all, it is just a cookie jar, and it was in Brett's kitchen, which is appropriate, even for someone as OCD as Brett." "I know, Ma, but it was a stolen cookie jar. What was it doing in his house? And there's also the purple pawn. I ran into Sabrina Dolan at Java Jitters before I got here, and she told me I should talk to her father's housekeeper, Iris Jefferson. She said Iris collects cookie jars and plays board games."
Sean said, "Well, it sounds like you've already solved the case. Iris killed Brett, and she left a nice calling card behind to prove it."
Molly looked at him. "What?"
"The cookie jar and a pawn from a game. Sabrina figured it all out."
Clara said, "He's joking, dear. Aren't you, Sean?"
"Actually, I think it's Sabrina who's joking," he said. "You ask me, she sounds like she doesn't like Iris, and she's trying to get her in trouble."
"You could be right," Molly said. "Sabrina said she fired Iris because she thinks she stole $40 from her. But I don't think Iris could have killed Brett. I saw her at the auction yesterday. She can't weigh more than 100 pounds.
"Does Lombardi know about Iris?"
"Not yet," Molly said.
"I saw Sabrina 10 minutes ago. Anyway, I'm not officially on the case. Anything I do, I'm doing as a reporter."
"And what exactly are you doing?"
"Talking to people," Molly said.
"I have to write an article about the auction anyway. Who better to talk to all the people Brett's been around over the last few months? I thought I'd drop by the Dolan's house and talk to everyone who works there. Atlas told me I could." "You met Atlas Dolan?" Molly told them about the auction and meeting the famous actor. Clara fanned her face when she told her how handsome he was in person. "He's even better looking than he is on the big screen," Molly said. "And his wife is a knockout. Which isn't all that surprising, I suppose, since he's rich and famous. Why would he marry anyone who wasn't gorgeous?" Sean said,
"Love comes to mind."
Clara sighed. "My darling husband," she said, and kissed him. Sean beamed. Clara turned to Molly. "This is all very exciting, but now I have to be your mother and remind you that you've had some very dangerous encounters with criminals in the past, and if Brett's death does turn out to be murder, you're going to be back in the thick of it. Don't forget, your life has changed since you had Tyler. It isn't only about you and Matt anymore. I promise, Ma, I'll be super careful. If I do uncover something important, I'll let Lombardi know right away." "Even as a child, you had strong convictions," Clara said. "You've never backed down from doing what's right in your mind, which is why I know my warning is futile. You won't listen to me." "I always listen to you," Molly said. "But you don't always take my advice." The bell on the door jingled, saving Molly from having to reply. Herschel Sheridan had walked in, and he was someone she wanted to see.
"Hello, everyone," Herschel said. "Molly, nice to see you. Is Tyler here?"
"No, not today," Molly said. "You're looking well." Herschel was in his late 70s, but looked 10 years younger. He credited his good health to walking 4 miles a day and limiting his sweets to 1 cookie per day. Molly didn't know how he did it. It wasn't even noon yet, and she'd already consumed a plate of French toast and a slice of strawberry rhubarb pie.
"Better than poor Brett Hamilton," he said. "Have you all heard the news?"
"Yes, we have," Sean said.
"We were just discussing it." "I was at Laurel Wreath last night," Herschel said. "Brett showed me a Dahlgren bayonet knife. He didn't seem ill. I can't imagine what happened. The news report I heard didn't say how he died."
Molly, Clara, and Sean were silent. They all knew how Brett died, but they weren't going to give out any information to Herschel without Lombardi's blessing. "I saw Julian this morning," Molly said. "He told me you passed on the knife."
"Yes, it's too bad, since I would have loved to have added it to my inventory, but Brett was asking a steep price, and he wouldn't come down."
"Do you know if he had another buyer coming in?"
"I have no idea," Herschel said. "He didn't say much. He seemed preoccupied."
He was preoccupied with Helen's disappearance, Molly thought. "Do you remember what he did with the knife when you were done looking at it?"
"He put it back in its sheath,"
Herschel said. "Did he put it in a box?"
"I don't remember."
"Did you notice anyone hanging around his office? Was there someone waiting to see him?" Herschel thought a moment.
"There was no one hanging around his office, but I did see Julian and another clerk, a young woman with long blonde braided hair. She was talking to a customer."
He had described Sabrina. "Do you know who the braided girl was talking to?"
"No, I've never seen the girl before, but I can describe her. She had short brown hair and the most enormous brown eyes. It's not easy to forget those eyes. They were like the eyes of a doe. Rather sad and soulful, I thought."
Now he's describing Iris, Molly thought. She must have gone back to Laurel Wreath to try to talk to Sabrina again. "Did you happen to overhear their conversation?"
"No, I was on my way out the door," Herschel said. "But why are you asking? What do you know that they're not telling me?"
Clara and Sean suddenly busied themselves with the absinthe glasses. They were going to leave this to Molly. "Brett's death appears to be a suicide," Molly said. "But it's not for sharing with anyone until you hear it's been made public."
"Of course, I understand," Herschel said. "But suicide? I have to say, I'm shocked to hear it. Brett didn't seem suicidal last night. He told me he was pleased with how the auction went. He thought it was going to do wonders for Laurel Wreath, not to mention his reputation."
He sighed heavily.
"I suppose you never really know what's going on inside someone's head, do you?"
Chapter 9. Starling and Tyler were on the backyard patio sitting in the shade of the table umbrella when Molly got home. Starling was reading a book, and Tyler was in his outdoor playpen, surrounded by stuffed animals. Molly lifted him up, gave him a cuddle and a kiss, and pulled out a chair to sit down.
"What have you two been up to?"
Starling put her book on the table. "We took a long walk this morning and played with that new toy Clara gave him. The animal book where you press on the animals and they make all the appropriate sounds. No offense to your mom, but it's starting to get on my nerves." Molly laughed.
"It's supposed to be educational," she said, bouncing Tyler on her knee.
"I hope it's all right. I told your mother about Brett," Starling said. "I stopped by the treasure trove to see her and Sean, and we talked about it. Uncle Matt said you were going over to Brett's house this morning. What was it like?"
"Terrible," Molly said. "I'm not buying it's a suicide."
She told her about Helen and Jasper, the cookie jar and pawn, and her conversations with Helen, Sabrina, and Herschel. "I'm learning things about Brett I didn't know, and don't like. I think he might have used Sabrina and Helen to get Atlas to sign up with him for the auction. Of course, if it is true, that means Sabrina and Helen both had a motive to kill him, if they felt he'd betrayed them. I also think the whole Jasper story Helen told us could be a ruse. Maybe she and Brett weren't such a happy couple, and she killed him with Jasper's help. Or maybe Sabrina, knowing about Jasper, enticed him to come to Vermont to try to win Helen back," Starling said. "If Helen had agreed to go to California with him, that would have ended her relationship with Brett, and Sabrina could have another shot at him. But maybe I'm wrong, because why would Helen want to go back to her ex-con ex-husband?" "She didn't want to press charges against him, which tells me she might still have feelings for him," Molly said. "Maybe Jasper went to the farmhouse to confront Brett, not meaning to kill him, but something happened and he did kill him, and then he tried to cover it up by making it look like a suicide." Molly looked at her. "I had no idea you had a mind for solving murders," she said. "Is this a new interest of yours, or have you been hanging around me too long and I'm a bad influence?" Starling held up the book she was reading. "It's a mystery by Anne Cleeves," she said. She's one of my favorite authors, along with Agatha Christie, of course. I love trying to figure out who did it. I didn't say anything to you or Uncle Matt because I didn't want you to think I wanted to be Tyler's nanny so I could be close to the action, so to speak. But I've read all your articles about the murders you've solved, and I think you're pretty amazing." She smiled, and her eyes were bright. She reminded Molly of herself. "Is there anything I can do to help?" "You're doing it right now, by listening to me and tossing out ideas," Molly said. "I appreciate having you as a sounding board. My mother's always helped me this way, and Matt has too. Even Sean's getting in on it. Good grief, I think I've converted the whole family." Starling laughed. "Wait until Tyler gets old enough to start solving mysteries," she said. "He'll probably want to help too." "Don't tell my mother," Molly said. She heard her phone ringing in the house. "Excuse me, I better get that." She handed Tyler to Starling and opened the screen door to the kitchen. Her phone was on the counter. Lombardi was calling. "Please tell me you've arrested Jasper," she said. "I wish I could," Lombardi said. "But he isn't at the motel, and there's no sign of him at Helen's. The motel manager said he checked in 3 weeks ago and paid in cash through next Friday." "He's been here that long? That means he could have stolen the cookie jars." "There's no sign of any cookie jars in his room," he said. "However, we did find his duffel bag, which is filled with his clothes. And there's a backpack with pieces of rope, a roll of duct tape, a hatchet, shovel, and a disposable razor blade." Molly's eyebrows shot up. "Why does he need a hatchet and a shovel?" "I'm thinking whatever he was planning to do to Helen, it might have gone far beyond tying her up." "Oh my God," Molly said. "That destroys a theory Starling and I were discussing. I told her how I ran into Sabrina at Java Jitters, and we thought maybe she'd planned on reuniting a lovelorn Jasper with his long-lost lady love so Helen would go back to California with him, and then she could have Brett all to herself. But if Jasper was planning to kill Helen, that changes everything." "We don't know anything for certain, but the contents of his backpack are suspicious," he said. "When did you talk to Sabrina?" "Right after I left the hospital," Molly said. "I'll tell you about it in a minute. First, I want to know what else you found." "That's it for the motel room," he said. "Jasper did rent a car, but it's not here." "Have you told Helen?" "I just got off the phone with her," he said. "I told her not to go home, and she said she called Atlas, and he told her she could stay with them. It turns out the Dolans have a 2-bedroom apartment over the garage for their bodyguard and driver, Holt Garrido. Holt is going to pick Helen up at 3, drive her to her house so she can pack a suitcase, and then take her to the Dolans to stay at his place in the extra room. I'm having a squad car meet them there, in case Jasper is lurking about." "You're still at the motel?" "Yeah. I've got door knockers out talking to guests and employees, but so far no one remembers seeing Jasper. The problem is, the Crescent Moon isn't your average motel. It's 12 cabins in the middle of the woods, and of course Jasper's is the most remote. Chief Taylor did approve a surveillance team, so they'll be setting up in one of the nearby cabins in case he comes back. In the meantime, I've got a bolo out on him. Hopefully, he's picked up soon." "If Jasper was planning on killing Helen, why would he care if she was dating Brett? Why keep her tied up all night? Why not kill her and get it over with?" "Maybe he got cold feet and couldn't go through with it," he said. "And then what? He went to Brett's house and killed him instead?" "At this early stage in the investigation, we don't have any evidence that he was ever at the farmhouse," he said. "I'm also not willing to write Helen off as a possible suspect if it turns out Brett's death wasn't a suicide. I don't like her being there, or how she didn't talk to us until Jasper had plenty of time to hightail it out of the state." Molly heard someone in the background say something to him. "I'll be with you in a minute," he told the person. Then to Molly, "Sorry about that. I'm going to be here a while. Tell me about your convo with Sabrina. Is there something I should know?" "I don't know if it's important or not, but I'm pretty sure Sabrina was in love with Brett. And she could have felt betrayed when he started dating Helen. She introduced them in the park, and he asked Helen out the very next day." "Ouch. That had to smart." "She also thinks Brett used her to get to her father, and moved on to Helen when she failed.
Ah, true love. You think she murdered him because he started dating Helen?
It's petty, I know, but unrequited love is often a motive for murder, not to mention pure old jealousy. Again, she heard the voice in the background. One more thing before you go, she said. Sabrina told me to talk to Iris Jefferson, her father's housekeeper, about the cookie jar and the pawn, because she has a cookie jar collection and plays board games. Iris used to work for Sabrina, but she got fired because Sabrina accused her of stealing $40 from her. I'm not sure it's true. I think Sabrina is being spiteful, blaming Iris, but I thought I probably should talk to Iris.
Does she have a motive to kill Brett?
I have no idea. I'll stop by to see Atlas tomorrow, and while I'm there, I'll see if I can talk to her, and anyone else who works there. Although I'm wondering, how do you get in to see a celebrity? Do I walk up to the front door and ring the doorbell? Or do I need to make an appointment?
I'd show up unannounced, he said. If they know you're coming, it gives them time to prepare answers to any questions you might ask.
Good idea. I'll do that, she said. I'll tell them I'm asking questions for my article.
Let me know if you find out anything, he said.
You sound like you're coming over to my side, and you do think Brett was murdered.
I can't ignore Jasper being here, and what he allegedly did to Helen, he said. But I'm still waiting for the official report from the medical examiner before I open a murder investigation. Still, if you are going out to the Dolans, be careful.
I will be, I promise, she said. I also need a little favor from you.
What is it?
Another address, she said. Atlas Dolan's home is unlisted.
Chapter 10.
The Sandy Point community where Atlas Dolan lived was a development of homes built in the mid-50s as an affordable housing option for young couples. Over the last 2 decades, as the population grew and the area's wealth increased, so did the prices. Molly checked one realtor's website and found a house currently on the market for $500,000. It was a modest split level built in 1956, and it wasn't even on the lake, although the listing did say it had a peekaboo view of the lake from an upstairs bathroom window. Was that worth $500,000? Molly didn't think so. If she was going to pay that kind of money for a house, it would have to be on the lake with a real view. As a celebrity, Atlas's address was a closely guarded secret, but Lombardi was able to find it for her. There was only one street, a narrow one-way road shaped like a horseshoe sloping toward the lake, with one way in and out to the main road. Molly drove slowly. The homes on each side of the road were professionally landscaped, and the cars she saw in some of the driveways were all high-end luxury models. Many of the original homes had been torn down and replaced by new builds, like Atlas's home. It was also the only house on the block surrounded by an 8-foot-high black iron fence. With the motor idling, Molly took a good look at it. Large and modern, it was painted dark gray with white trim and had a black metal roof. The garage was for 3 cars, and the level above, which she assumed was Holt's apartment, had a long row of windows overlooking the driveway. Helen would be staying there until Jasper was apprehended. Across the street, she saw the house where Sabrina was living. It was one of the originals, a 2-story cape painted a cheery yellow with a red front door. White flower boxes beneath the windows were filled with colorful blooms, and there were old, tall trees on the property. It was not gated and had no garage. And since there wasn't a car parked in the driveway, Molly wondered if Sabrina was already out looking for a new job. Turning back to the imposing black iron gate, she noticed a call box on the gatepost and powered down her window. She pressed the call button, and a moment later a female voice came over the intercom. "Who is it?"
"Helen?"
"No. Who is it?" "Sorry, I thought you were Helen. My name is Molly Appleby. I met Atlas yesterday at the auction. I was hoping I could talk to him." "One moment." 4 minutes later, just as Molly was getting ready to press the call button again, the iron gates began to open. She drove through them down a driveway that widened in front of the garage. Off to the side was an area reserved for guests and employees. Molly parked next to a shiny new silver Ford Focus, and as she was getting out of the car, she heard the front door open behind her. Iris stood there wearing the same outfit she'd worn yesterday: black slacks, white shirt, and comfortable black sneakers. Most likely her work uniform. Molly walked over to her and smiled. "You're Iris, right? I saw you at the auction yesterday." "Shush." Iris put her index finger to her lips. "The baby's sleeping," she said quietly. Molly walked into an open-concept house with high ceilings and polished cherry floors, covered in Persian rugs that probably cost more than her Audi. Off the entryway was the living/dining room. It was furnished in an eclectic blend of Chinese black lacquer chests and what looked like original Duncan Fife furniture. Molly knew the dining table alone could easily sell for over $100,000. She wasn't sure how these two styles ended up working together, but somehow they did, possibly because Atlas had a limitless cash supply and could hire the most talented decorators in the country. If she'd tried something like that at home, it would have turned into a decorating disaster. As Iris closed the front door, Molly said quietly, "I was wondering if I could talk to you after I speak to Atlas." Iris ignored her and started down the hall, leaving Molly no choice but to follow her. They went past a modern kitchen and out a pair of French doors, where a brick patio ran across the rear of the house. Beyond the patio was a formal garden and a small private beach. A warm breeze was coming off the lake, and in the distance, Molly could hear the murmur of powerboats. Whitney was sunbathing on a lounge chair near the end of the patio and lifted her head as Iris brought Molly to her. She pushed herself into an upright position and adjusted her tiny red string bikini top. Bug-eyed dark sunglasses were perched on her nose, and she pushed them up to the top of her head. "Iris says you want to talk to Atlas." "Yes, I was hoping to interview him for the magazine," Molly said. "I'm writing an article about the auction, and after what happened to Brett, I thought I'd write a tribute piece to him." "Holt picked Helen up from the hospital yesterday afternoon." "Yes, I know. It's very kind of you to let her stay here." Whitney frowned. "She's only staying here because the police won't let her go home until they find her good-for-nothing ex-husband. I am not, and I repeat, not happy about any of this. It's very upsetting." She turned to Iris. "Don't just stand there looking like little Bo Peep. Get us some iced tea and check to make sure Katie's still asleep." "Yes, ma'am," Iris said. Iris walked away, and Whitney crossed her long, tan legs at the ankles. "Sabrina's car died this morning," she said. "Atlas and Holt have taken her to the car dealership to get it fixed." She waved a hand at Molly. "Please, sit down. You're making me nervous standing there." The patio furniture was wrought iron with thick cushions. Without asking, Molly opened the umbrella and pulled one of the chairs into its shade. She had a fair complexion and didn't want to sit in the sun without sunscreen on. "Do you know when Atlas will be back?" "I couldn't say," Whitney said. "But you're welcome to wait." "Thank you," Molly said. "Perhaps while I'm waiting I could interview you?" "I'm not sure I want to be interviewed," Whitney said. "Atlas doesn't like me talking to the press." "I'm writing a piece on the auction and on Brett. I'm not going to delve into your personal life, if that's your concern." "Well, in that case, what do you want to ask me?" "Were you involved in the auction in any way?" Whitney laughed. "Involved? My biggest contribution was to persuade Atlas to sign on the dotted line. The man has so many antiques, it's ridiculous. When we were designing this house, I insisted he designate a separate room to put them all in. I call it his museum room. The truth is, I don't like antique furniture or jewelry or whatever. I think it's all creepy." "Creepy in what way?" "All these old things belong to other people," Whitney said. "Who knows what kind of bad mojo they have around them? I'll put up with some of the furniture, but that's it. I won't even wear old jewelry." Molly was amazed. The antiques she had seen on the auction block had been far from creepy. They were works of art. "Were you around when Brett was planning the auction with Atlas?" "Brett was here, but I wasn't involved with any of it. You'd need to talk to Atlas and Helen." Whitney sighed. "Of course, Atlas took forever to make up his mind about which pieces he was going to part with. You'd think they were his children and someone was wrenching them out of his arms. I told him to stop dragging his feet and just do it. I said, if you want to keep collecting, You've got to get rid of some of this stuff, because we're not building a second museum room." Molly wondered how a man like Atlas, who had collected antiques for over 30 years, lived with a woman who hated what he loved. They were certainly an odd couple. "What was your opinion of Brett?" "He seemed like a nice enough man," Whitney said. "Atlas said he knew a lot about antiques and trusted him to do a good job with the auction. We were shocked when Helen told us he'd killed himself. Do you know why he did it?" "No, I don't," Molly said. "Neither does Helen, which seems strange to me. How could she be dating the man and not see this coming?" "You saw them together. Did you think it was getting serious?" "No, but I'm not friends with my husband's secretary, so it's not like we ever discussed it." Whitney's eyes shifted toward the house. "Speaking of Helen..." Molly turned and saw Helen coming toward them from around the side of the house. She was dressed for work in tan slacks and a long-sleeved navy blue blouse, which covered her bandaged wrists. "Hello, Molly," she said. "I just came downstairs to work and saw you on the security monitor. What are you doing here? Have you come to tell me the police found Jasper?" Whitney replied before Molly could. "She's here to interview Atlas about the auction and to write a piece about Brett. I told her Atlas and Holt took Sabrina to get her car fixed." Helen pulled out a chair and sat down. She sighed deeply, and Molly could see there were dark circles under her eyes. "I couldn't sleep at all last night," she said. "I kept thinking about Brett, and I'm worried about Jasper." "You're worried about him?" Whitney scoffed. "Why would you worry about a man who kidnapped you?" "Because the police have taken everything I told them the wrong way," Helen said. "I'm afraid they think he's somehow involved in Brett's death." Molly said, "As Detective Lombardi told you, he committed a crime when he held you against your will. There's no getting out of it. And you did say he threatened to harm Brett." "I never should have told the police what happened to me," Helen said. "Jasper will go to jail again, won't he?" "Probably," Molly said. "I loved him once," Helen said quietly. "He's a good man. It was the drugs that changed him. I'm sure he had nothing to do with what happened to Brett." Molly wished she could tell her about the contents of Jasper's backpack. That might change her opinion about this good man. But it wasn't her call. Lombardi would decide what information he wanted to release. "You look like you're dressed and ready for work," Molly said. "Yes, I couldn't sit around Holt's apartment all day, thinking about things. Besides, Atlas needs my help with the media. A few major networks have already called this morning and left messages, and a reporter for the Burlington Free Press wants an interview. I'm going to have to work on a press release." Whitney said, "Tell them no comment and be done with it." "If only it was that easy," Helen said. "Somehow they got wind of my ties to Brett and Jasper, and they know I work for Atlas. And since the police haven't ruled on the cause of death, I can tell they're getting suspicious, thinking there's some kind of scandal going on. They won't stop hounding Atlas, or me, until they get a statement." Whitney made a face. "Honestly, I don't see why we have to get dragged into your mess," she said. "Brett was your boyfriend, and Jasper was your ex-husband. They've got nothing to do with us." She swung her legs over the side of the lounge chair and stood up. "Where on earth is Iris with the iced tea? I'm sorry, Molly. I'm getting a stress headache and need to lie down." She slipped her bare feet into flip-flops decorated with rhinestone studs and walked off like a model with her shoulders back and her head held high. If she hadn't been wearing the flip-flops, Molly thought she could have easily pulled off a runway catwalk, but the clack, clack, clack of rubber soles ruined the effect. As she reached the French doors, one opened suddenly, and she almost ran into Iris. "Get out of my way!" Iris stepped back fast, the tray in her hands teetering, iced tea splashing over the sides of two tall glasses. Molly was amazed how she managed to keep the glasses from flying off the tray as Whitney pushed by her into the house. She walked over to the table and set the tray down. "Helen, would you like Whitney's tea? Or should I take it inside?" "I'll drink it," Helen said. "Thank you, Iris." Molly said, "Iris, before you go, could I talk to you?" Iris glanced at Helen. "I have work to do," she said. Helen pulled out a chair. "It's all right,"
she said. "You can talk to Molly." Iris sat on the edge of one of the chairs. Her feet were planted flat, her hands were folded in her lap, and she looked like she wanted to bolt out of there as fast as she could. "I write for Collectors Weekly," Molly said. "And I understand you collect cookie jars. I've been thinking about writing an article on them and would love to hear about your collection." Molly thought it best to start with a non-threatening subject. It was a good way to ease Iris into talking about cookie jars, board games, and Brett. "I don't know much about them," Iris said. "How many do you have?" "I'm not sure," Iris said. 15, 20, maybe. "Have you bought any new ones recently at Laurel Wreath?" Iris seemed to stiffen in the chair. "No," she said. "But you like to shop there?" "Yes, of course," Iris said. "It's a beautiful store. I love all the antiques." "I heard there were 6 cookie jars stolen from Laurel Wreath a few weeks ago," Molly said in a confidential tone. "Did you hear about it?" Iris nodded. Molly went on. "You know what's really strange? The police found one of those cookie jars in Brett's house. It's a McCoy cookie jar shaped like a picnic basket, and it had a pawn piece from a game in it. Do you remember seeing that jar at the shop?" "No, I don't," Iris said. "Brett's death is so sad, and such a loss," Molly said. "I'm asking anyone who knew him, even a little, if they noticed any change in his demeanor lately, if he seemed depressed or upset about anything." Iris looked at her. "I wouldn't know," she said. "I barely knew him, and didn't talk to him a lot." "You tried to talk to Sabrina at the auction yesterday," Molly said. "Why didn't she want to talk to you?" I just wanted to say hello to her, that's all," Iris said. But her gaze shifted to Helen, and Molly realized her mistake. She shouldn't have questioned her in front of her supervisor. Iris suddenly stood up. "Bonnie's off today, and I have to keep an eye on Katie." She walked away fast, leaving Molly to stare after her. Helen said, "Iris isn't much of a conversationalist." "Who's Bonnie?" "The nanny," Helen said. "When she's not here, and today is her day off, Iris pitches in." "Is babysitting part of her job description?" "No, but Atlas does pay her for it. Just don't tell Whitney. She doesn't think Iris should get paid for watching Katie. She thinks Atlas pays his staff too much as it is." Molly picked up her glass and took a sip of the iced tea. It was icy cold and sweet, and had a mint leaf floating in it. It reminded her of the sun tea her grandmother still made. "This tea is delicious," she said. "Dominic Farrell, the family's chef, makes the tea. He makes everything." Molly drank down half the glass. "I'm curious about Iris," she said. "She seems young to be the housekeeper for someone as famous as Atlas." "She is young, but on a professional level she's very efficient," Helen said. "She pays attention to details, and you never have to tell her to do something twice." "And on a personal level?" "She's very naive, especially when it comes to men. Just last week, Brett had to come to her defense at the shop." "Really? What happened?" "I'd asked Holt to deliver some boxes from the house, and Iris came with him. As soon as I saw her, I knew she was upset about something. I asked her what was wrong, but she wouldn't tell me. So I asked Holt, and he said Iris was making a scene on the drive over because he'd broken up with her, and she couldn't handle it." Helen shook her head. "I tell you, Molly, I was shocked. I had no idea there was anything going on between them. Iris should have known better, but she's so innocent. I suppose he easily seduced her. Anyway, he started to make fun of Iris, and Brett told Holt to apologize to her. But Holt told him where he could go, and I thought they were going to start punching each other, which would have been a complete disaster, since Holt is a bodybuilder, and you know Brett was as skinny as a scarecrow. So there we all were, Iris crying, Holt refusing to apologize, and Brett about to do something very stupid. I yelled at Holt to leave at once, and he started to go, but then he changed his mind. He just had to get in a few last digs at Iris. He started calling her terrible names, and was laughing at her and humiliating her in front of everyone." She set her glass on the table. "When I drove Iris back later, I asked her how she got mixed up with him.
She said he'd been following her around the house for months while she worked, sweet-talking her, making all kinds of promises, until she believed he really did care for her. Did you tell Atlas? No, but I warned Holt to stay away from her, Helen said. I told him it could never happen again, not with Iris, or with anyone else on staff, ever. He promised it wouldn't. You should report him to Atlas, Molly said. Holt does a good job for the Dolans, Helen said, sounding defensive. He chauffeurs them, runs errands, and takes care of all the security. And I know Atlas. He doesn't want to deal with this sort of thing. It's my job to take care of staff issues. Staff issues? He sexually harassed Iris. Drop it, Molly. I've taken care of Iris. You don't have to worry about her. What do you mean you've taken care of her? Did you pay her off or something? Helen looked at her. I told you about this because you were asking about Iris, and I wanted you to know how wonderful Brett was. Not just to me, but to her and everyone else he came into contact with. If you're going to write an article about him, you should know how much he cared. He barely knew Iris, yet he stood up for her against a bully like Holt. She pushed her chair back and stood. I have to get back to work. That press release isn't going to write itself. If you like, I can schedule a time for you to talk to Atlas. I don't know when he'll be back. Where did he take Sabrina's car to be fixed? Baxter Audi, Helen said. That's my car dealership, Molly said. I'll stop by and see if he's there. I'll give him a call to let him know you're coming, Helen said. Chapter 11. Molly followed Helen down a flagstone path that went around the side of the house. Helen stopped in front of a door marked Office. The path continues on to the parking area, Helen said. She opened the door, and Molly caught a glimpse of a hallway. Is this how you get to Holt's apartment? Yes, and my office, and Atlas's. Helen looked at Molly. You don't think Brett killed himself, do you? You really think Jasper had something to do with his death? You're not asking questions because you're writing an article. You're helping the police, aren't you? No, I'm not, Molly said. It was only a little white lie, because officially she wasn't on the case. But you're right, I do think his death looks suspicious, and I think you should be careful about proclaiming Jasper's innocence. If there's anything you haven't told the police about Brett, or Jasper, that could be helpful in their investigation, you need to tell them. If Jasper had nothing to do with this, then you have nothing to worry about. Helen lifted her chin. I've told Detective Lombardi everything. I have nothing more to say. Helen shut the door in her face, and Molly shook her head and walked back to her car. As she opened the door, a red Jeep Wrangler came down the drive and parked next to her. The man who got out had a shaved head and wore a tight black t-shirt over baggy black pants. Good morning, he said. Good morning. She watched as he reached into the back of the Wrangler and took out a white chef's jacket. You must be Dominic, the chef. I'm Molly Appleby, a friend of Brett Hamilton's. He closed the car door and turned to her. I was really sorry to hear about Brett. Did you come to see Helen? I just spoke to her, and Whitney, and Iris, Molly said. Did you know Brett? No, not really, he said. He was at the house meeting with Atlas about the auction, and I served him lunch a couple of times. He told me how he liked my cooking. It was nice to hear. When you work as a personal chef, the people you cook for start to take you for granted, and you don't hear thank you very often. When was the last time you saw him? I'm not sure, maybe last Thursday or Friday. He was with Helen most of the day. In Atlas's museum room? You know about that? Whitney told me. Yeah, it's where Atlas keeps his collections. How did his mood seem? Was he happy or sad, stressed, anxious? I couldn't tell you, he said. Like I said, I didn't really know him, so it's hard to say. I didn't even talk to him that day. I saw him going upstairs with Helen. The museum room is on the second level? Yes. What did you think about Helen and Brett as a couple? Dominic looked at her. I'm sorry, but can I ask why you're asking all these questions? Molly gave him a business card. I'm a friend of Brett's, but I'm also a writer for Collectors Weekly, and I'm writing an article on the auction and on Brett. I'm asking a lot of questions because I'm having a hard time understanding why he would take his own life.
Oh, okay, sure, I get it, he said. You're trying to figure it out. I don't blame you. I'm not good friends with Helen, so it's not like she confides in me, but as far as I could tell, she was in love.
What about Brett? Do you think he was in love with her?
I really don't know, he said, and glanced at his watch. I have to get lunch started.
Before you go, can you tell me how you got this job? I'm curious.
Sure. I was working for friends of Atlas, and they were moving to Colorado around the same time he was moving here. They told him I was available, and he hired me. I feel very fortunate. Atlas is a big deal.
Is he also a good boss?
Oh, yeah. He's generous with pay and benefits.
He jerked his thumb at the silver Ford Focus on the other side of her car.
He gave that car to Iris last Christmas.
Molly's eyebrows shot up. He gave her a car? Dominic nodded.
Atlas thought the one she was driving was too dangerous for the road, and he knew she couldn't afford a new one.
You're right, he is very generous, Molly said. How do you like working for Whitney?
She's okay in my book, he said. She was a pastry chef before she married Atlas, so she's been in the restaurant business and knows what she wants. In a way, it makes my job easier. We get along all right.
Does she get along with everyone on staff? He hesitated before answering.
As long as you're doing your job, Whitney doesn't give you any grief. But you better not screw up. Then there's hell to pay.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah. She thought the first nanny they hired let Katie cry too long, which was a big no-no, and Whitney fired her. Bonnie Blair, the new nanny, has a ton of experience with kids, and Katie and Whitney both love her, so no problems there.
What can you tell me about Holt Garrido?
Dominic laughed. Can I be blunt?
Yes, please, she said.
Holt is a man without scruples, he said. Since I've been here, he's hooked up with so many women I've lost count. And last St. Patrick's Day, when I was out with my girlfriend, he hit on her.
In front of you?
Oh, yeah. Nora and I were at Finnerty's bar when Holt showed up and zeroed in on her like a heat-seeking missile. He acted like I didn't even exist. I didn't want to leave her alone with him, but before we left, I had to use the restroom. On the way home, Nora tells me he hit on her as soon as I walked away. He told her if she wanted to meet him later that night, he'd come over to her place, and I never had to know. She laughed in his face, told him we lived together, so that might be a problem. She couldn't believe he had the nerve to talk to her that way. But I wasn't surprised. He's like a feral animal.
Did you say anything to him about it later?
No way.
Dominic shook his head.
Holt can bench press 300 pounds without breaking a sweat. I'm not going to be his punching bag. I do my best to avoid him.
Isn't that hard to do, since he works here and lives over the garage?
I'm in the kitchen most of the day, and he's out doing his thing for the Dolans, or working out at the gym. I can usually steer clear of him.
Did you know Iris was seeing him?
Helen told me, after a thing that happened at Laurel Wreath, he said. I felt bad for Iris. She's so shy and quiet. Holt totally took advantage of her. I thought it was cool how Brett stood up for her.
I agree, it was, Molly said. Do you know anything about Iris's cookie jar collection? He looked surprised by the change in direction.
Cookie jars? I didn't even know she had any until Atlas gave her one on her birthday, he said. Atlas likes to celebrate staff birthdays. I bake the cake, we all get together in his office, and he gives a gift.
He glanced at his watch again.
I'm sorry, but I really have to go. Whitney's having a couple of her friends over.
Of course, I won't keep you another second, Molly said.
Chapter 12. Baxter Audi Service Center's waiting room had two 60-inch flat-screen televisions and a coffee bar with complimentary bagels and donuts. Molly found Atlas sitting far away from the televisions on a leather sofa, reading a newspaper and drinking a cup of coffee. He was dressed casually in chino shorts and a blue polo shirt, his feet sockless in boat shoes. A Red Sox baseball cap was pulled down low on his forehead, as if this would help him remain anonymous. It wasn't working. Almost everyone in the waiting room was surreptitiously glancing at him out of the corner of their eyes. He looked up as Molly came over, and as he recognized her, he flashed his 1,000-watt smile. "Helen called to tell me you were going to stop by," he said. "I'm sorry I wasn't home."
"I hope I'm not interrupting you," she said.
"Not at all. Sit down."
He scooted over and Molly sat beside him on the sofa. His smile dimmed, and he lowered his voice.
"This news about Brett is tragic. Poor Helen. She's not having an easy time of it."
"It's very nice of you to let her stay at your house," she said. He waved a hand in the air dismissively.
"It's nothing. The least we can do."
Molly looked around the room. "I don't see Sabrina. Is she here?"
"No, she took a loaner over to Juniper Hill Stables to ride her horse. She's having a hard time coping with the news, too. She really loved working at Laurel Wreath. I told her to go for a ride and clear her head."
"You're worried about her," she said.
"Yes, well, my daughter is emotionally fragile, and Brett's death might have unintended consequences."
"Such as?"
"Depression, anxiety," he said. "She's struggled with it in the past."
He folded the newspaper and set it down on the side table.
"I've always been at the root of her problems. She blames me when things go wrong, says I should have been around more when she was growing up. Maybe I should have, but I didn't have a 9-to-5 job. I tried to make up for lost time when I was home, but nothing I did seemed to make her happy. It got worse when she was a teenager. She started running with a wild crowd. They were a bad influence with the drink and the drugs."
"I'm sorry to hear it," she said. He looked surprised.
"You didn't know?"
"No, I didn't," she said.
"You must not read the tabloids," he said. "If you did, you would know the last time Sabrina made headlines was 2 years ago. She was arrested in Rome for jumping naked into a fountain. I had to fly to Italy and beg the police to drop the charges against her. It was only because of my celebrity status that they agreed to. When we got home, I told her I'd had enough of her deadbeat boyfriends, the drugs, the alcohol abuse, all of it. Whitney and I had just gotten married and had a baby on the way, and I was done with the drama. I told her I was going to retire from acting and move to Vermont, and if she wanted to start over, she could join us. Imagine my surprise when she said she would. I thought, finally, she's decided it's time to grow up."
"The move has been good for her?"
"Getting the job at Laurel Wreath was good for her," he said. "I saw the change in her right away. For the first time, she actually liked going to a job. And that's why I'm worried about her. I don't want her to backslide into old habits."
"Perhaps you should encourage her to use the skills she's learned from Brett to restore furniture. If you like, I can do some asking around. There are some other dealers I know who are branching out to restoration. They might give her a job."
"Thank you, Molly. I'll talk to Sabrina about it first, and let you know. I wouldn't want her to think we're plotting behind her back."
He picked up his coffee cup and took a sip.
"Helen said you wanted to interview me for an article about the auction, and you're doing a separate piece on Brett. What would you like to know?"
"Well, obviously you spent a lot of time with him recently, and I was wondering how he was to work with. Also, on a more personal level, if you saw any signs that he was troubled."
"Brett's knowledge about antiques was vast and impressive," he said. "He had a real appreciation for my collections. I trusted him, and thought he handled the auction well. As for his personal life, I didn't see a hint of any depression or anything else that would have made me think he'd take his own life. I know Helen doesn't believe her ex-husband is involved in what happened, but I'm not so sure. And considering Helen works for me, I have to ask you, do you think she had anything to do with Brett's death?"
"Honestly, I don't know," she said. Atlas frowned.
"That's not the answer I wanted to hear," he said. "She's living under my roof, and Whitney isn't thrilled about it. She's worried Jasper is going to come after Helen again, and if he gets onto the property, he'll kill us all in our beds. I told her she has to stop worrying so much, but ever since Katie was born, she's become paranoid about our safety. She got it into her head someone might try to kidnap the baby and insisted Holt live on the property with us. I had to have the builder add another door from his apartment to our upstairs hallway in case of emergency."
"May I ask how you two met?"
"I have Holt to thank," he said. "I was feeling down one night, and he suggested I try a new restaurant. So I went out to dinner, and, as it turned out, Whitney was also eating there alone. The hostess sat me next to her. We started talking. I soon realized she was not only beautiful, but smart and talented. We ended up eating dinner together.
It was love at first sight, she said.
I suppose it was, he said.
I met Dominic, your chef. He told me Whitney was a pastry chef before you married.
Yes, she worked at the Vine. It's a trendy Hollywood restaurant, popular with the A-list crowd. I like to tease her that I married her for her chocolate cake.
Is it true you gave Iris a car for Christmas?
Yes, I did, he said. Whitney was complaining about her old car. She said it was an eyesore parked in front of our house, and I either had to fire Iris or get her a new car. I knew Iris couldn't afford a new car, so I bought her one.
Molly was stunned. Whitney wanted to fire Iris because she didn't have the right kind of car?
It was rusted and the paint was faded, he said. In case you're wondering, I gave the rest of my staff a big end-of-year bonus, so no one would feel slighted.
Dominic told me you gave Iris a cookie jar for her birthday. How did you know she collected them?
When I interviewed her for the job as housekeeper, I told her about my collections and the importance of cleaning them carefully. She told me she understood, that she had a small cookie jar collection, and it was very special to her. When her birthday came around this year, I thought it would make a nice gift. I asked Brett to find one for me to give her. He found a rare 1950s American bisque cookie jar in the shape of an elephant. The trunk is the handle to remove the lid. It's a real beauty, in excellent condition.
You're a very generous and kind employer, she said.
Well, we didn't have a lot of money when I was growing up, he said. Before I made movies and a lot of money, I was a waiter at a restaurant and a doorman at a swanky hotel. I know what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck. I like to give back to the people who work for me. I really do appreciate all their hard work.
I hope you don't mind me talking to your staff.
Not at all, he said. I can tell you're doing more than writing articles. You're looking for answers.
Yes, I am, she said. I'd like to talk to Holt. I thought he came with you this morning.
He did, but I told him he could go to the gym, he said. There's no point in the two of us sitting around waiting for the car. I'll let Sabrina know when it's ready, and she'll come back and drop off the loaner and give me a ride home.
What gym does Holt go to?
Core Sports Gym, off of Route 7.
A woman came out of one of the glass-enclosed offices and walked over to them. Mr. Dolan, your daughter's car is ready, she said.
Would you like to go over the work that was done? Yes, but give me a moment, he said.
Of course, she said. As she walked away, Atlas turned to Molly.
Do you know why I came here this morning? It wasn't just to help Sabrina. I could have had Holt drive her here. I did it to get away from Whitney for a little while. She was going on and on about Helen and Jasper and Brett's death. I couldn't take it anymore. He sighed. Actually, she's been complaining a lot lately.
About what?
The cold winter she had to endure, the bugs of summer, and not having a Bergdorf Goodman department store close by. She says the social scene here is too provincial for her tastes.
He shook his head wearily.
I take her to New York or Boston every other month to make her happy. She misses living in a big city.
You didn't always live here year-round, she said. How much time did you spend in your other house?
A few weeks a year, he said. I wanted to come here to give Katie something different. More of my time, and life in a slower, more rural setting.
Molly nodded. She understood what he was saying. He didn't want Katie to turn into Sabrina, growing up without him, living a fast lifestyle.
I can't believe I just told you all that, he said. You won't use any of this in your article, will you?
Of course not, she said. As a matter of fact, I'll be happy to share my article with you before it even goes to print. He looked relieved.
Thank you, Molly. I'm sorry if I sounded like I was accusing you of something.
I can only imagine what you've had to put up with over the years with media coverage, she said.
I don't usually let my guard down. You're very easy to talk to.
It's sort of a gift I have, she said. He smiled.
Sort of. No way. I'd say it's the real thing.
Chapter 13. Core Sport Gym was in South Burlington, not far from the Audi dealership. Molly drove there next, hoping to catch Holt before he left. When she inquired at the front desk, however, she was told she'd just missed him. She thought about going back to Atlas's house to see if he'd gone home, but it was almost noon, and she was hungry. She called her mother instead. "Hi, Ma. Are you free for lunch?" "Yes, I am," Clara said. "What time and where?" "How about the Sunshine Cafe? We haven't been there in a while. I'm in my car. I can be there in about 20 minutes. "I'll meet you there," Clara said. The Sunshine Cafe was on St. Paul Street. They specialized in homemade soups, salads, and sandwiches. Clara was already in the booth by the front window reading a menu when Molly arrived. She tossed her bag on the bench and scooted in behind it. "I'm starving," she said, picking up a menu. "What looks good?" "I'm going to have the sandwich special of the day," Clara said. "It's a Reuben on marbled rye with French fries and coleslaw." "Sounds good to me," Molly said. Clara waved down their waitress. "We'll both have the Reuben special, and 2 iced teas with lemon." "No iced tea for me," Molly said before the waitress could run off. "I'll have a lemonade." The waitress went away, and Clara turned to Molly. "You're not having tea?" "I had iced tea at the Dolan's house," Molly said. "It was minty, like Grammy's. I wanted something different. By the way, how is Grammy? I haven't talked to her in a while." "You should call her more often," Clara scolded. "I do call, but most of the time she's impossible to reach. She joined a new ladies' golf league, and she's been playing bridge 3 times a week." "Well, that explains it," Molly said. Her grandmother had an active lifestyle at her senior living condo in North Carolina. After Tyler was born, Molly had asked her if she'd like to move to Vermont to be with them, but her grandmother told her in no uncertain terms she had no intention of giving up her friends and activities in North Carolina. Molly thought the real reason she wouldn't move was her aversion to living anywhere north of the Mason-Dixon line. "Were you able to see Atlas?" Clara asked. "Yes, but in a roundabout way." Molly told her about her meetings with Whitney, Helen, Iris, and Dominic at the Sandy Point house, and how she'd caught up to Atlas at the car dealership. When she was finished, Clara said, "Having a door added to the second floor of their house is unusual." "You think so? I didn't see it that way," Molly said. "He told me Whitney's paranoid about security." "Yes, dear, but he also said it goes directly from Holt's apartment to the second floor, where I presume their bedroom is located." "Ma, what are you implying? Do you think Whitney and Holt are having an affair?" "From what Helen and Dominic told you about him, I think Holt sounds like the kind of man who would have no qualms about seducing the boss's wife. I'd keep this in mind when you do talk to him. Think about it, Molly. If he is involved with Whitney, he wouldn't want that information getting out. And if Brett somehow found out—" Molly stared at her. "You never cease to amaze me," she said. Clara smiled. "Why are you amazed? Where do you think you got your inquisitive nature from? I can tell you it wasn't from your father." Her father, the man they never talked about. Molly would have loved to ask her mother about her father, but from past experience, she knew Clara would only change the subject. She had to be satisfied with the dribs and drabs of information she dropped every now and then. Their waitress returned with their drinks. "Your lunch will be out shortly," she said. "Thank you," Molly said, but the woman had already dashed off. "Everyone is in such a hurry." "I know, dear, it's very tiresome," Clara said. Molly took a sip of her lemonade. "You know, you could be right. If Holt is having an affair with Whitney, Brett could have found out about it. He was spending a lot of time at the Dolan's house, and Dominic told me Atlas's museum room is on the second floor. What if he saw Holt and Whitney in a compromising position? As a bodybuilder, he'd also be strong enough to make Brett's death look like an accident," Clara said. "Yet another reason to be careful when you talk to him. You know who I have to talk to again? Iris. I feel so stupid asking her questions in front of Helen. Of course she didn't want to talk to me. She works under her. I didn't even get to ask her about the pawn piece in the cookie jar. I know you're curious about her, because of the cookie jar and board game connection, but do you really think she could have killed Brett?" "It's hard to see how she could do it on her own," Molly said. "And I have no idea what her motive would have been. If anything, she should have been appreciative to Brett for standing up for her to Holt. Unless she didn't appreciate it, Clara said. Perhaps she's still in love with Holt, and she resented Brett's interference. Perhaps, but more likely I could see someone like Holt, who sounds hot-tempered, going after Brett. He could have been angry that he showed him up. Or if you're right about the affair, he killed him to silence him. They ceased talking as the waitress returned with their lunches. "Give me a holler if you need anything else," she said before walking away. Clara picked up a bottle of ketchup that was on the table and squeezed some onto her plate. Then she handed the bottle to Molly, who did the same. She dipped a French fry in the ketchup and ate it. Molly took a bite of her sandwich. "This is good," she said, sipping her lemonade. "I want to talk to the Dolan's nanny, too. She must spend a lot of time at the house taking care of Katie. Maybe she's seen something, or knows something." "There's a Lawrence Blair with a booth at the Treasure Trove," Clara said. "The shop is called Blair's Flair, and sometimes his wife Bonnie comes in to help. It could be the same woman." "Do you know Bonnie?" "Just to say hello to," Clara said. "I know Lawrence better, since he's in almost every day. They moved to Vermont after he retired from the military. He told me it was his dream to own his own shop. He did tell me his wife has a background in childcare, but neither of them ever said a word about her working for Atlas and Whitney." She reached into her purse and took out her phone. "I'll text Sean to see if either of them is in today." She sent the text, and a moment later Sean replied. "He says Lawrence is at an estate sale in Brattleboro, but Bonnie is there manning the shop. It's her day off from watching Katie," Molly said. "As soon as we're done eating, I'm going back to the treasure trove with you." Blair's Flair had a small selection of antique furniture and a lot of artwork, books, mid-century records, and collectibles. Molly saw a woman behind the counter on her cell phone and nodded to her. She was middle-aged, with gray hair cropped close to her head. She lifted a finger to let Molly know she would be with her in a minute. Molly took the time to stroll among the tables and stopped when she reached a rack of vintage clothing, as her eye had landed on a yellow floral print dress she thought would look perfect for a night out with Matt. As she took the hanger off the rack, the woman finished her call and came over. "You have excellent taste," she said. "That's a classic 70s Jeffrey Bean shirt dress. Note the buttons down the front and the lovely geometric black dot pattern with the contrasting floral print on the belt, cuffs, and side slits." She eyed Molly from the top of her head to her toes. "I believe it would fit you perfectly. Would you like to try it on? We have a dressing room behind the curtain." "I don't see a price tag," Molly said. "How much are you asking?" The woman looked at the garment, but she couldn't find one either. "Let me check the book," she said. She went back to the counter and reached under it for a notebook. Molly didn't see a computer. They were old school at Blair's Flair. She flipped through the pages. "Here it is," she said. "The price is $250. Molly whistled low. "Sorry, but that's a bit steep for me," she said, putting the dress back on the rack. "I'm Molly Appleby, by the way. Are you Bonnie Blair?" "Yes, I am. I'm sorry, I had no idea you were Clara's daughter. I've seen your grandson here a few times. Tyler is adorable." "Thank you," Molly said. "I heard you work for Atlas and Whitney Dolan. I was at the house this morning. Helen told me." "Oh, I see," Bonnie said. "I was wondering how you found that out. I don't go around telling people. The Dolans value their privacy. Why were you there?" "I'm a reporter for Collectors Weekly. I was covering Atlas's auction the other day at Laurel Wreath. Also, Brett Hamilton was a friend of mine. I assume you've heard about what happened." "Yes, of course. I was at the house yesterday when Holt brought Helen back from the hospital. When I asked her how she was doing, she started to cry. I hope she's feeling a little better today, but it's a horrible thing for her to go through. Between his death and her ex-husband on the run, have the police located him yet?" "I don't know," Molly said. "Did you know Brett?" "A little," Bonnie said. "My husband Lawrence and I enjoyed visiting his shop. We actually had a quick conversation with him about 2 weeks ago. He was so excited about the upcoming auction. He said if everything went well, he was going to try to sign up other celebrity clients." A man making plans to expand his business model didn't sound like a man who had suicide on his mind, Molly thought. Did you attend the auction? No, I would have loved to, but I had to work, Bonnie said. I did hear about it later from Iris, the Dolan's housekeeper. She told me almost everything sold. Speaking of Iris, do you know anything about her cookie jar collection? I didn't even know she had one until Atlas bought her a jar for her birthday, Bonnie said. When we talked about it later, she told me she got her first cookie jar as a birthday present from a woman she used to work for. They're very close. Do you know her name? Olga Saunders, Bonnie said. Atlas bought her house, only to tear it down and build the new one. Iris said Olga was quite upset about it. She used to live with her, too. Did you know Iris had been seeing Holt? Bonnie wrinkled her nose as if she'd caught a foul scent. I found out after the fact, she said. If I'd known Holt was pursuing her, I would have put a stop to it. Dominic, the chef, told me he has no scruples. He's right. I think that man would sell his own mother down a river if he thought he'd benefit from it somehow. He's an opportunist if ever I saw one. Has he ever taken advantage of Whitney? Bonnie stared at her. What have you heard? Molly was amazed. Maybe her mother was right about them having an affair. I heard some rumors that they were, close. And then Atlas told me how Whitney insisted they add an extra door from Holt's apartment to the second floor, and I thought maybe there was something going on between them. Molly felt like she was dancing around the edges. With nothing to lose, she decided to go for it. Is that door near their bedroom? It's steps away from Whitney's bedroom, Bonnie said. They have separate rooms. She says Atlas snores, but I've never, ever seen Holt going into that room. Do you believe Whitney's paranoid about security? I believe she is, but I don't understand it, Bonnie said. I might if we were in Los Angeles, but this is Vermont. Their property is gated, and they have a state-of-the-art security system. I've never understood the need to have a live-in security guard. The last crime reported in the Sandy Point neighborhood was 2 years ago, during the winter, when a resident left their garage door open and someone helped themselves to their skis. We're not talking high crime. Is the nursery located near Whitney's room? It's down the hall, Bonnie said. And the museum room, with Atlas's collections? It's next to the nursery. Molly realized if Brett was working in the museum room on the second floor, he could have seen Holt sneaking into Whitney's bedroom. Bonnie said, If you really do want the dress, I'll drop the price to $100. She was done talking about Whitney, Molly thought. She was a loyal employee, not a gossip. Molly took the dress back off the rack and looked it over again. She wasn't a fashionista like her mother, but she had spent her whole life around Clara, and she'd learned about quality clothing. She would go out to dinner in this dress with Matt, and she'd take her vintage Chanel purse with her. The diaper bag would stay home. I'll take it, she said. Chapter 14. On her drive home from the treasure trove, Molly saw a gas station ahead and turned in. She pumped gas into her car, and after the pump clicked off and she'd paid, moved her car into a parking space in front of the station's convenience store. She tried searching the white pages on her phone for Iris's home address, but after 10 minutes of searching, she still hadn't found it. Giving up, she called Lombardi. Hi, Molly, he said. We haven't found Jasper yet. I would like to know when you catch him, but that's not the reason I'm calling, she said. I was hoping you could give me Iris Jefferson's address. I can't find it anywhere. Why do you need her address? I thought I'd drop by her house sometime. I tried to talk to her this morning at the Dolans, but Helen was there, and I don't think she felt comfortable talking in front of her. All right, I'll get it for you, but I'll have to call you back. Give me 10 minutes. I'll wait, Molly said. As she waited, she went into the convenience store and bought an iced coffee and a chocolate-glazed donut. She had just finished eating the donut when Lombardi called her back. I've got her address, he said, and read it to her. Molly typed it into her phone. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'd like to remind you that until I hear back from the medical examiner on the official cause of Brett's death, it's still being treated as a suicide. I understand, she said. Do you?
because if it's ruled a homicide, everything changes. I need you to be careful about what you do out at Iris's house."
Molly knew this was his way of warning her off from doing something illegal or anything that might jeopardize a future investigation. "I'm not going to break into her house, if that's what you're worried about," she said. "I just want to talk to her in private."
"Good," he said. "We'll catch up later."
Molly typed Iris's address into her map app and saw that she lived 7 miles from Laurel Wreath and Brett's house. She wasn't sure what time she got off work, and she didn't want to call Helen to ask her. She'd get up early in the morning and try to catch Iris before she left for work. When she got home, she found Starling in the kitchen unpacking grocery bags. "I'm making dinner tonight," she said.
"Cooking isn't in your job description," Molly said, putting the shopping bag from Blair's Flair on the table.
"I know it's not, but I wanted to make you my mother's chicken and rice recipe. Is it okay? I didn't think you'd mind."
"I don't mind, as long as it's something you want to do, and you give me the recipe."
"I'll write it down for you later," Starling said. "What did you buy?"
"A vintage Jeffrey Bean dress," Molly said. She took it out of the bag and held it up.
"I love it," Starling said. "Is it for a special occasion?"
"I'm going to surprise Matt and take him to Lotus Flower, that new Thai restaurant that opened."
"If you want to go tonight, I can make the chicken and rice another time."
"Are you sure?"
"Of course. Just let me know before 5 o'clock.
"How long does the chicken need to cook?"
"An hour," Starling said.
Inwardly, Molly cringed. She didn't like having the oven on for such a long time in the middle of summer. It heated the house, which made the air conditioning work overtime. But she wasn't going to say anything, since Starling wanted to treat them to a nice meal. Tyler was in his high chair and held out his arms to Molly. She put the dress back in the bag, and as she walked over to him, almost tripped over the cats, who were circling his chair. She lifted Tyler up and kissed him.
"Are you sharing crackers with Merlin and Griffin again?"
Tyler giggled, and the cats looked up at Molly. They knew what crackers were.
"I'm surprised you two haven't turned into little blimps since Tyler started tossing food around."
Starling said,
"At least the cats vacuum it all up. I haven't had to get the dustpan out."
Molly sat at the table with Tyler on her lap, smothering him in more kisses, which only made him giggle more. Starling pulled up a chair and sat down.
"So, what's the latest? Did you get in to see Atlas?"
"I talked to Whitney and Iris, Dominic, the family chef, and Bonnie, the nanny. Helen was at the house, too. She's worried about Jasper going back to prison, which seems strange to me, given what he did to her. I almost think she's more upset about him being caught than the fact that Brett is dead."
"Maybe she's still in shock. It must have been horrible finding him."
"Perhaps. But that reminds me, she told Lombardi that when she got to Brett's, his phone was plugged in and charging. Now, why would a man who was going to kill himself bother to charge his phone?"
"I can't think of a good reason," Starling said.
"Neither can I," Molly said. "It makes me more convinced than ever that he was murdered. I hope the forensics lab can match the rope Jasper used on Helen to the rope that was used to hang him."
"You want it to be Jasper?"
"Yes, because the alternative is someone who actually knew Brett, which is much worse."
"Did you talk to Atlas?"
"I caught up to him at Baxter Audi," Molly said. "He got personal and told me about his relationship with Sabrina and Whitney. Sabrina's been in and out of trouble since she was young, blaming him for most of her woes. But he said she's turned her life around since she started working at Laurel Wreath. He's worried she's going to fall back into her old habits. He also told me Whitney isn't happy living here, and she's paranoid about their safety, which is why Holt, the bodyguard, is living with them. And she had him put in a door from his garage apartment to the second floor of their house. Bonnie told me it's right near Whitney's bedroom." Starling's eyebrows rose. "You think there's something going on between her and the bodyguard?" "It's possible," Molly said. "Bonnie also told me that the room where Atlas keeps all of his collections is on the second floor. This is the same room where Brett was spending time organizing the auction."
"So he might have seen something."
"Again, it's a possibility. Bonnie says she's never seen anything going on between Whitney and Holt, but that doesn't mean it isn't happening.
And if Brett did witness something, it would be a motivating factor to shut him up. I'm sure the last thing Whitney wants is for it to come out. What did Iris have to say about the cookie jar and the pawn? Not much. Unfortunately, Helen was sitting there, and that made her nervous. I'm going to pay her a visit at home tomorrow morning before she leaves for work, so I can talk to her alone. Good idea, Starling said. I was thinking, I've got plenty of food for 4 people. If you don't go out to dinner tonight, I thought you might want to ask Lombardi over. You probably want to give him an update, right? Molly looked at her. You know, I saw you spending a lot of time with him at our 4th of July party, she said. Are you falling for him? Starling smiled. I like talking to him. He has such an interesting job, and he's hot. He's 10 years older than you. So what? I tried to set him up with Jazzy. I know he likes her, but he won't ask her out. You know why? Because he can't commit to anything long term, and he thinks she'll end up resenting him when he breaks up with her, and then he'll have to find another coffee shop. This is how his mind works. Honestly, you don't want any part of it. Maybe he's acting this way because he hasn't met the right person. That's what every woman thinks when she meets a challenge like Lombardi. So I guess that means you're not going to invite him for dinner? Not tonight, Molly said. Some other time, okay? Okay, Starling said. Molly knew she'd disappointed her, but in truth, she needed time to digest the idea of Starling and Lombardi being a couple. In truth, she actually thought it might work. He needed someone he could talk to about his work, and Starling, who liked mysteries and had a curious mind, would be a good fit. Jazzy was a smart, talented, and beautiful woman, but she baked cakes and pastries and made excellent coffee. She liked to surround herself with sweetness and light. She didn't like the dark side of Lombardi's life. Molly put Tyler back in his high chair. Can you watch him a little longer? I have to call my boss, and I think I will make a reservation at Lotus Flower for tonight. Sure, no problem, Starling said. Molly went into her office and shut the door. She didn't like talking to Carl Swanson at any time of the day, but she couldn't put it off any longer. He was her boss, and he needed to know about Brett. He answered the phone with his customary gruff greeting of, "What?" "It's Molly," she said. Before he could say anything else, Swanson, a chain smoker, proceeded to have a coughing fit. Molly held the phone out from her ear and leaned back in her chair to wait it out. When he could finally breathe again, he said, "Where's the piece on the Dolan auction?" "I haven't started it yet. And before you start yelling, let me explain why." She gave him a concise rundown on everything, and when she was done, he said, "Okay, good, I like it." "This is good? Brett is dead," she said. "You know what I mean," he said. "Your articles about murder are always a huge hit with the readers. And from what you've told me, I agree with you. He was murdered. Brett was at the top of his game. Why on earth would he throw it all away? I want you to work the stolen cookie jar angle. I've been getting a lot of emails lately from readers who say we're not giving enough attention to collectibles. Get me something by Wednesday next week." "All right, I'll get right on it." A dial tone sounded in her ear. Swanson was done talking. Chapter 15. "You look beautiful," Matt said. They were sitting in a quiet corner at Lotus Flower. Molly felt lucky to get a reservation at the popular Thai restaurant. It was upscale and romantic, with candlelight and fresh flowers in tiny bud vases and polished silverware and fine crystal on the tables. "We need to go out more often," Molly said. "It's fun to get dressed up." She thought her mother would be proud of her. She was wearing her new dress with strappy sandals and had used a curling iron on her hair to give it a little lift. She'd even applied makeup, mascara on her long eyelashes, a little blush to her cheeks, and a luscious red lipstick. "It's also nice to have a little time to ourselves," he said. Molly smiled. "You look very handsome in your suit and tie." "I feel a little too dressed up." "You look perfect," she said. "This is a fine dining experience." "It's more crowded than I thought it would be on a Wednesday night," he said. "Almost every table is filled." "I love the low lighting and the gentle music. I feel like I'm in a spa." "Me too," he said.
It's soothing after a long day at work. He picked up his menu. I suppose we should figure out what we want to eat before our waiter returns. Do you want some wine?
Yes, I do, she said.
I didn't perform surgery, but I did talk to a lot of people today, and I need to relax. Does that mean you don't want to discuss your day?
No, I want to tell you all about it, she said.
Okay, we'll talk after we order.
The waiter appeared the minute they set their menus down on the table. They ordered shrimp and lobster spring rolls and Thai-style ravioli with shrimp and pork for appetizers. For their main dish, Molly ordered the honey pork marinated in garlic oil with tomatoes, pineapple, and vegetables, and Matt decided to try the sautéed roasted duck in sweet tamarind sauce. Their waiter recommended a Riesling, and they ordered 2 glasses. Neither of them were big drinkers. A bottle would have gone to waste. When they had their wine and appetizers set before them, Molly told Matt about her day, ending with her purchase of the dress at Blair's Flare and her conversation with Bonnie. She hasn't seen anything to make her think Whitney and Holt are having an affair, she said. But I can't get over the second-floor door and the easy access to Whitney's bedroom. I keep imagining Brett working in Atlas's museum room one day, stepping out into the hallway, and seeing Holt slipping into Whitney's room. What if, after he had that argument with Holt at the shop about Iris, he confronted him again later and told him what he'd seen? He might have threatened to tell Atlas unless Holt did right by Iris and apologized.
You haven't even met Holt yet, he said. I don't think it's fair to assume the worst in him.
Why not? Not one I've talked to has anything nice to say about him.
Still, you're prejudging the man, not to mention accusing him of murder, which is a big leap from having an argument with Brett.
You're right. Molly sipped her wine. I should at least meet Holt before I make him into a monster, she said. Tell me about your day. Over dinner, they talked about Matt's work and the 2 surgeries he'd assisted on. When they were done eating, Matt looked at her clean plate and smiled.
You enjoyed your meal, he said.
It was really good, she said. How was your duck?
Delicious. Lotus flower should definitely go on our favorite restaurants list.
We'll have to come back with Mom and Sean. Did you know Sean has been to Thailand?
No, but he's so well-traveled. I would have been surprised if you'd said he hadn't been there.
Their waiter returned and asked if they would like dessert. I think I'll pass, Molly said. Matt looked surprised.
We'll take the check, he said.
When the waiter departed, he looked at her.
Are you all right? You never pass on dessert.
It's almost 9 o'clock, she said. I'm trying not to overindulge. I'm still trying to lose the baby weight. She stopped talking as she watched the hostess escort a couple to a table in a dark corner.
Molly, what's wrong?
She lowered her voice. Don't turn around, but Sabrina and Julian are here.
Is that a problem?
I think it's a little odd.
Why?
I thought Sabrina told you she was going to have him over to her house last night because he was upset about Brett's death. Yes, but that was last night, and this is now. Why are they getting together again? Matt leaned toward her.
Maybe they're trying to figure out what they're going to do now that Laurel Wreath is closed. He smiled. You should see the look on your face. You have to stop thinking everyone is guilty of something.
If they're dating, it gives them a motive to work together to kill Brett.
How so?
Sabrina because she felt betrayed, and Julian because he felt underappreciated.
What are they doing? Are they holding hands or looking into each other's eyes?
Molly squinted. It was hard to see them in the low light. I don't think so, she said. But they just got here.
Do you want me to tell the waiter we've changed our minds about dessert so we can linger and spy on them? Or maybe we should stop by their table on the way out. Let them know you're onto them. If you're that sure they're a couple.
I'm not sure of anything, and I don't want them to know I saw them, she said. We need to pay and get out of here. Matt took his wallet out.
Has it occurred to you that they might have already seen you?
I don't think they have, she said. They haven't looked over here. They're not smiling either. They look like they're having a serious discussion.
Like I said, they're probably talking about their future plans and Brett's death, which has to be weighing on them.
Or they're on a date at a romantic restaurant. If they're just friends, why didn't they go somewhere more casual?
Maybe they came here for the same reason we did, he said. It's new and they wanted to try it.
Matt stopped talking as the waiter approached. He had a handheld credit card reader and processed the transaction at the table. Molly waited for Matt to stand up first, then stayed by his side as they walked to the door, keeping out of sight of Sabrina and Julian. Chapter 16. Molly got up early Thursday morning, and by 6:30 was in her car on the way to Iris's house. The driveway went into a dense forest, and the road was so rutted it sorely tested the Audi's superior shock system, which Molly wasn't pleased about. With the sunlight blocked by the trees, she felt like she was in a tunnel, but at the end of the driveway was a clearing, and the sunlight returned. Iris's car was parked in front of the only building on the property, a very small house, no more than 400 square feet. Iris lived in a tiny house. Molly got out of her car and, standing in the middle of the woods, was struck by how quiet it was. She didn't see any signs of electrical hookups to the house, but there was a propane tank and a water tank connected to it. She wondered what could have inspired a young woman like Iris to live somewhere so remote. Was it peace she was looking for, or isolation? Walking up to the front door, she saw the windows on either side were cracked open, but the curtains were drawn, and she couldn't see inside. Before she could knock, Iris opened the door. "What are you doing here?" She was dressed in her work uniform of black slacks and a white shirt, and from the puzzled look on her face was clearly surprised to see her. "I wanted to talk to you alone," Molly said. "I realized I put you in an awkward position yesterday, asking you questions in front of Helen. May I come in?" Iris hesitated, but finally stepped aside and allowed Molly to enter. Her home was sparsely furnished, as it had to be, given the small size. It was also neat and tidy, which was a testament to Iris's cleaning skills. There was a round bistro table with 2 chairs by the window. A single coffee mug was on the table next to a plate with a half-eaten buttered English muffin with blueberry jam. Molly had interrupted her breakfast. Iris pulled out one of the chairs for her to sit in, but Molly ignored her and walked over to a row of built-in bookshelves along one wall. It was filled with paperback novels, DVD video games, and a stack of board games. There was Scrabble, Parcheesi, Murder Mystery, Trivial Pursuit, Uno, Balderdash, and Ghostbusters Monopoly. Ghostbusters Monopoly? Molly picked up the box. What will they think of next? She would have loved to take a look inside all of the boxes to check for missing pawn pieces, but she couldn't think of a way to ask Iris without sounding like she was accusing her of something. Molly put the box back on the shelf. "Who do you play all these games with?" "My friend, Olga," Iris said. "Bonnie told me about her. She's the lady you used to work for. You lived with her, too?" "Yes, she's like a mother to me," Iris said. "I try to spend as much time with her as possible." Molly saw a framed photograph on the window ledge above the kitchen sink. It showed Iris and an older woman standing together in a flower garden with their arms around each other's waists. Both women were smiling, and Iris appeared much younger than she was now, perhaps a good 10 years younger. Molly pointed to the photograph. "Is that Olga you're with?" "Yes. She doesn't like to watch television, so at night we'd play board games." Molly turned her attention back to the DVD video games. They were mostly zombie-related, and rated violent for adult audiences only. She hadn't pegged Iris as a zombie fan. "You don't seem to have a television, and I can see you have battery-powered lanterns for light," Molly said. "How do you play?" "On my laptop," Iris said. "I take it to work with me to charge it." She folded her arms across her chest. "So what is it you want? Did you come here to talk about my DVDs and board games? Or is this about Brett? I didn't have anything to do with organizing the auction, and I told you I hardly knew him." "Yet he defended you when Holt was harassing you at the shop, telling everyone that you couldn't handle it when he broke up with you," Molly said. Iris blushed slightly. "Oh, you heard about that. Who told you?" "Helen did," Molly said. "She was surprised you got involved with Holt. He has a bad reputation when it comes to women." Iris sighed. "He made me think I was special, but all along I was just another one of his conquests. He made me feel like a fool." She sat down in the bistro chair. Molly sat across from her on a small love seat. "How often did you go to Laurel Wreath?" Once a week, I'd take Olga, Iris said. She likes antiques, and walking around the store is good for her. She broke her hip last year. That's why she had to sell her house. She couldn't do the stairs anymore. She moved in with her son and his wife. Now she spends most of her time taking care of their flower garden and watching their cat while they travel. She doesn't mind, though. She fell in love with the cat and has practically adopted her. She even sleeps with her at night. She never had a cat before. Her late husband was allergic. Do you have a cat? I have two, Molly said. I'd like to have a cat, but I'm at work all day, and it doesn't seem fair to leave it alone, Iris said. Anyway, her son's house is all one level, which makes it easier for Olga to get around. How long did you live with her? 10 years, Iris said. But how did we end up talking about me again? I thought you were writing an article about Brett. Yes, of course I am, Molly said. What did you think of him? He was nice, Iris said. He always talked to us when we were in the shop. I think he had a soft spot for Olga. Molly took a closer look at Iris. She was soft-spoken, young, and naturally pretty. It occurred to her that Olga might not have been the only woman Brett wanted to talk to when he saw them in the shop. When was the last time you saw him? At the auction, Iris said. Molly waited to see if she'd mentioned being there later that night, when Herschel saw her. When she didn't, she prodded her. I thought you went back to Laurel Wreath after the auction, she said. Someone I know saw you there. Oh, right. Now that you mention it, I did go back, Iris said. But I didn't talk to Brett. I went there to talk to Sabrina. And did you talk to her? I tried to, but she told me she was too busy. Molly was going to ask her what was so important that she'd tried to speak to Sabrina twice in one day, but Iris said, Would you like to see my cookie jar collection? You mentioned you were thinking of writing an article about cookie jars. I'd love to see it, Molly said. It's upstairs in the loft. You don't mind climbing the stairs? I don't mind. Iris went over to the staircase to the loft and began to climb the steep stairs. Molly got a good grip on the handrail before she followed her. The last thing she needed was to fall and break an ankle, or worse. When she got to the top, she had to crouch over, as the ceiling was low and it was impossible to stand upright. There was a single mattress on the floor, covered in a colorful patchwork quilt, and along one of the walls was another built-in bookcase. Only instead of books, videos, or games, there were cookie jars on the shelves. Feeling like she'd struck gold, Molly sat on the floor next to Iris. She counted 18 cookie jars in total. She didn't see any of the stolen jars. Not a single Bobby the Baker, Clown in a Barrel, Little Lamb, Pig, or Cinderella pumpkin coach. If Iris had them, she wasn't keeping them at home. Iris said, Most are vintage McCoys, but I have some Bartlett Collins, Ransburg pottery, and Shawnee jars. Some are gifts from Olga, and Atlas gave me this one on my last birthday. She picked up the elephant cookie jar he'd told Molly about. So, are you satisfied? Excuse me? I'm not a fool, Iris said. You wanted to see if I had any of the stolen cookie jars. As you can plainly see, I don't. She put the elephant jar back on the shelf. You talked to Sabrina, didn't you? That's how you knew I came back to the shop. Well, she must have told you I stole $40 from her, Iris said. That's why you think I'm a thief. But I didn't steal her money. I keep trying to tell her, but she won't listen to me. Olga was right. She told me I couldn't trust her. She'd heard things about Sabrina, how she used to run wild when she lived in California, how she gave her father grief. Cleaning for her is one thing, she said. Being her friend is quite another. She told me to be careful. But when I was cleaning for her, Sabrina was so nice to me, and we'd talk about all kinds of things. And then she started asking me to do things with her. We went shopping together, to the movies, and out to dinner. I don't have any close friends, other than Olga, and I was flattered. I thought Sabrina was my friend, until she accused me of stealing the money. Did she tell you she thinks I stole the cookie jars from the shop? No, she didn't, Molly said. It was the truth, but only on the margins, since Sabrina had implied it. You said you found a pawn in the cookie jar you found at Brett's house. I suppose Sabrina also told you I like to play board games.
She did mention it, Molly said.
But I bet she didn't tell you she's played games with me at the Lakeside Brewery, Iris said. They have a game room, buds and boards. $5 a person, you can rent a game and play all night.
Molly considered this new information. If Sabrina played board games at the Lakeside Brewery with Iris, that meant she also had access to pawns. Do you think Sabrina could have stolen the cookie jars?
I know she was jealous of Helen dating Brett, Iris said. I wouldn't put it past her to have done something stupid to try to get his attention. She thought he was in love with her, until he started dating Helen. I told her, just because he's helping you train for a race, it doesn't mean you're going steady.
A phone rang downstairs.
That will be Olga.
Iris scooted her way back to the top of the steps.
I call her every morning to check in on her, and I'm late.
She went downstairs, and Molly turned herself around and carefully followed after her. But Iris didn't get to the phone in time. The call had gone to voicemail. Iris would have to call her back.
I'd like to talk to Olga, Molly said. Where does she live? Why do you want to talk to her? She wasn't friends with Brett and had absolutely nothing to do with the auction.
You said he talked to both of you at the shop, and he had a soft spot for her. Surely she has an opinion about him.
Yes, well, Iris hesitated. All right, I'll give you her address, but you have to promise you won't upset her.
I'll do my best not to, Molly said. Chapter 17. As soon as Molly got home, she used her map app to find Olga's house. She was pleasantly surprised to see she lived only 2 blocks from her own home. She put Tyler in his stroller and told Starling they were going to walk to Olga's before it got too hot out. They came to a stop in front of a modest brick ranch. A woman wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat was kneeling in a garden bed, and she looked up as Molly pushed the stroller up the driveway. "Olga Saunders?" The woman stood. "I'm Olga," she said. She was short and plump, with curly silver hair peeking out from under her hat. "I'm Molly Appleby. I got your address from Iris." "She told me you'd be in touch," Olga said, walking across the lawn to her. "I thought you'd call first." "I live in the neighborhood, and Tyler and I needed a walk. But if I've interrupted your gardening, I can come back another time." "The weeds can wait," Olga said. She smiled down at Tyler. "What a cute baby." She looked back up, and her face grew serious. "Iris told me you're writing an article about Brett and talking to people who knew him. We weren't friends. He was more of an acquaintance. Iris said he always talked to you when you came into the shop. She said he liked you." "And I liked him," Olga said. "His death came as quite a shock. Iris couldn't stop crying when she told me what happened. It still doesn't seem possible." Molly thought Iris's crying was interesting, since she hadn't shed a tear when she'd talked to her about Brett. "I didn't think she knew him that well to be so upset," she said. Olga looked at her. "Does one have to know someone intimately to grieve their passing?" Molly realized she had to be careful with Olga. She was elderly, but there was nothing wrong with her mind. "No, of course not," she said. "Why don't you come in?" Olga slipped off her gardening gloves. "It's already starting to heat up, and my knees hurt." They went into the house. In the foyer, Olga hung her hat on a coat rack and laid her gloves on a console table. She walked into the living room fluffing her curls, and Molly followed her into the room pushing the stroller. The furniture looked and smelled brand new. Olga sat down on a wing chair by a bowed window with a view of the front lawn and the garden, and Molly sat on a couch. The cushions were so stiff she felt like she was sitting at attention. She kept Tyler in his stroller, where he was happily preoccupied with his stuffed panda bear. "This is a lovely home," Molly said. "It's not mine. It belongs to my son and his wife," Olga said. "They're in Hawaii." A gray cat with white paws sauntered into the room, glancing suspiciously at Molly. Keeping one green eye on her, she walked over to Olga and, in one fluid movement, jumped onto her lap. "This is Elle, their cat. I think she's the real reason they asked me to live with them. They needed someone to take care of her while they're away. They've been traveling a lot since I moved in last year."
Iris told me you used to own the property where Atlas Dolan built his new house. Yes, I did, Olga said. I didn't want to sell to him. I told my sons, if I sell to him, he'll tear the house down. And I was right. The ink had barely dried on the closing papers when a bulldozer showed up and started ripping it apart. You didn't have any other buyers? Oh, sure, there were quite a few, but no one could match what Atlas was willing to pay, Olga said. My boys convinced me to put my sentiments aside and sell to him. I knew it made sense, for the sake of the estate, and in the end, it is just a house. As Iris said to me, he can destroy the structure, but he can't destroy my memories. She's right, Molly said. I'm curious about your relationship with Iris. She told me she used to work for you and live with you. Olga nodded. Iris lived with me for 10 years. At least Atlas gave her a job, so losing my house wasn't a total loss. She must have been very young when she moved in with you. Iris was only 16, Olga said. I was looking for someone to help me around the house, and Iris applied. I got the feeling she'd come from a bad home situation. She told me her parents had hit hard times and were out of work, so she was looking for a job. She also hinted that a live-in situation would be better for her. It seemed odd and sad, but I made a deal with her. I told her she could stay with me for the winter as my housekeeper with some light cooking and cleaning. She moved in that night, and as it turned out, we got along great. By the end of winter, I told her she could stay on, as long as she promised to get her GED, which she did when she was 19. Did she say more about her parents or ever talk to them? She only said she'd had a falling out with them, but she wouldn't give me any specifics. I stopped asking years ago. You never tried to find out on your own? No. I suppose some people would criticize me for that, but I was worried about her. She was scared to go home. She was safe with me. Olga stroked Elle's fur, and the cat squeezed her eyes shut and purred. So what do you want to know about Brett? Did you notice a change in his mood lately? Or did you ever see him get into an argument with someone at the store? No, nothing like that, Olga said. He was always friendly and attentive, and I thought that was smart of him. It's good to have a personal touch with your customers. Keeps them coming back. Iris told me about her friendship with Sabrina. She said you disapproved from the start. Olga's mouth turned down. I most certainly did, she said. Sabrina is nothing more than a spoiled rich child who always has to be the center of attention. When Atlas bought Iris a car last Christmas, she had nothing nice to say about it. She told Iris she was taking advantage of her father. Atlas told me he gave large bonuses to the rest of his staff, so it's not like he excluded them from his generosity. Olga was silent, and Molly could almost see her organizing her thoughts. Finally, she said, You asked about Brett. I may be old, but I haven't lost the ability to see, and over the last few months I noticed the way he was looking at Iris. What way was that? The way a man looks at a girl he likes, of course. Brett was longing for Iris? Molly found this hard to believe. You do know Brett had a girlfriend, Helen Hughes. She works for Atlas. I'm telling you what I saw, Olga said. But perhaps Helen is the reason nothing ever came of it. I know Iris wouldn't encourage him, even though I told her to smile at him more. This is bizarre, Molly thought. Was Olga's imagination running wild, hoping someone as handsome and successful as Brett would take an interest in her shy, quiet young friend? Was Iris interested in him? She was her usual self, being shy and sweet, Olga said. Iris isn't like Sabrina. Sabrina is flashy and flirty. You saw Sabrina flirting with Brett? Oh, yes, many times, Olga said. For a while, I thought there must be something going on between them, but about a month ago, Iris and I saw her in the parking lot making out with Julian, the store manager. They were in his car, steaming up the windows. Molly couldn't help but feel somewhat vindicated. She'd told Matt she thought something could be going on between them. Unless, of course, the make-out session Olga and Iris had witnessed was a one-time thing, a way for Sabrina to dull the ache of losing Brett to Helen, if even for just a moment. Olga, did Iris tell you about the 6 cookie jars that were stolen from Laurel Wreath? Yes, she told me you found one at Brett's house with a pawn piece inside it.
Molly took her phone out and pulled up the photograph of the picnic basket cookie jar. She got up and went over to Olga to show it to her. Have you ever seen this jar before? Olga held the screen close to her eyes.
I can't say that I have.
She handed her back her phone. Did Iris tell you what Sabrina has accused her of? Molly nodded. Yes, she says she stole $40 from her. Sabrina also told me Iris collects cookie jars and plays board games. Leave it to Sabrina to point that out, Olga said. Iris started playing board games when she came to live with me, because I love to play. We do jigsaw puzzles, too. Was there a jigsaw puzzle piece in the cookie jar? No, just the pawn, Molly said. I do hope that just because you found a cookie jar and a pawn in the house of a man who died, you're not going to accuse Iris of another crime. I'm sorry, Molly said. I didn't mean to imply. Olga waved a hand in the air, cutting her off. I know what it's like to grasp at straws when you're trying to understand how something bad could happen to someone you care about. But I'm telling you, Iris had nothing to do with Brett's death. Because that is where you're going with this, am I right? You don't think he killed himself at all. Am I so transparent? Molly thought. I'm just asking questions, she said. When I took Iris into my home, my sons were very concerned, Olga said. They tried to talk me out of it. But in all the years we lived together, Iris never stole a thing from me, or ever asked any favors. She's an honest person, and she's been a good friend, and I won't let you or Sabrina or anyone else besmirch her name. If you do think Brett's death is suspicious, why don't you spend more time talking to Helen? Iris told me she's the one who found Brett. And while you're at it, talk to Sabrina again, and Holt Garrido. She's a vindictive minx, and he's a despicable roach of a man. I assume you know what he did to Iris. I do, but Olga raised her hand to interrupt her again. She was on a roll, and she wasn't done. And what about Helen's ex-husband? Iris told me how he tied her up and she escaped. Surely he should be at the top of your suspect list. Who's to say he didn't do it? You need to keep an open mind, young lady. Believe me, I am, Molly said. I hope that's true. Changing moods suddenly, Olga smiled and gently set Elle on the floor. I think we've talked long enough, she said. You should take your son home. The weatherman is predicting the temperature will reach 89 today. Chapter 18. It was only 9 o'clock when Molly brought Tyler home, and it was already becoming uncomfortably hot outside. Walking in the door, she handed him off to Starling, grabbed her bag and car keys, and headed back out. She would take a drive to Core Sport Gym and see if Holt was there. As she drove away from the house, she thought about her conversation with Olga, and all the other people she'd talked to. It felt like a futile exercise, since she couldn't be sure who was telling the truth and who was lying. Had Iris really stolen $40 from Sabrina, or been so naive to believe Holt was in love with her, when everyone else who worked for the Dolans and knew anything about him knew he was a horrendous womanizer? Was Brett really looking at her in a way that suggested to Olga he liked her as more than a customer? And what about Sabrina? Was she trying to get Iris in trouble because she was convinced she'd stolen money from her, or because she'd also seen Brett showing an interest in her, which thereby broke some kind of bond of friendship she'd had with Iris? And what about Julian? Was he a love interest of Sabrina's, or had she used him to get back at Brett? Maybe she thought if she dated his assistant, she could make Brett jealous. And then what? He'd dump Helen and proclaim his undying love for her? Molly hoped the medical examiner's office would get back to Lombardi soon. She didn't like working on assumptions and questioning people without any real evidence to back up her belief that Brett was murdered. As Lombardi would say, there could be a simple, innocent reason the stolen McCoy cookie jar was in his kitchen, with a pawn piece, no less. Core Sport Gym came into view, and Molly slowed her car. It was in an ugly strip mall built in the 70s that was only half occupied. The gym was surrounded by a dollar store, an auto supply shop, and a Chinese restaurant. She saw Atlas's black Lincoln Navigator parked at the far end of the lot, away from all the other cars. She wondered if Holt did that so no one dinged his doors. On a Thursday morning, the gym wasn't full.
Molly counted 2 men and 3 women walking on the treadmills, and 1 man on an elliptical machine. When she looked into the weight room, there was only 1 man there. He was on his back on a weight bench, lifting hundreds of pounds of weights. She waited for him to finish his reps, and when the bar was safely down on the rack, she walked over. "Excuse me, are you Holt Garrido?" He sat up on the bench and looked her over, sweat glistening on his brow, his muscular arms stretching the seams of his shirt.
"I'm Holt. Who are you?"
"Molly Appleby."
"Right. I heard about you."
He stood up, and Molly was surprised to see he was a lot shorter than her. For some reason, she'd thought he would be tall.
"Helen told me you came to see her at the hospital with some cop, and now you're writing a piece on Brett and the auction."
He reached for a towel he'd looped over one of the bars.
"If you've come to talk to me about it, I've got nothing to say. You may as well do us both a favor and take a hike."
"I spoke to Atlas yesterday," she said. "He told me I could find you here, and that I had permission to talk to you." Holt used the towel to wipe the sweat off his face. He had a blocky head, like a Rottweiler, and a neck as thick as a linebacker's. "I've already talked to Whitney, Sabrina, Iris, Dominic, and Bonnie. Everyone else has been cooperative. Why don't you want to talk to me? Do you have something to hide?"
"I've got nothing to hide," he snapped. "You want me to say I'm sorry he offed himself? I won't, because I didn't like him. Brett was too full of himself."
There's the pot calling the kettle black, Molly thought. "I heard about the incident at Laurel Wreath, when you had words with him because of Iris," she said. "Why wouldn't you apologize to her?"
"I got nothing to apologize for," he said. "Iris was being ridiculous, and I called her out on it. Big deal."
He wrapped the towel around his neck.
"You know what I don't appreciate? People acting like Brett was some kind of knight in shining armor. The only thing he cared about was himself."
"Did you see him again after that day?"
"No, I did not."
"You didn't attend the auction?"
"I dropped Atlas and Whitney off, and I picked them back up. I didn't go inside."
He looked pointedly at Molly.
"I know you were his friend, because Helen told me, so I'll try to be civil. But the truth is, he was no better than me. He was just a better pretender. Now, are we done here? Because I need to shower and get back to work."
"If you don't want to talk about Brett or Iris, how about you tell me about yourself? I'm interested in how you came to work for Atlas." He frowned.
"I don't want to be in your article."
"I won't write about you," she said. "I'm just curious about how you got the job. It must be interesting working for a famous actor." Holt picked up his water bottle and took a long swig from it.
"I used to drive for a limo company in L.A., and sometimes I drove Atlas," he said. "We hit it off, and next thing I know, he's offering me a job as his full-time driver and bodyguard. I took it, and here I am. End of story."
"Are you originally from California?"
"San Diego, born and bred."
"You didn't mind leaving all that sunshine to move to Vermont?"
"I'm looking at this as an adventure," he said. "I'll do it for a while, and when I'm ready, I'll go back."
"Sabrina told me you were driving her and her father when Atlas told her about Jasper. He asked both of you to keep quiet about him being Helen's ex. She says she never told anyone. Did you?"
"No."
"What about Whitney? Do you know if Atlas told her about Jasper?"
"Why would he?"
"Husbands share confidences with their wives." A vein throbbed in Holt's forehead.
"Look, lady, I don't know what Atlas told Whitney. All I know is, I've never told anyone about Jasper. Why would I? If I saw the guy right this second, I'd punch his lights out. Helen was up all night crying. It kept me awake."
Molly wanted to see what she could find out about him and Whitney, but knew she had to be careful how she did it. "Does Whitney ever confide in you?" she asked.
"Me?"
He looked flattered.
"Well, sure, she tells me things," he said. "Being a limo driver is kind of like being a bartender. People tell me things in confidence."
"What does she talk to you about?"
"I just told you. It's in confidence."
"Well, I already know she's not happy living here," she said. "She thinks Vermont is too provincial. And between you and me, I can't imagine what it must be like for her to be married to someone 40 years her senior. The difference in their ages is enormous, don't you think?"
Yeah, you're right about that, he said.
She's probably mentioned it to you a time or two, Molly said, sounding confident. Holt nodded.
Yeah, it's true. She's complained about Atlas being older. She thought life with him was going to be glamorous, but after she had Katie, and he retired from acting, the invites dried up. Then he told her they were moving to Vermont because he didn't want to raise Katie in California.
The poor woman, Molly said, hoping to keep him talking. Didn't she have any say in the move?
No, not really, he said. Atlas holds the purse strings, and now that they have Katie, she's afraid he'll get her if she tries to divorce him. I told her she shouldn't do anything rash. You know how it is. The longer you're married, the more you end up with.
Holt suddenly stopped talking.
What the hell am I doing? Why am I even talking to you?
He pointed a beefy finger in her face.
You got no right to tell anyone what I said. If you do, I'll sue you. I will, I swear.
Molly held up her hands. I told you, I'm not going to write about anything you tell me. I value your opinion, that's all. I'm sorry if you thought I was using you for information. He nodded.
All right, then.
Good, she thought. Her apology seemed to have appeased him. She decided to push him a little further. I'd love to know what you think of your coworkers, she said.
Okay, sure. Why not? Iris is clingy and possessive, and I'm well rid of her, he said. Helen is a good person, and protective of Atlas and Whitney, so you better be careful when you talk to her about them. She won't tell you any of the stuff I just told you.
And Bonnie and Dominic?
Ha, Bonnie's a judgmental bore, and Dominic has a low IQ. I mean, seriously, you talk to him for more than 2 minutes and you're fast asleep. Combine those two with Iris and there's barely a functioning brain between the three of them.
Molly wanted to say that people who call other people names are the ones without a brain, but she refrained. I hope you don't mind my asking, but what did you see in Iris? I mean, you're so outgoing and confident, and she's so shy and quiet. Was she some kind of challenge?
Challenge? He laughed. She was all over me. I know everyone thinks she's a little Miss Innocent, but everyone is wrong. For fun one day, I cornered her in the hall and snuck a kiss. I thought she'd either slap me or scream. But you know what she did? She kissed me back, hard.
He laughed louder.
You should see your face. You don't believe me, but I'm not lying. She was all over me, and I was like, hot damn, she's a tiger in disguise.
Molly couldn't decide if he was telling the truth or lying because he wanted to shock her, or once again to humiliate Iris. Do you make it a habit to go around grabbing women without their permission?
No one's ever complained yet, he said, and grinned. They like it.
Molly felt her fingers curl. It was all she could do not to slap that grin off his face. And what would happen if someone did complain?
Hey, what kind of a guy do you think I am? I'd back off. Seriously, I'd consider it their loss, not mine.
He's a pig, Molly thought. A disgusting, sexist, abusive pig. How could Iris let herself be duped by this guy? How long did your relationship with Iris last?
I don't know. 6, 8 weeks, he said. It was supposed to be for fun, but she wanted more.
Is that why you both kept it a secret? Because it was just for fun?
Who says it was a secret?
Did you take her out in public?
Well, no. We stayed at her place.
Why not yours?
I'm not allowed to bring girls to my apartment, he said. Whitney doesn't approve.
Why not?
She doesn't like it, okay?
Molly wondered if Whitney didn't like it because she was having an affair with Holt and wanted him for herself. She wanted to ask, but knew he'd never tell her. When you stayed at Iris's, did you see her cookie jar collection? Or did she ever talk to you about it? Holt stared at her.
Are you nuts? I wasn't at her place to eat cookies.
He flicked the towel off his thick neck, and a spray of sweat hit Molly smack in the face.
Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to hit the showers.
Wait, one more question, she said. He stopped and put his hands on his hips. She took her phone out and showed him the photograph of the picnic basket cookie jar. Do you remember seeing this jar at Iris's house? He glanced at the photo.
Nope, never seen it before, he said.
Did you play board games with her? Holt laughed as he walked away.
We played lots of games, he said over his shoulder. None of them needed a board.
Chapter 19. Molly wished she could take a bath in Lysol. She didn't like Holt one bit. He had a stench about him that had nothing to do with his sweaty body. As she walked to her car, she took some satisfaction in having gotten information out of him that he'd probably regret sharing later. Even if he and Whitney weren't having an affair, he had established they were close enough to talk about personal subjects like her marriage. Molly took her cell phone out of her bag, intending to call Lombardi, but it rang in her hand. He'd beaten her to it. "I was just going to call you," she said.
"We've found Jasper," he said.
Molly unlocked her car. "Hey, that's good news. Where was he?"
"He's dead, Molly."
Stunned, she stood with one hand on the open door. "What?"
"A couple out with their dog found him off one of the Arms Park trails, not far from the high school. Thank God school's out for the summer, or we'd have a lockdown on our hands."
"How did he die?"
"He was stabbed. The knife's still in him. The coroner won't remove it until they get back to the morgue. I mentioned the Dahlgren bayonet knife you told me about. I asked if he thought it could be the murder weapon. He said, judging from the look of the hilt, it could be a relic from the Civil War."
"Oh my God," she said.
"There's more," he said. "We found another one of the stolen cookie jars by Jasper's body. It's the clown in the barrel, and it's got a green pawn inside. Looks like you were right. Brett didn't kill himself. This is where you can say I told you so."
"I wouldn't do that," she said. "I'm just glad that I wasn't wrong about Brett. I knew he couldn't have done such a thing. What else have you found out?"
"Jasper's rental car was in a remote parking lot," he said. "No sign of the other cookie jars, however, which means there are 4 of them still out there. I really hope we're not at the beginning of some kind of serial kill."
Molly shuddered. "I hope not," she said. "How long has Jasper been dead?"
"A few days at most," he said, "which means he could have been killed right before, or after, Brett was murdered. I'm still at the crime scene, waiting for the body to be removed. Where are you?"
"Core Sport Gym. I just had a chat with Holt. He really is a bodybuilder."
"So he'd be strong enough to stage Brett's death?"
"Absolutely," she said. "He admitted he didn't like him. He thought he was full of himself, which is ironic, coming from a man who is completely self-absorbed. I showed him the photos of the cookie jar, thinking he might have seen it when he was at Iris's, but he didn't recognize it." She paused as she saw Holt walk out of Core Sport carrying a large gym bag. Holt didn't have anything nice to say about Iris, Bonnie, or Dominic, although Helen got a nod of approval. I tried to establish whether he's having an affair with Whitney, because it seemed like a possibility, but there's no way to prove it. Holt had reached the Lincoln Navigator, but instead of getting into the car, he looked down at the pavement. Since he was on the other side, out of Molly's view, she couldn't see what he was looking at. Holt just left the gym, and he's standing by his car staring at something on the ground.
"What is it?"
"I don't know, I can't see," she said. He opened the door and threw his gym bag on the front seat. Then he squatted down, completely out of sight. When he stood back up, he looked around the parking lot, and as soon as he locked eyes on Molly, he started toward her. "He's walking over, and he's got a cardboard box in his hands," she said. "He does not look happy."
"Stay on the line with me," he said.
"I'll put you on speaker." Molly stood behind the open car door, the way cops did, using it as a shield. He marched up to her.
"What are you playing at? Is this some kind of joke?"
He held up the box.
"Did you leave this by my car?"
Molly held up her phone. "I'm on the phone with Detective Lombardi, and he can hear you."
"I don't care who you're talking to," Holt said. "Did you or did you not leave this box by my car?"
"No, I did not," she said. "What's in it?" Holt took the lid off, and Molly saw bubble wrap inside. Balancing the box on one of his muscular arms, he pushed the wrapping aside. Molly's eyes widened. She said into the phone, "Someone left Holt the missing pig cookie jar and a hammer." Using a piece of bubble wrap, she lifted the lid off the cookie jar. "There's a yellow pawn inside the jar." Lombardi said, "Place the box on the ground and step away from it." Holt frowned.
"Why? It's a cookie jar and a hammer." "These items could be evidence in 2 murder inquiries," Lombardi said. "Holt, Have you put the box down? Hold on. Holt set the box down on the ground. What do you mean, 2 murder inquiries? Jasper Stewart has been murdered, Lombardi said. Holt looked surprised. Jasper's dead? Does Helen know? She will soon enough, Lombardi said. So why did someone leave me a cookie jar and a hammer? Molly said. Remember I showed you a photo of a cookie jar? Holt nodded. That jar was found at Brett's house, and now another jar has been found with Jasper's body. Both of these jars, and this one, were stolen from Laurel Wreath a few weeks ago. Holt scratched his head. Molly knew she'd confused him. But why did I get one? He repeated. It was a good question, she thought. Holt wasn't dead like Brett and Jasper. He was alive and well. Why did the killer leave him a cookie jar and pawn? And why a hammer? I'm not sure, she had to say. Lombardi said, I need you both to stay put. I'm on my way. Chapter 20. As soon as Molly ended the call, Holt said, Those other cookie jars, did they come with hammers too? No, they didn't, Molly said. This is something new. Yeah, well, I know what this is, Holt said. Somebody's poking fun at me for being a chauffeur. They're looking down their nose at me because I'm a working man. He took his cell phone out of his pocket and started to walk away. Hey, where are you going? Lombardi told us to stay put. I've got a call to make, he said. You can't leave, she said. I'm not leaving, he said. I'll be in the car. Molly blew out her breath in frustration. She would have to stand there alone in the hot sun, guarding the box until Lombardi arrived. But before he even got there, a uniformed patrol officer showed up, which meant she could sit in her car to wait in the air conditioning. Thank you, Lombardi. She could see Holt in the driver's seat of the Navigator, talking on his phone, gesturing with his free hand. When Lombardi's sedan rolled up next to Molly's car, she waved at Holt to join them. Lombardi had his own box of latex gloves in his trunk, and he put on a pair before he opened the box. He also had 2 evidence bags. The little pig cookie jar went into one, the hammer into another. Holt asked, What are you going to do with this stuff? Lombardi sealed the bags. They'll be examined for anything that might help us identify who left them, he said. How long were you in the gym? About 2 hours, Holt said. Did you notice anyone hanging around the parking lot or watching you inside the gym? No. Lombardi handed the evidence bags over to the uniformed officer. Get this over to Riley Summers in forensics right away, he said. I've already called her to let her know it's coming. Yes, sir, the cop said. I want some answers, Holt said. Is my life in danger? All I can tell you is someone has killed 2 people, Lombardi said. At both crime scenes, we've found cookie jars with pawn pieces. I don't know why you've been targeted. The hammer is odd as well. Do you have any ideas who might be doing this? How should I know? Holt's eyes flitted around the parking lot. I'm worried some maniac has me in his sights. What should I do? I wouldn't worry too much, Lombardi said. I think this is some kind of message, because if they'd meant to kill you, you'd be dead by now. What message? Beats me, Lombardi said. Oh, that's great, Holt said. A cop with an attitude. Why am I not surprised? You're making me feel a whole lot better. Lombardi took his notebook and pen out of his pocket. I have some questions, he said. I'm not saying nothing, Holt said. I called Whitney to tell her what's going on, and she told me to come home. I thought you wanted me to find out who left the box. I told you I didn't see anyone watching me. Where were you Tuesday morning between the hours of 4 and 6? Holt glared. I was sound asleep, he said. Alone? Yes, alone. I got up at 6, like I always do, and got to the gym about an hour later. Check with the desk if you don't believe me. They scan my card when I come in. And that's all I've got to say. He turned on his heel and walked away. Lombardi turned to Molly. Are you sure you didn't see the box by his car when you got here? Or when you left the gym? No, like I said, it was on the ground by the driver's side door, out of view. But it could have been there when you arrived. Yes, of course. Okay, you can go, he said. I'll check the shops for any surveillance footage. What about all the interviews I've conducted? I want to know everything you've found out that you haven't already told me, but I can't do it right now. Will you be home later?
Can you come over for dinner tonight?
I should be able to, barring any unforeseen incidents, like another murder.
Good. I'll invite Mom and Sean over too, and Starling will be there, she said. Matt gets home at 6, so come around 6:30.
I'll bring a bottle of wine, he said.
Chapter 21. Molly stopped at the grocery store before heading home. While she was in the store, she kept thinking about how odd it was that Holt had found a cookie jar and a hammer by his car. Why did the killer target him but not kill him? She tried to remember exactly what he'd done when he came out of the gym. She could have been mistaken about the box being on the ground the whole time. He could have taken the box out of the car and pretended he'd found it. And of all the people she'd talked to, he really was the only one who had the strength to kill Brett in the manner in which he'd died. But if it was Holt, what was the meaning of the cookie jars? Molly was convinced they meant something. She pulled into her driveway and slammed on the brakes. There was a box sitting on her front steps. She was sure she hadn't ordered anything, although it was possible Starling had. More likely, she feared she'd just become the recipient of another gift from the killer. Opening the garage door, she pulled her car inside, and leaving the groceries in the trunk, took her phone with her as she walked up the path to the front door. The box was the exact same shape, color, and size as the one Holt had found next to his vehicle. She called Lombardi.
It's a bust on surveillance, he said. None of the shops in the strip mall have footage that goes beyond 200 feet of the sidewalk. Whoever left that box for Holt must have known he parked out of range.
Too bad, she said. And now you've got another problem. I just got home and found a similar box on my front step.
Did you open it?
No.
Good. Leave it where it is. I'll be there in about 15 minutes.
Molly went back to the garage, and the door into the house opened. Starling came down the steps and said, I thought I heard the garage door. Do you need help with the groceries? Where's Tyler? In his room, napping. Wait for me at the end of the driveway. What? Just do it, Molly said. I'll be right there. Molly went inside and ran up the stairs to Tyler's room. She woke him from a deep sleep, scooping him out of the crib with his blanket, and he started to cry. Holding him close, she went down the stairs and met Starling at the end of the driveway. What's going on, Aunt Molly? Molly took her by the arm and steered her down the sidewalk to the end of the street. In the distance, she could hear a siren. Someone left a box on the front step, and Lombardi's on his way, Molly said. Tyler was screaming now, and she had to talk loudly to be heard over him. I'm sure it's not anything dangerous, but out of an abundance of caution, I'd rather we wait here for him. Did you see who left it? No, I didn't see anyone, Starling said. Molly was bouncing Tyler in her arms, trying to calm him down. It definitely wasn't there when I got back from Olga's. She glanced at her watch. It was a little after noon, which meant someone had put a box on the porch in the last 3 hours. The siren got louder as Lombardi's car turned down the street. Tyler was kicking his legs, unhappy about the noise. As Lombardi pulled up to the curb, Molly made a slicing motion across her throat, and he cut the siren. As soon as he powered down his window, she said, Was that really necessary?
I wanted to get here fast, he said. I'll check out the box.
He drove up the street and pulled into the driveway. They watched him go up the front walkway to the steps and lean over the box. Starling grabbed Molly's arm. Are you sure it isn't dangerous? It's not a bomb, if that's what you're thinking, Molly said with confidence. I think we're going to find a cookie jar and another pawn piece. She told Starling about the box Holt had found by his car. I think someone is daring us to catch them. Tyler had finally quieted down, and Molly kissed the top of his head. I'm sorry I woke you up, baby. Everything's going to be all right. Hush now. Lombardi waved at them to come over, but Starling said, Give Tyler to me. I'll bring the groceries inside, and we'll wait for you on the back patio. Molly handed Tyler off to Starling and joined Lombardi. He'd donned gloves again, and she saw he'd removed the bubble wrap from 2 objects. One was a little lamb cookie jar, and the other a flashlight with a red top and a Roy Rogers and Trigger picture on the handle.
There's a blue pawn in your jar, he said. It appears we have another stolen cookie jar. 4 down, 2 to go. What do you make of this flashlight?
Holt thinks someone is making fun of his career choice by leaving him a hammer, she said. Maybe I got a flashlight because I haven't seen the light, and they're mocking me because I haven't figured out what this all means. He turned the flashlight around.
A Roy Rogers and Trigger flashlight. I've never seen anything like this.
It's vintage 1950s, made by USA Light Flashlight, she said. It's rare to find one in such good condition. I'll show it to Sean later. He's part of a vast network of antique shop owners. He can ask around to see if anyone sold one like this recently.
You can't keep these, he said. I have to hand them over to forensics.
Okay, I'll take photographs. Molly had tucked her phone in her pocket. She snapped photos of the cookie jar and the flashlight, but when she was done, she stood still. Lombardi looked at her.
I can see the wheels in your brain turning, he said. What are you thinking?
You know, all along I've thought the cookie jars have to mean something, she said. With the pawns being in them, I think it has to be some kind of game the killer is playing. So what do we have so far? We have Brett hanged with a rope, and Jasper stabbed with a knife. Holt got a hammer. I got a flashlight. She looked at him. I could be wrong, but I think the game could be murder mystery.
I've heard of it, but never played, he said.
How is it possible you've never played murder mystery? You're a homicide detective.
I wasn't a homicide detective when I was a kid, he said. If I played a board game with my brothers, it was usually Battleship.
Well, do you know anything about the game?
I know you solve a murder, but that's about it, he said. You'll have to explain it to me.
You solve a murder that occurs in a small town called Chipwell Harding, she said. The board has pictures of shops, a restaurant, hotel, library, and the town square. You roll the dice and move your pawn around the board, hoping to land on a space that gives you a clue to the murder victim, suspect, weapon, or where the crime occurred. Other squares will have you draw a card from the stack on the table, and these cards contain hidden clues only you will know about. Basically, it's a process of elimination game. Collect enough evidence, get your pawn to the crime scene, and declare you've solved it. But you better be right, because if you're wrong, you get sent back to square one.
Okay, but what does any of this have to do with my investigation?
There are similarities, she said. Brett was killed in his kitchen, and Jasper was killed in the woods. In the game, the restaurant has a kitchen, and the town is surrounded by woods.
Are there cookie jars in murder mystery?
No, nothing like that, she said.
So your theory is wrong?
Not necessarily, she said. Maybe the cookie jars are meant to mislead us. Or maybe they're just being used as a conveyance for the pawns. The ones in the game are all different colors, and each color designates a player. For instance, Brett's pawn was purple, which would be for Mr. Mulberry, a school teacher.
Brett wasn't a teacher, Molly. He owned an antique shop.
Yes, but he had extensive knowledge of antiques and was known for his expertise.
What about Jasper's green pawn? Does green symbolize an ex-con?
Actually, Mr. Celadon is a businessman.
Helen told us Jasper was a short-order cook. That's a long way from being a businessman.
Okay, so not a perfect match. There's a yellow piece for General Canary, which could be Holt. Holt fits the stereotype of a big, brawny military man.
I can see that, he said. What about your blue pawn?
Blue is for Mrs. Periwinkle, a bird watcher. She's very prim and proper.
Really?
He looked skeptical.
Prim and proper seems more like a description of your mother than you.
Hey!
I only meant you're not as reserved as your mother, he said,
quickly backpedaling.
Good recovery, she said.
Whew. He pretended to wipe sweat from his brow. There are other pawns in the game, she said. There's red for Miss Cardinal, who's a sexy femme fatale, and white is for Mrs. Snow, a hotel maid.
Iris is a housekeeper, he said.
And Whitney could easily be Miss Cardinal, she said. I wonder if they'll be the recipients of the last 2 cookie jars.
I'll grant you, some of what you're saying fits, but it doesn't explain why the killer would use the game in the first place.
There doesn't have to be a rational reason if we're dealing with a psychopath, she said. They could be doing this simply because they enjoy the thrill of the game.
What a pleasant thought, he said. I'll get these over to forensics. He rewrapped the cookie jar and flashlight in the bubble wrap. I forgot to ask what you're making for dinner, so I'll know what kind of wine to bring. I'm making chicken tacos with avocado salsa, she said. Maybe you should bring beer instead. Beer it is, he said. Chapter 22. Molly had planned to work on her article the rest of the afternoon, but she was feeling anxious after finding the box at her door and wanted to talk things over with her mother. When she finished telling her about everything that had happened, including the box on her doorstep, Clara said, Honestly, Molly, I do wish you'd drop the case now. Why would I do that after I've come this far? It's become a full-blown police matter, Clara said. Let Lombardi handle it. I'm the one who got the ball rolling, Molly said. And you have to admit, this is the most challenging case I've ever worked on. I can't stop now. Besides, Lombardi needs my help. Did he ask you for your help? He's taking my game theory seriously, and he wants me to give him an update tonight so he'll be prepared when he starts conducting his own interviews. Don't you have an article to write? I'll get to it, Molly said. I was actually thinking I might go to the Lakeside Brewery this afternoon to check it out. They have a game room, and Iris likes to play there. I want to see if they have murder mystery. I saw the game at her house, but I couldn't get a look inside the box. You think she might have taken pawns from a game at the Lakeside Brewery? Anything's possible, Molly said. Do you want to go with me? We could have lunch. When? How about now? Oh, all right, Clara said. Pick me up at the treasure trove in 20 minutes. Molly smiled. Her mother loved to protest when she got involved in cases, but she always seemed to find the time to help her out. As they drove out of town, Clara said, While I was waiting for you to pick me up, I thought about everything you've told me. I think you might be wrong about your game theory. Although I agree it's an oddly compelling concept, the idea of taking a popular board game and using its weapons, rooms, and pawns to mimic a real crime scene seems like too much work. Ask yourself, why would the killer bother going to all this trouble? Like I told Lombardi, if we're dealing with a psychopath, there's no rhyme or reason, Molly said. It could be they have a fascination with the game, or they think they're being clever, teasing us, challenging us to work it out. But if you do work it out, you'll discover who it is, and they'll be arrested. Why would they risk being caught? I can't answer that without knowing their motive, Molly said. But you're right. It is just a theory, and I could be way off base. Sean said he'll start calling everyone he knows about the flashlight, Clara said. I'll thank him tonight at dinner, Molly said. If the killer bought it from someone local, we could trace it back to them. Unless, of course, they already owned it. Then we'll never know where it came from. Leaving those boxes for you and Holt in broad daylight was a bold move. I think whoever did it must have known Holt would park out of sight of the security cameras, and somehow they knew I wasn't home. They're lucky Starling didn't see them. Clara looked out the rear window. Do you think you're being followed? I doubt it, Molly said. But that doesn't mean they didn't do some kind of reconnaissance of my house. When I told Matt, he said he was going to call the security company and have them install cameras. Good idea, Clara said. Have you asked your neighbors if they saw anyone around the house? I did, but no one saw anything. Not even Mrs. Houghton? She's always spying out her windows. She had a doctor's appointment this morning, and her daughter took her out to lunch. Too bad, Clara said. She's the kind of nosy neighbor you want at a time like this. Thanks for coming with me on such short notice, Molly said. Yes, well, you know I don't like any of this, but I do see your point about how far you've already come. I suppose you may as well see it to its end. How is Starling? She's smart and knows to be careful, Molly said. I told her to keep all of the doors and windows locked and to set the security alarm. I also gave her instructions not to let anyone into the house while I'm gone, even if they're bleeding on the steps and crying for help. I told her if that happens, call 911, Lombardi, then me and Matt, in that order. Did you tell her when she took the job that you're a magnet for dead bodies? Ma? What? It's true, and you know it. You make it sound like I go looking for trouble, which I don't. These things just happen to me.
If you want to blame anyone, blame the universe. You think you're divinely preordained to find dead bodies? In the words of John Lennon, there's nowhere you can be that isn't where you're meant to be. Clara pointed. Slow down, dear. Lakeside Brewery is coming up ahead on the right. I wonder why they named it Lakeside Brewery when it isn't anywhere near the lake, Molly said. I looked them up online, Clara said. They call themselves an American tavern with a passion for great food and craft beers. Their game room is popular. They have tournaments on Friday nights, and if you come alone, they say they'll set you up with other people to play with. The parking lot wasn't full, and Molly was able to find a space near the door. As soon as they walked in, they were greeted by a smiling hostess with a name tag that read Laura Lee. She grabbed 2 menus off the podium and said, Right this way, ladies. The dining room was spacious and decorated in warm earth tones. There were booths along the wall by the windows, and in the center of the room was a bar area. At the other end of the room was a sign over a door that read Buds and Boards. Laura Lee sat them at a quiet booth in the corner. Your waitress will be Jenny, and she'll be with you shortly, she said, handing them menus. Buds and Boards, is that the game room? Molly asked. Yes, Laura Lee said. We have games you can rent to play. It's really popular on the weekends, but you can play any time. A lot of people eat first, but others buy a beer or a glass of wine and go in and have some fun. It only costs $5 a game per person. Enjoy your lunch. Laura Lee went away, only to be replaced by their bubbly waitress, Jenny. Hi, I'm Jenny, she chirped. Have you been here before? This is our first time, Molly said. Do you have a lunch special? Yes, a roast turkey sandwich on brioche with bacon, lettuce, cranberry mayo, and sweet potato fries. Sounds good to me, Molly said. I'll have an iced tea, too. Make it 2, Clara said. Coming right up, Jenny said. Before you go, Molly said, I have a question about the game room. How do you pay to play? Is there someone in charge of the room? Yes, we always have a game master sitting behind a desk at the door. You pay them. If you have any questions about the rules or how to play, you can ask them. Do you know who was working there on Monday night? Jenny thought a moment. It was John. He's working today, too, but he doesn't come in until 2. Perfect, Molly thought. They could have their lunch, and by the time they were done, it would be around 2 o'clock. When he gets here, we'd like to talk to him, Molly said. I'll let him know, Jenny said. When she was gone, Clara said, I just had a thought about the little lamb cookie jar. Maybe it was left for you because you're a new mother. What? It's the song, Mary Had a Little Lamb. I know it's old-fashioned, but I sang it to you when you were a baby. Have you sung it to Tyler? Yes, actually, I have, Molly said. I told Lombardi I thought the cookie jars might have been used as a conveyance for the pawns, but if you're right, maybe they have a deeper meaning. Brett's jar looks like a picnic basket, Clara said. Did he like picnics? I have no idea, Molly said. Jasper's was a clown in a barrel. Ah, that's more interesting. Perhaps the killer thought he was clownish. Holt got a pig, which, sad to say, fits him. I feel sorry for Iris, Clara said. She's living alone in a tiny house out in the woods, and Sabrina, a girl she thought was her friend, stabbed her in the back. I think she told you about the stolen money, her cookie jar collection, and the board games to get her into trouble. And it worked. Iris has fallen under a cloud of suspicion in not 1 but 2 murders. I'm not sure what to make of Iris, Molly said. People tell me she's a shy, quiet girl, but Holt says she was all over him when he kissed her. And you're right, we have Sabrina's claim that she stole money from her, but Iris refutes it, and Olga doesn't believe it for 1 second. And yes, there are 6 stolen cookie jars, and her connection to board games, but even with all that swirling around her, I still can't figure out what her motive would be to kill Brett. Never mind Jasper. Maybe you need to talk to Helen again, and Sabrina. Both of them were in love with Brett, which gives them a motive. I'm not sure I can do that now. Lombardi's got the case, and he hasn't asked me to assist him. I thought you were giving him a briefing tonight. I will, but unless he asks for my help, I'm still on the outside of this. Clara laughed. When have you ever been on the outside? You know what, Ma? You're right. I have to keep going with this. even if I'm working on a parallel track to Lombardi. But what about Holt? I think it's far more likely he killed Brett. The only sticking point is Jasper. Where does he fit in? Do you believe Helen's story? She did have rope burns on her wrists and ankles, and the police did find rope among Jasper's possessions, Molly said. If things weren't as lovey-dovey with Brett as she's making them out to be, and she thought he was going to break up with her, that could be her motive for killing him. I didn't know Brett very well, but I never thought of him as the kind of man women were fighting over, Clara said. Was he that popular with the ladies? He's had a lot of girlfriends, Molly said. I think he had trouble with commitment, like Lombardi. Tony doesn't have trouble committing, Clara said. He just needs to find the right woman to commit to. Molly sighed. Her mother treated Lombardi like the son she'd never had, one she desperately wanted to marry off so he could live happily ever after. She refused to believe he might be a confirmed bachelor. They stopped talking as Jenny walked over with their lunch. Is there anything else I can get for you ladies? Not for me, Clara said. Everything looks delicious, Molly said. Jenny went away, and they ate in silence, enjoying their sandwiches. Molly didn't speak again until she was almost done. Lombardi told me Jasper has been here for 3 weeks, she said. I wonder why he waited so long to get in touch with Helen. Why not call her right away, if the sole purpose of his being here was to ask her to go back to California with him? I want to know why he had a hatchet, a shovel, and disposable razor blades in his backpack, along with duct tape and rope, Clara said. Lombardi thinks he might have planned on killing Helen, Molly said. But I'm not so sure it was what he really wanted to do, despite the implements of death he was carrying around. I think killing her could have been a last resort backup plan. He did tie her up, Clara said. Yes, he did. And if he was going to kill her, that would have been the time to do it. Maybe he couldn't go through with it, Clara said. That I could believe, Molly said. And if he was angry at Brett, thinking it was his fault that Helen wouldn't agree to go with him, he could have gone to his house to beat him up, teach him a lesson, or kill him. Her phone chimed, and she picked it up off the table. It's a text from Lombardi, she said. She read it out loud. I got the post-mortem report back on Brett. He tested positive for ketamine. There's an injection site noted in his neck. Molly looked at her mother. Ketamine is an anesthesia drug. They have it at the hospital for surgeries, but you can't just take it home with you. Someone must have injected it before they killed him to make sure he didn't put up a struggle. Maybe you're right, and it was Holt who killed him, Clara said. He's the only person who's strong enough to overpower Brett and lift a limp body. Or it was 2 women, or a man and a woman. Molly slapped her forehead. Or Julian. He's not as strong as Holt, but he's no slouch. I forgot all about him. Olga said she saw him and Sabrina making out in his car, and Matt and I saw them at Lotus Flower last night. Maybe he killed Brett for Sabrina. Or maybe he did it because he didn't feel Brett appreciated him. I don't know, Molly. Julian has known Brett for such a long time. He moved to Vermont with him to manage Laurel Wreath for him. Would he really kill him because he felt underappreciated? Or because he likes Sabrina? You didn't see the way Julian was staring at her at the auction. She could easily wrap him around her little finger. Well, if we're going down the path of possible male suspects, there's another man you haven't mentioned. Did you forget Atlas? He's a movie star, Molly said. So what? You told me he moved to Vermont to raise Katie, but don't forget he does have another daughter, Sabrina. If he knew she was in love with Brett, and Brett had broken her heart, perhaps he did it for her. What? Like some kind of honor killing? Molly shook her head. What we need is evidence. Whoever committed these 2 murders must have left something behind. Well, I'm sure the police will be able to trace the ketamine back to its source. I hope so. Because right now, Lombardi's got nothing solid to go on, just a lot of speculation. Jenny came over with their check, which Molly took before her mother could grab it. How was everything? Very good, Molly said. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Jenny said. By the way, John is here. I told him you were looking for him, and he said he'd be happy to talk to you about the games. Chapter 23. The game room attendant, John, was a young man in his early 20s wearing a maroon Lakeside Brewery shirt and gray slacks. He was standing behind a counter in the game room when Molly and Clara walked in.
"Good afternoon," he said. "Are you the two ladies Jenny told me about?"
"Yes, we are," Molly said. She handed him her business card. "I write for an antiques and collectibles magazine, and I'm writing an article about board games. I'd like to get your perspective on the people who play them." Molly felt a twinge of guilt that she was continuing to mislead people about the real reason behind her questions, but she didn't know how else to get them to open up.
"Oh, wow. Jenny didn't tell me you were writing an article," he said.
Molly took a notebook and pen out of her bag. She may as well make it look like a real interview. On second thought, she liked the idea of writing an article about vintage board games. Hadn't Swanson said readers were asking him about collectibles articles? She began with easy questions, asking John about himself. He told her he was a recent high school graduate and would be attending his first year at a local community college in the fall to study computer science. He had been working at the Lakeside Brewery part-time since he was 16. "I know it costs $5 to rent a game, but I'm not sure how it works," Molly said. "Do people play while they eat, or do they eat first in the bar or dining room?"
"We serve finger food in the game room, and drinks. So if someone wants a big meal, they have to eat outside the room," John said. "If you look over there, those two men playing cribbage are drinking beer and eating a loaded potato appetizer."
Molly saw the two men, as well as two elderly women at a nearby table playing Scrabble. "Do you have regulars who play specific games, or do they try different ones?"
"We have a lot of regulars," John said. "Some stick to board games, others like cribbage or other card games. We have a whole room of games to choose from."
He opened a drawer and pulled out a glossy brochure.
"This is a list of all the games we have in stock."
"Do you have murder mystery?"
"Yes, of course."
"Could I see the game?" John walked over to a door that opened into a room stacked with games. Molly watched him pull murder mystery off a shelf. When he came back out, he handed it to her over the counter, and Molly gave him a $10 bill. "We're going to play," she said. "But before we do, a couple more questions. Jenny told us you were working Monday night. Do you remember a young woman with short, spiky, dark hair? Her name is Iris Jefferson, if that helps." John smiled.
"Sure, I know Iris," he said. "She comes in a couple times a week. And I do remember seeing her on Monday."
"Was she with a friend?"
"No, she was here alone."
"Is she usually alone?"
"Most of the time," he said. "The only person I've ever seen her with is Sabrina Dolan, the actor's daughter."
"Who does Iris play with if she's by herself?"
"Whoever needs an extra player," he said. "People are friendly, and sometimes teams form, especially on tournament nights. It's a lot of fun. Our busiest nights are Friday and Saturday."
"On Monday, when Iris was here alone, do you remember who she played with?" John nodded.
"She played Parcheesi with Mr. and Mrs. Wagner. They come in every Monday for dinner and a game because we have a special on Monday nights. Buy one meal, get another meal half off."
"Did Iris leave with them?"
"I saw her helping Mrs. Wagner," he said. "She needs a walker to get around, and Mr. Wagner was pulling the car up to the front door to make it easier for her to get in. Iris stayed with her until he got her outside. Then she left alone." He paused. "Is Iris going to be in your article? Is that why you're asking so many questions about her?"
"Yes, she is," Molly said. "Actually, I've already talked to her, which is how I knew about your game room. I thought readers would find it interesting to know about someone like Iris, a millennial who isn't on her phone all the time, who loves to play old-fashioned board games without any electronics." Molly was trying to make her questioning of Iris's movements sound reasonable. John smiled and nodded. He was buying it. "I did forget to ask her one important question," Molly said. "I hope you know the answer, so I don't have to bother her again. Does she have a favorite game?" John pointed to the box in her hand.
"You're holding it," he said.
Of course I am, Molly thought. Her theory about murder mystery wasn't so far-fetched after all. "I think my mother and I will play now," she said. "Thank you, John. You've been very helpful."
"Glad to help," he said. "Sit anywhere you want."
Molly and Clara sat far away from the other players. Molly opened the box and carefully took everything out. Okay, we've got the cards, the envelope for the cards, and the dice, she said, putting them aside. It looks like all the tokens are here. There's the knife, rope, hammer, flashlight, baseball bat, and revolver. She looked at her mother. Only the pawns are missing. She sat back in her chair. I know I should feel happy about this. I've discovered the game the pawns could have come from. But I don't. I feel like it's one more nail in Iris's coffin. I have to tell Lombardi. Would you like to hear my opinion? Molly smiled. Ma, I'd love to hear your opinion. I believe someone is using this game like breadcrumbs on a trail, leading you straight to Iris, Clara said. The fact that the pawns are missing is too coincidental. Why would she take them from this particular box and use them at 2 murder scenes when it took only a brief conversation with John to confirm murder mystery is her favorite game? Molly put everything back in the box. She could be stupid, she said. Lombardi's always telling me about the stupid criminals he comes into contact with. What about Sabrina? She could have played murder mystery with Iris and knows it's her favorite game. She does seem to have it in for her. Yes, but we don't know who else knows. Iris also could have told Helen, for instance, or Holt when they were dating. On a busy Friday or Saturday night, it wouldn't be hard to rent the game and steal the pawns. No one would notice they were missing until the next time someone asked for the game, like we did. Will you give it back to John? No, I'll have to talk to the manager, Molly said. This game is evidence now. I'll give it to Lombardi tonight. Chapter 24. Molly's chicken taco dinner was a big hit with everyone, including Detective Sanchez, who brought a box of assorted cupcakes from Java Jitters for dessert. While they ate the cupcakes, Molly talked about the people she'd interviewed, to bring them all up to date on her part of the investigation. She also gave Lombardi the murder mystery game from the Lakeside Brewery. By the end of the night, everyone except Lombardi and Sanchez agreed it seemed like Iris was being framed. They were cops, after all, and didn't want to jump to any conclusions without solid evidence. Lombardi was also concerned that he might be crossing a line professionally. As much as he valued Molly's help and the information she'd gathered so far, this was an official murder investigation. He'd have to do his own digging to confirm what she'd told him, and there were limits to how much information he could discuss with her without jeopardizing the investigation. In the morning, Matt left for work, Starling fed Tyler his breakfast, and Molly shuttered herself in her office to work on the auction article. She started at 9, and as so often happened when she was writing, time flew by. At noon, she took a half-hour break and ate lunch with Starling and Tyler, and went back to work. By 2:30, she was tired, and her eyes were sore, but she had completed a rough draft. She switched off her computer. She would leave the revisions for another day, when her mind was fresh. Her cell phone rang, and she picked it up, thinking it could be Lombardi calling to let her know the outcome of the interviews he had held at the Dolans that morning. Instead, it was a number she didn't recognize. When she answered, she was surprised to hear Helen's voice. "Hi, Molly. I was wondering if we could meet." "Sure. Where and when?" "Are you free now? I'm downtown." "Do you know where Java Jitters is?" "Yes, I'll meet you there," Helen said. 15 minutes later, Molly walked into Java Jitters. She saw Helen sitting in the back at a table for 2, but headed over to the counter first to order. Jazzy wasn't there, but the young woman who was working knew her and had seen her come in. She had her French vanilla latte in the works before Molly could even ask for it. With mug in hand, she walked over to Helen and sat down across from her. She no longer wore bandages on her wrists, but Molly could see faint red marks were still visible. "Thanks for meeting me here," Helen said. "I didn't know who else to talk to." "What's going on?" "Detective Lombardi came to see me this morning. He asked all kinds of questions about my relationships with Jasper and Brett, and if I've ever been to a restaurant called the Lakeside Brewery." Helen brushed her hair out of her face and straightened her shoulders. "I wasn't entirely honest with him, and now I'm regretting it." "What weren't you honest about?" "I lied about how I met Jasper," Helen said. "Do you remember what I told you when I was in the hospital?" "You said you met him when you were waiting tables at a diner in Los Angeles." It's a story I've been telling for years because I didn't like people knowing I'd married my boss. Jasper's uncle owns Colonial Limousine, and Jasper was vice president. I worked for him. Molly was astonished. She had been right about Jasper's green pawn. He had been a businessman. And she recalled Colonial Limousine was the company where Holt had worked. Did Jasper really go to prison? Yes, and I did divorce him while he was serving time. How did you get the job with Atlas? He's friends with Jasper's uncle, and he approached me about working for him after the divorce. He thought I might want a change after everything I'd gone through. Whose idea was it to hire Holt? I suggested it to Atlas, but only because he was complaining about the other drivers. You should have told Detective Lombardi, Molly said. Did you lie to him about the Lakeside Brewery? No, I told him I've never been there, and that's the truth, Helen said. I know I shouldn't have lied, but I'm scared he thinks I had something to do with Jasper's death, or might even have killed him. Lying about how you met your ex-husband doesn't mean you killed him, Molly said. Or is there something else you're leaving out about Jasper, or Brett? No, nothing, I swear. Helen paused. Except, well, he did ask me a lot of questions about Iris, and I wasn't totally honest about her either. Good grief, Molly thought. About what, specifically? He wanted to know if she was at work all day yesterday. I told him she was, but it's not true. I sent her out in the morning to the grocery store and the pharmacy to pick up some things. How convenient, Molly thought. This meant Iris had the time to leave the 2 boxes for her and Holt. The poor girl couldn't get a break. Was anyone else away from the house? I'm not sure, Helen said. I only know Iris was out because I sent her. What about Sabrina? Do you know if she was home? I saw her car parked in front of her house when I got up in the morning. You're still living in Holt's apartment? Yes. I'm afraid to go home with a killer on the loose, not knowing why they killed Jasper. With the news media reporting on it, I feel like everyone in town knows about my connection to him. Helen finished her coffee and set the mug down. So what should I do? I need your advice. You have to tell Detective Lombardi what you've told me, Molly said. I would advise you to go to the police station immediately. If he's not there, call him and tell him you'll wait. Do you still have his number? Yes, I do, Helen said. I hope Iris isn't in any kind of trouble. She gathered up her things and stood. Could you call Detective Lombardi and let him know I'm on my way? Of course, Molly said. Helen walked away, and Molly took out her cell phone. Lombardi answered on the first ring and said, I was just about to call you. I heard back from the medical examiner's office. There's no sign of ketamine in Jasper's system, and the knife has been positively identified as a Dahlgren bayonet knife. Do you think Herschel lied to you about buying the knife? No, Julian would have had a record of the sale. Well, someone stole it and used it to kill Jasper, he said. And this same person, or persons, stole those cookie jars and put the pawn pieces in them. I have to say, I'm impressed at how painstakingly careful they've been. So far, we have nothing linking anyone to either crime. I was out at the Dolan's house all morning questioning everyone. I know. Helen called me and asked me to meet. I'm at Java Jitters, and she just left for the police station. She gave him a quick rundown of their conversation. I told her she had to tell you. Are you at work? Yes. I'll take her revised statement when she gets here, he said. This is bad news for Iris. When I spoke to her this morning, she insisted she didn't take any pawns from the murder mystery game at the Lakeside Brewery, and she said she was working all day yesterday. Maybe she didn't understand the question. Even though she was out running an errand, she was still technically working. I'm not going to parse words, Molly. I'll check with the grocery store and pharmacy to see if their surveillance cameras picked her up, and we can establish what time she was at both places. Okay, good, she said. That might actually help her if the timing doesn't work with the box deliveries. I questioned Atlas about the flashlight. He said he doesn't have any in his collection, and doesn't know anything about a Roy Rogers and Trigger flashlight. I guess we'll have to take his word for it, she said. What about Sabrina? Were you able to talk to her? As a matter of fact,
I talked to her and Julian right after I left the Dolans," he said. "I caught up with them at Laurel Wreath, where they were packing boxes. I pressed Sabrina on the stolen cookie jars and pawns. I told her she and Iris were the last ones to play Murder Mystery at the Lakeside Brewery, hoping she'd admit she took the pawns." "Is that true? Were they the last ones who played the game?" "I have no idea. They don't keep records on the players. I made it up. Anyway, she adamantly denied stealing anything and said if I continued to harass her, she would call her family's lawyer, who is none other than Elliot Gelman." "Oh, no," Molly cringed. This was bad news for Lombardi. Elliot Gelman was one of the best attorneys in Vermont, and Lombardi had gone up against him in court many times and lost. If Gelman was representing Atlas Dolan and his family, he'd be lucky to get anything useful out of Sabrina. As for Julian, I asked him about his relationship with Brett. He admitted there were times he felt underappreciated, but he said Brett was a great boss, and he loved his job. As for the cookie jars and the pawns, he said he had nothing to do with any of it, and I can't prove he's lying. "So what's the next step?" "Grunt work," he said. "I've got Jasper's phone records, and I'm hoping I might find a link to someone in Vermont. Maybe he was lured here. I also have his bank records, which are interesting. His uncle isn't the only wealthy family member. It seems Jasper was in a family trust worth millions." "Oh, really? Is Helen a beneficiary if he dies?" "Nope, I already checked." "Too bad," she said. "You know that would have been way too easy," he said. "If you get any more calls from people I've interviewed, let me know. In the meantime, I'll be at the station sorting through Jasper's life and Brett's bank records. I'll probably be buried in paperwork the rest of the day." "Would you mind if I went over to Laurel Wreath?" "Are you hoping to talk to Sabrina and Julian?" "I really just want to walk around the shop and see what other vintage cookie jars and board games were for sale. Who knows? Maybe one of the antiques will speak to me and tell me who our killer is." Lombardi groaned. "Please, don't start with that again," he said. "You know I don't believe in haunted dolls or other inanimate objects." Molly smiled. "I don't either, but I'm feeling a little desperate." Chapter 25. Molly was glad to see that Julian's Mini Cooper was still in the Laurel Wreath parking lot. She pulled up beside his car and switched off the engine, then walked up to the glass-fronted door and cupped her hands around her eyes. She could see the register counter and the hall behind it, which had the lights on. She knocked firmly on the door and waited. A moment later, Julian came to the door and unlocked it. "Molly, what are you doing here?" "I was hoping I could take a look around. Do you mind?" He hesitated, a concerned look on his face. "I was actually just about to run out. I have to pick up more supplies so I can finish up the packing and the shipping labels. Could you come back later?" "Sure, but while I have you, can I ask you something? I was at Lotus Flower Wednesday night having dinner with my husband. I saw you come in with Sabrina. You're dating, aren't you?" Julian frowned. "We dated for a couple of weeks, but it didn't work out." "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because it's none of your business," he said. "But if you must know, Sabrina and I agreed to keep it quiet." "You told me she was out of your league. Is that why it didn't work out?" "What do you think? She's Sabrina Dolan, daughter of the movie star. She has champagne tastes, and I've got a beer bottle budget. I never had a chance." "She wouldn't have gone out with you in the first place if she didn't like you." "That's nice of you to say. But it was a mutual decision to break things off," he said. "It's really not that big of a deal. We're still friends." He glanced at his watch. "I really have to pick up those supplies so I can finish the labels." "Okay, sure." With that, he closed the door in her face and walked back into the store. Molly was surprised by his abruptness, but she knew he was busy and probably not himself since Brett's death. She shrugged it off and decided she could run to Java Jitters and pick up a latte, then come back to have a look around. As she headed for her car, she thought how she'd come looking for clues, or an answer of some kind, but was leaving just as confused as she had been when she'd arrived. Maybe the flashlight was an appropriate symbol of her being in the dark after all. Chapter 26. Getting into her car, Molly felt a wave of sadness wash over her.
Brett had spent a lot of time and money renovating the barn, making Laurel Wreath a successful business. What would happen to it now? Would a new buyer come along and open a new store? Or would Brett's family sell the barn and farmhouse separately? With enough money and vision, the barn could be converted from a shop to a home. She thought about Brett standing up for Iris when Holt was giving her a hard time. His coming to her defense didn't surprise her, but she had been surprised to learn that he'd used his charms on Sabrina to get to her father, and when that failed, had moved on to Helen. Was he really so shallow? Or was Sabrina making it all up? And what about his relationship with Helen? Was it really a strong one? Molly had no way to prove it. She could only take Helen's word for it. One thing she did know was that if a man was in love, he didn't usually keep his girlfriend a secret. He wanted his friends and family to meet her, and was happy and proud to be seen out with her. So why didn't Brett tell her about Helen? It bothered her that he didn't even hint that they were dating. Maybe she was overly sentimental, but she thought it should have been the first thing he'd told her as soon as Helen's name came up. And yet it hadn't. Molly started the car's engine and pulled out of the space, intending to head for the exit. But as the farmhouse came into view, she slammed on the brakes. There was a car parked in front of the house. Was it Brett's parents? Had they come to Vermont to plan his funeral? She thought about driving away and leaving it alone, but her curiosity got the better of her, and she put her car in gear. As soon as Molly pulled up next to the car, she recognized it as Iris's silver Ford Focus. But where was Iris? She turned off the engine and got out of the car, leaving her bag behind, but taking her phone with her. The sun was hot on her neck. The house was still and quiet. She walked up the porch steps and tried the door, but it was locked. She went back down the stairs and followed the path that went around to the back of the house, noticing as she went that the lawn needed mowing. She found Iris sitting on the porch steps, her elbows on her knees, her chin on her hands. She looked up when she saw Molly, her eyes red and puffy from crying, a tissue clenched in one hand. Molly walked over to her and said softly, "Iris, honey, what are you doing here?" Iris lowered her gaze. "I miss Brett," she said. Molly sat down on the step beside her. Brett's wildflower garden was in a riotous, colorful bloom, the scent of it sweet and thick on the air. She saw a bumblebee flit lazily from bud to bud, supping on the nectar, and thought about how much Brett would have loved to see this. "I thought you didn't know Brett very well," Molly said. "Why do you miss him? And why are you here?" Iris sighed. "It's complicated," she said. "I'm a very good listener," Molly said, "and I have nowhere else to be." Iris rubbed her forehead. "The truth is, Molly, he was more than a friend." "I see," Molly said, even though she didn't. Was this the missing piece of the puzzle? Would she finally be able to solve this deadly game? "When did your relationship start?" "About 3 weeks ago," Iris said. "He came to my house one night out of the blue. I didn't invite him, I swear. He wanted to give me a present." She paused. "It was the cookie jars, the ones everybody thinks were stolen from the shop." "Oh, Iris, I wish you had told me. Will you tell me about it now?" "Yes," Iris said. "It started the night he came over. He said he was in love with me, and he couldn't stand my not knowing anymore. He hoped I felt the same way about him. I was shocked. I didn't know what to say. I mean, sure, I saw him at the shop sometimes, but like I told you, I didn't really know him. I thought he was joking. He swore up and down he wasn't. He said he'd tried to resist me, but every time he saw me, he felt like his heart was going to come out of his chest. He said he couldn't stop dreaming about me. To be honest, it freaked me out a little. So I told him he should go, and take the cookie jars with him. He went away, and I thought that was the end of it. But 2 nights later he showed up again, and this time he had flowers. He apologized for coming on too strong, and said he really did want us to get to know each other better, and wouldn't I please give him a chance?" She shook her head. "I knew it was wrong. He was dating Helen. I couldn't get involved with him. But he was standing there, and I couldn't help myself. I let him in, and one thing led to another, and, well..." Her voice trailed away. "He stayed the night?" "Yes, and the next night, And the next. Iris squeezed her eyes shut. A tear slid down one cheek. I couldn't say no to him. You say this started about 3 weeks ago. But last week, Holt was telling everyone he broke up with you because you got too clingy, and you got upset because you couldn't handle it. Was that a lie? Of course it was, Iris said. I broke up with him right after I started seeing Brett. It was Holt who couldn't take being rejected. God forbid a woman tell him they're not interested in him. He has to be the one to do the breaking up or he goes on the attack. But why let him spread the lie? And why did you cry? I wasn't crying about what Holt said. I was crying because I was touched by how Brett stood up for me, Iris said. I wasn't sure if he was telling the truth about being in love with me, but when he did that, I thought, okay, maybe this is real, and I'm not just a fling. She wiped another tear away. It was easier to let people believe Holt, because I didn't want it getting out that I was seeing Brett, not while he was still with Helen. He was still with her while he was seeing you? He told me he only saw her during the day, when they were working on the auction. They were putting in long hours, and he used the excuse of being tired not to get together with her at night. He said she was tired too and didn't put up a fuss. Iris sighed. I felt so guilty, sneaking around behind her back. He told me as soon as the auction was over, he was going to break things off. Why wait? He said they were both too invested in the auction, and he needed to work with her. He said he was afraid she'd lose her focus if he told her too soon. Do you think she knew about the two of you? I honestly don't know, Iris said. I hope not. What about Sabrina? Did she know you were seeing Brett? Yes, I told her right after it started, Iris said. Was that wise? You know she liked him. Yes, but when he started going out with Helen, she told me she was over him. Then she started seeing Julian, and I thought she wouldn't mind if I was with Brett. But I was wrong. When I told her, she said I'd betrayed her, and she didn't want to talk to me ever again. That's when she accused me of stealing money from her, and she fired me. Iris's eyes filled with fresh tears. I want to explain to her that I didn't do it on purpose, that it just happened. But she won't listen. She won't return my phone calls, and when I try to see her, she turns her back on me. Iris, when was the last time you talked to Brett? The morning of the auction, Iris said, sniffling. He came over early with coffee and donuts. He'd worked late the night before and said he was exhausted, but really excited about the day ahead. He promised he was going to talk to Helen the next day and break things off with her, and then we could be together all the time and wouldn't have to keep it quiet anymore. Molly took a moment to think this through. She was pretty certain Brett had used Sabrina and Helen to get Atlas to sign up with him for an auction. But did his using them mean he was also using Iris as some kind of means to an end? Or had he finally met someone he cared about? A housekeeper who lived alone in a tiny house and had few possessions. Did you tell Sabrina that Brett wanted to give you the cookie jars? Yes, and I told her I made him take them away. Do you know what he did with them? He told me he was keeping them at his house for me, Iris said. He said once the auction was over, and everyone knew we were a couple, I should move in with him. Molly was amazed. Brett wanted Iris to live with him? This was taking their budding relationship to a whole other level. Did you tell Sabrina he wanted you to move in? Iris stared at her, speechless. That's when Molly realized she wasn't looking at her, but at someone behind her. Molly turned and saw Julian walking toward them. He was holding a black revolver. Chapter 27. Iris grabbed Molly's arm. Her hand was shaking and her breathing was fast. Molly covered her hand with her own to try to calm her down. She said to Julian, "What are you doing here?" She didn't mention the gun. It was possible he'd picked up his supplies and come back to finish the packaging, seen cars in front of Brett's house, and thought someone had broken into the place. She hoped that would be his explanation. He dashed her hopes by saying, "It's called tying up loose ends." Using his free hand, he tossed a keyring to her. Molly stumbled as she tried to catch it and stand up at the same time. The keyring clattered to the brick patio. "Pick it up and open the door," he said testily. "Use the brass key, not the silver one. Silver's for the front door. Nice of Brett to trust me with his house keys, wasn't it?" Molly picked up the keyring, and he waved the gun at her.
Go on, open the door.
Molly went up the steps and slipped the brass key into the lock. Iris's face had gone deathly pale, and she appeared to be frozen to the step. Molly tugged on her arm to help her stand. Come on, she said.
Wait,
Julian said.
Before you go in, I want your cell phones. Put them on the stairs. Do it now.
They did as they were told, placing their phones on the top step. The door opened into the kitchen, and as soon as Molly walked in, she quickly scanned the room for some kind of weapon. She remembered there had been a butcher's block with knives on the counter, but it was gone, probably taken by Lombardi's forensics team. Other knives or sharp objects would be in the drawers. Nothing was accessible on a moment's notice. She had nothing to fight back with. Julian shut the door behind them. He walked over to a cupboard and took a drinking glass out. Molly realized he knew his way around Brett's kitchen. He'd probably been a guest at his home many times. He filled the glass with cold tap water and drank it down. Then he filled another glass. He didn't offer them any water, but why would he, if he was going to kill them?
We'll talk in the living room,
he said, waving the gun at them to move in that direction. Molly went down the hall, Iris right behind her. They sat together on a sofa by the window that overlooked the front porch. Iris was wringing her hands nervously in her lap. Molly glanced outside and saw the Mini Cooper was blocking their cars from leaving. Julian sat in an 18th century Windsor chair and crossed his legs casually, as if this was a friendly visit. But Molly knew there was nothing friendly about it. Friends didn't point guns at you.
A few weeks ago, he said without prompting, Sabrina told me Brett proclaimed his undying love to Iris, and as soon as the auction was over, he was going to break up with Helen.
He tilted his head and stared at Iris.
I can't imagine why he liked you so much. Personally, I think you're one of the dullest people I've ever met.
He leaned toward her.
Or do you have some kind of special talent?
He winked at her.
Come on, Iris, you can tell me.
Iris stared at him like a deer caught in the headlights. For a moment, Molly was afraid she was going to pass out. Julian sat back in the chair.
I hate to break it to you, but whatever the attraction was, it wouldn't have lasted. Brett wasn't one for long-term relationships, which is why I knew, when he got tired of you, he'd probably set his sights on her again.
Molly said, Are you talking about Helen?
God, no, he said. I'm talking about Sabrina, daughter of Atlas Dolan, the only woman with a bank account big enough to keep Laurel Wreath in business through good times and bad, and Brett rambling around in this relic of a house. Courtesy of dear old Dad, of course.
You think all Brett cared about was Sabrina's money?
I don't think it. I know it, Molly. Brett used most of his savings to get the business up and running, and he had outstanding loans to the bank on both buildings. He was under a lot of pressure financially, although you'd never know it, talking to him. Brett was the eternal optimist. He always thought things would work themselves out. Which is why, when Sabrina applied for the job of sales associate, he was certain everything was going to get better. He'd get Atlas to sign on with him to hold an auction, and give him and Laurel Wreath the attention he felt was his due. Of course, to do that, he had to get Sabrina on his side, which wasn't hard to do. She fell for him hard and fast.
Did that disgust you? The way he used her? How she fell for him?
Yeah, of course it did, he said. I liked Sabrina, really liked her, and I hated to see her get hurt.
So did you kill Brett to make sure she didn't go running back to him, or?
First of all, I didn't do it alone.
Julian pointed the gun at her midsection.
I warned Sabrina about you. I told her how you've worked with the police before. I said we should hold off for a while on killing Brett, because you'd be too close to it, and the last thing we needed was you sticking your nose in. Turns out, telling her about you only got her more excited about doing it. Sabrina loves a challenge, and you, Molly, became her challenge.
It wasn't much of a challenge to figure out Brett's death wasn't a suicide. I knew it right away. And once the medical examiner did the autopsy, the truth about the ketamine came out. Where did you get it?
Sabrina bought it on the street, he said. Amazing what you can buy if you have the money. But the manner of death wasn't the important thing about the execution. It was the game she wanted to play.
Murder mystery, Molly said. Julian smiled.
Well done, Molly. I told Sabrina you'd figure it out, he said. What was the clincher? Was it killing him in the kitchen with the rope, or was it the purple pawn for Mr. Mulberry? Personally, I thought the purple pawn was a nice touch. When Brett talked to people about antiques, he often sounded like he was a school teacher.
I don't understand how you could kill him, Molly said. No matter what he'd done to Sabrina, you've known him a long time. You moved here to work with him. He was your friend. Julian's eyes narrowed.
He was never my friend, he said. And I only moved here because he promised to make me a partner in 2 years. But he lied. I've been at Laurel Wreath for 5 years, and every time I reminded him about the partnership, he'd say maybe next year. I did everything at the shop, Molly. He couldn't have run it without me. To top it off, he flirted with and teased and used the one girl I liked. He manipulated her, because all he cared about was Laurel Wreath and his own success. He didn't care about Sabrina, Helen, me, you, or Iris. Sabrina asked for my help to kill him, and I gladly did it. I have no regrets.
Molly had listened in hopeless horror. There was no coming back from this. Julian had willingly helped Sabrina, and he'd told them they were the loose ends that needed tying up. But what exactly had they known? Molly knew it no longer mattered. She had to think of something, but she couldn't think what to do, other than to keep him talking. What about Jasper? Where did he fit into this? Julian was about to reply, but he got up suddenly and looked out the window. Molly heard the sound of a car coming down the gravel driveway. Please, God, let it be the police. But Julian didn't run away or panic, and she knew this was a bad sign. There wasn't going to be any rescue. He went to the front door and unlocked it. Sabrina walked in, and Molly's heart sank. Chapter 28. Julian conferred quietly with Sabrina in the foyer, but his eyes, and the gun, never wavered from Molly and Iris. As they spoke, Iris whispered to her, "I'm scared." Molly took her hand and squeezed it. She wanted to tell her not to worry, but the truth was, she was scared too. She had no idea how they were going to get out of this situation alive. Sabrina showing up was going to make it harder to get away. She released Iris's hand as Sabrina and Julian came into the room. Sabrina said, "You're probably wondering what I'm doing here." She sat in the Windsor chair that Julian had vacated. "Julian called me and told me you were at Laurel Wreath looking for something," she smiled. "I told him I was tired of the game and it was time to end it." Molly looked at Julian. "Where did you get the gun?" "I keep it in the Minnie's glove box," he said. "I called Sabrina after I got you to leave, and she said she'd meet me and we'd kill you together when you came back. But then I saw both your cars here, so I called Sabrina again and let her know where I'd be." Molly turned to Sabrina. "So you're a team, are you? Did you inject Brett with the ketamine? Did you hang him from the beam in his kitchen? And what about Jasper? Did you stab him?" Sabrina's smile vanished. "You should watch your mouth," she said. "I have the power to kill you." "Actually, it's Julian who has the power, since he has the gun," Molly said. Sabrina shook her head. "You really are something. Julian did warn me about you, but I'm not the one who's about to be killed, so show me a little respect." "You won't get away with this, either of you," Molly said. "The ketamine alone will sink you. You think you're clever, but buying a drug illegally won't guarantee your safety. The police have confidential informants, and believe me, someone will remember you. And they'll turn you over to get themselves out of the hot water they'll find themselves in. It's only a matter of time." A look of doubt flitted across Sabrina's face. Molly pressed on. She had nothing to lose. "Why did you kill Jasper?" "That idiot?" Sabrina spat. "He was simply at the wrong place at the wrong time. I didn't even know who he was until he told us, and we had no idea he'd kidnapped Helen. He just showed up here that morning looking for Brett. Walked right in on us, and saw the body. Julian had brought his gun, in case hanging Brett proved to be a problem, and he told Jasper he'd shoot him if he didn't get into the trunk of his car." Julian chuckled. "Put a gun to someone's head and they'll do anything. He got right in. Then all I had to do was go to Laurel Wreath to get the Dahlgren bayonet knife and drive Jasper's car to the woods." "I followed him," Sabrina said. "Poor Jasper. He begged for his life, but we couldn't let him live.
That's right, Julian said. It wasn't our fault he showed up when he did.
They're both insane, Molly thought.
Sabrina said, I found the cookie jars. They were right here, on the fireplace mantel. I took all of them. Did you like your little lamb and the flashlight? She laughed like a crazy person. I would have loved to have seen your face, and Holt's, when you opened those boxes. Of course, you probably tried to figure out what it meant, because you're somewhat intelligent. Holt wouldn't have a clue. He's got a lot of big muscles, but his brain is about the size of a pea. Molly heard Iris moan. Her legs were shaking so badly, she put her hands on her knees to quiet them. Sliding forward on the seat cushion a little, she planted her feet firmly on the floor. She had to be ready to tackle Julian for the gun. She wasn't going to let them kill her and Iris. Tell us, Molly, Sabrina said, leaning toward her. Do you think, of all the cases you've helped the police solve, our 2 murders were the most interesting? Molly stared at her. You know what I think? I think I'm sick and tired of people pointing guns at me. You think you're the first to threaten my life? Get in line. She shook her head. You're pathetic, both of you, and your attempts to be clever are juvenile. Sabrina, you killed Brett because you couldn't have him, and you were jealous of Iris. You used the cookie jars and a board game to try to frame her for his murder. And Julian, you've been played. You can go on and on about how Brett didn't care about Sabrina, or Helen, or you, but the truth is, you can't see the truth staring you in the face. You can't see it's Sabrina who doesn't care about you, that she's used you to do her dirty work. Sure, she might have procured the ketamine, but you were the one who injected Brett with it and hanged him, and you're the one who stabbed Jasper. And now Sabrina's going to make you kill me and Iris because she can't do it herself. Sabrina jumped up out of the chair. Shut up! She screamed. Molly knew she was in dangerous territory, but if she could get Sabrina angry enough, Sabrina might try to grab the gun from Julian, which would give her a brief moment to try to get the gun away from them. Sabrina turned to Julian. Kill them in the basement. We'll leave their bodies there to rot. He frowned. What do we do with their cars? Iris's place isn't too far from here, and it's remote, Sabrina said. We'll drive the cars there, and we'll leave the last 2 cookie jars in the woods. The police will think they're dead and waste their time looking for them. Molly knew she had one last card to play. Julian, hasn't it occurred to you that once Iris and I are out of the way, Sabrina will have to get rid of you, too? He stared at her, dumbfounded. The thought had never crossed his mind. She can't risk you telling anyone about this. Sabrina took a step toward her. I told you to shut up, she said. Don't listen to her, Julian. You know I love you, and as soon as they're out of the way, we'll get married, and I'll buy laurel wreath for you, and we'll run it together. Molly said, Sabrina, did you know Brett asked Iris to move in with him? Slowly, Sabrina turned in her direction, her eyes flaring. You're lying, she hissed. No, I'm not, Molly said. Sabrina said to Iris, Tell her it's not true. Iris opened her mouth and closed it. She couldn't speak, but it didn't matter. The damage had been done. Molly could see the beginnings of doubt spread across Julian's face. Everyone has their daydreams and fantasies, she thought. Sabrina was his. But Sabrina's had been Brett, and now he knew it. Sabrina said to him, If you're not going to kill them, I will. Give me the gun. No, Julian said. I'll do it. He waved the gun at Molly and Iris. Get up, both of you. We're going to the basement. Sabrina kissed his cheek. I knew you'd come through for me again, she said in a sweet voice that made Molly feel like throwing up. I love you so much. Julian smiled back at her, and that's when Molly knew she and Iris were going to die. This can't be happening, she thought. I can't let these 2 losers kill us. Tyler needs me, Matt needs me, and my mother will be furious with me for getting myself into this situation. She glanced at Iris. Her eyes were as big as saucers, but she flicked her brow, and that's when Molly realized she was alerting her to something she had barely noticed, a subtle movement on the porch. Julian, you don't have to do this, Molly said. I told you both to get up, he said.
Molly stood, but Iris couldn't move. She tried to, but her legs were like wet noodles, and she flopped back down on the couch. "Oh, for God's sake," Sabrina said. "What do I have to do, carry you downstairs?" Molly risked a quick glance out the window. At the same time, the front door smashed open and someone yelled, "Freeze!" Julian turned, his gun pointing away from Molly. Without hesitating, she grabbed Iris by the arm, pulled her to the floor, and threw herself on top of her. Gunfire exploded into the room, and she covered her eyes as the powder smell filled her nostrils. Opening one eye, she saw Julian on the floor, the color drained from his face, blood pooling around him. Sabrina had dropped to her hands and knees and was crawling toward the gun, which had dropped out of his hand. But she never made it. The room quickly filled with cops, and one of them stood over Sabrina with his gun drawn. It all happened so fast, Molly felt like she was in a movie. Iris was curled up on the floor in a fetal position, moaning, and she said to her, "It's okay." She rubbed her back like she was a baby. "The police are here. We're all right." "Are you sure?" Iris squeaked. "Yes," Molly said. "The game is over, and we won." Chapter 29. Molly saw Lombardi heading their way, holstering his gun. He helped her and Iris to their feet, but Iris wasn't ready to stand on her own, and she flung her arms around Molly's waist. "Are either of you hurt?" he asked. "We're okay," Molly said, holding Iris upright. Lombardi called for an EMT. 2 men came into the house and took Iris away from Molly. She went willingly, averting her eyes from Julian's lifeless body, and Sabrina, who was glaring at them as Detective Sanchez read her rights. Molly said, "Julian was going to take us to the basement to kill us. They're both responsible for killing Brett and Jasper." He held up a hand. "It can wait, Molly. I'll get a statement from you later, okay?" "Right, okay." She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "How did you know I was here?" "You can thank Starling," he said. "She tried to call you twice, and when you didn't answer, she got worried something was wrong. She said you always answer your phone if she calls, no matter what." "She's right, I do. Is Tyler all right?" "Yeah, he's perfectly fine. So is she. She was calling to let you know she was going out to dinner tonight and needed to leave by 6. Anyway, I knew you'd gone to Laurel Wreath, so I headed over there while Sanchez tracked your phone. She was able to triangulate it to this vicinity, but when I got to the store and you weren't there, I knew something was wrong. Then I noticed it looked like there was a party going on over here, with all the cars parked outside, so I used my binoculars, confirmed your vehicle was one of them, and had Sanchez assemble a team. We took the shortcut through the meadow to get here, since I didn't want to tip Julian or Sabrina off. Approaching the porch was the tricky part. We weren't sure where you were exactly, so Sanchez belly-crawled under the windows and took a look in. Lucky for us, Julian and Sabrina were both standing at an angle where they couldn't see us, but we had a view of them, and of you." Iris must have known. She made me think someone or something was outside. At the last second I looked, but then the door crashed open. I hadn't heard anything until that happened. "Then we did our job," he said. An EMT came over to Molly. "We're taking your friend to the hospital to get checked out. How are you feeling?" "I'm fine," she said. "No, you're not," Lombardi said. "Your arm is scraped up and bleeding, and the side of your face is bruised." "I must have done it when I fell to the floor." "You could also be in shock. Go to the hospital. I'll call Matt and tell him what's happened, and that you're on the way." "It's not a big deal. I just need some Band-Aids." "I'll have someone drive your car home, and I'll see you later. There's nothing for you to do here." Molly knew better than to argue with him. If she didn't go willingly, he'd drag her to the ambulance. "My phone and Iris's are on the back step," she said. "I'll get them for you," he said. When Molly and Iris arrived at the hospital, Matt was waiting for them in the emergency room. Iris was taken to a separate room, and at Molly's request, Matt stayed with her while she was examined by one of his colleagues, Dr. Nancy Brody. "You have some bruising on your face, and you're bleeding from the scrapes on your arm, but the good news is you don't need any stitches," Dr. Brody said. She poked her head outside the curtain, and Molly heard her ask a nurse to bring a tray with bandages. Then she checked Molly's eyes and vitals, How's your head? Did you hit it when you fell on the floor? I don't think so, she said. Well, except for some minor injuries, physically everything looks good, Dr. Brody said. But after what you've been through, you might experience some anxiety. I can prescribe something for that if you want. No, thanks, Molly said. This isn't my first rodeo with being under fire, believe it or not. What I need to do is get some rest. I always feel better in the morning. All right, but if you change your mind, don't hesitate to talk to your general practitioner, Dr. Brody said. The curtain opened and a nurse walked in, carrying a tray with antiseptic ointment and bandages. Allie will take things from here, she said. I'll leave you in her capable hands. Matt turned to Molly. I have to get back to work, he said. I called your mother, and she's going to meet you in the cafeteria. Molly was horrified. You told her what happened? Of course. She would have found out one way or the other. It's better it came from me. Besides, you'll need a ride home. He kissed her. See you later. A half-hour later, Molly sat down at a table in the cafeteria with 2 cups of coffee and 2 cinnamon rolls. Her mother walked in the door a minute later and made a beeline straight to her. Oh, my dear girl, Clara said, hugging her. Look at your face and your arm. All those bandages. What happened? Matt didn't tell me much on the phone. Molly slid a plastic-capped cup of coffee over to her. I got you a coffee and a cinnamon roll. Sit down and I'll fill you in. Molly told her how Julian and Sabrina had conspired to kill Brett and Jasper, and how Lombardi had located her and Iris at the farmhouse. What she didn't tell her was how close they'd come to being killed. It was a close call, wasn't it? Clara asked. So much for keeping it under wraps, Molly thought. Yes, Ma, it was a close call. And before I go home, I'm going to buy Starling some flowers in the gift shop to thank her for saving us. If it wasn't for her worrying about me and having the smarts to call Lombardi, Iris and I might have died. I was afraid this would happen, Clara said. You put yourself in danger again. I should have known it was Sabrina from the day Brett was killed. When I ran into her at Java Jitters, she was already playing the game, telling me how Iris collected cookie jars and liked to play board games. She wanted me to know because she was banking on me telling the police. I'm disappointed in Julian, Clara said. He'd developed an animosity toward Brett because he wouldn't make him a partner, as he'd promised, and he was bewitched by Sabrina. Not that it's an excuse for killing 2 people, but at least it explains his motive. Sabrina's is pure spite and jealousy. If only Jasper hadn't shown up at the house when he did, he would still be alive, Clara said. Yeah, alive and in jail, where he belonged for what he did to Helen, Molly said. Clara finished her cinnamon roll and took a drink of coffee. What I don't understand is why Sabrina delivered those boxes to you and Holt. If she didn't want you to solve the murders, why take the risk of being found out? It was her ego, Molly said. She wanted to prove she could outsmart us. And you know what? She almost did. If she hadn't overplayed her hand and told Julian it was time to take care of loose ends and kill me and Iris, we might not have solved either case. It's not like Lombardi had any physical evidence connecting them to the murders. They were very, very careful. Even tracing the ketamine back to its source was no guarantee Sabrina would be identified. I do think, had the police closed in on her, she would blame the killings on Julian. She was the brains behind it, but she didn't actually do it herself. She stood by and watched as her willing accomplice killed both men. I wonder how Atlas is taking the news, Clara said. Elliot Gelman is the family's lawyer, and he's the best money can buy, Molly said. But it won't matter. Iris and I will be witnesses at her trial, and her father won't be able to buy her way out of this one. Could she have done all this because of her father's lack of attention when she was growing up? I refuse to accept that excuse, Molly said. Her father being away from home when he was making movies didn't turn his daughter into a psychopathic killer. She finished her cinnamon roll and drank the rest of her coffee. Even so, when I get home, I'm going to hold Tyler and tell him how much I love him. I don't ever want him to think he's not loved. I wouldn't worry about that, Clara said. She reached out and took her hand. Knowing you and Matt, it would be impossible for him to grow up knowing anything less. Chapter 30. 2 weeks after Molly and Iris survived their close call with death, Molly and Matt threw a barbecue party to thank everyone who had come to their rescue. They invited all of the police officers and their families, including Detective Sanchez, who brought her husband and children. Lombardi came alone, although he seemed content spending time with Starling. Clara and Sean closed the shop early, and Jazzy Joyce brought the desserts. Standing at the sink, Molly filled a vase with water for the large bouquet of flowers Iris had given her. As she started to arrange them, the sliding glass door to the patio opened, and Lombardi walked in holding a beer bottle. Molly could hear voices and laughter from outside, and music drifting in with the scent of burgers grilling. Then he shut the door, and it was quiet again. He walked over to her and smiled. "Nice flowers," he said. "They're a gift from Iris," she said. "Hostess gift?" "A way of saying thank you for saving her life," she said. "She really should be thanking you." "Why me?" "You're the one who rounded up the troops and saved us," she said. "She gave the flowers to the right person," he said. "You knew it wasn't a suicide from the start, and that the cookie jars were important, and if you hadn't followed up on it, Sabrina's frame job on Iris might have worked. You deserve all the thanks for solving the case." "If Julian hadn't confessed and Sabrina shown up when she did, we might still be in the dark. All I did was stumble into a danger zone without any exit. If you hadn't come along when you did—" Her voice trailed away. "Don't think about it," he said. "In my experience, the more you think, the more you'll scare yourself. Better to keep moving forward." He took a swig of beer and nodded toward the window. "Who's that little old lady talking to Jazzy? The one who looks like an inquisitive little bird?" "Don't talk about Mrs. Houghton that way," she said. "She's my next-door neighbor." "The nosy one?" "Yes. I invited her so she wouldn't strain her neck trying to spy on our party from her windows." "You're so thoughtful," he said. "What's the latest on Sabrina?" "Gelman is filing motions, trying to angle for a mental disorder defense, but the judge isn't buying it." "Good. I hope she goes to prison for the rest of her life," Molly said. "I talked to Atlas the other day," he said. "I was surprised to hear from him, considering I arrested his daughter. He told me when the trial is over, they're going to Paris." "They're moving to Paris, France?" "They're renting a place for now. He said he has to get away from the media blitz." "What about the staff? Does this mean they're all out of a job?" "Didn't Iris tell you?" "She doesn't know what's going on at the Dolans. She never went back to work." "Oh, I didn't know that," he said. "Dominic and his girlfriend are going with them. The girlfriend is going to take over babysitting Katie, since Bonnie has no interest in moving." "She can always find another position as a nanny, or work at the shop with her husband," Molly said. "What about Helen and Holt?" Lombardi smiled. "This is where it gets good," he said, glancing at his watch. "About an hour from now, Helen and Holt will be in the sky flying back to California." "Did Atlas terminate their employment? Or did they not want to go to France?" "They quit," he said. "It seems while Helen was sharing Holt's apartment, they got together, so to speak." Molly felt her eyebrows shoot up. "Are you saying they're a couple?" "Yep," he said. "Helen told me she's as surprised as anyone, considering what she knows about Holt's reputation. But she's convinced this is the real thing. And who knows, maybe it is. When I talked to Holt about it, he said he was fed up with all the drama, and Helen is the only sensible person he knows." He took another swig of beer. "I wouldn't be surprised if they get married by the end of the year. They seem really happy together, oddly enough." "Will wonders never cease?" Molly laughed. She never would have guessed Helen and Holt would fall in love. "How did Whitney take the news about their romance?" "You still think she was having an affair with Holt, don't you?" "You have to admit, her insistence that Atlas build an apartment for him over the garage with a door close to her bedroom was suspicious." "I agree. It does seem that way. But sometimes looks can be deceiving," he said. "Atlas told me she's so excited about moving to Paris, she's not scared of intruders anymore. He also said she's hinting around that she'd like to make it a permanent move and buy a place over there." "I can't imagine what Atlas has gone through," she said. "The reporting on Sabrina has been vicious, and a lot of people are blaming him, saying it's his fault for being an absentee father. But I think Sabrina's problems go a lot deeper than her relationship with her father."
I wonder how Atlas will manage without Helen. She did everything for him.
I bet the first time he has to make his own dinner reservation, he'll hire a new Helen. He took another drink of beer.
Man, I wish I could apply for the job. I'm fed up dealing with murders and other lowlifes. I wouldn't mind sitting behind a desk all day, scheduling appointments. Sounds like heaven.
It's not as easy as you think, she said. You should stick with detecting. You're really good at it.
Thank you, he said. So are you.
He looked out the sliding glass door to the patio.
Do you think Brett was really in love with Iris, or was he using her too?
I don't think we'll ever know, she said. And maybe it's better that way. Let Iris think he loved her. He nodded.
Speaking of love, I've been wanting to talk to you about Jazzy, he said. I know you've been holding out hope I'll ask her out, and we'll be a couple, but it's not going to happen. We're friends, and always will be, but as much as I like her, and her coffee and baking, we just don't click on things that are important to me. I need someone I can talk to about my work. Jazzy doesn't like to talk about murder, and unfortunately, that's my job.
I understand, she said.
Do you? I hope so. Because I know you meant well, trying to fix us up.
He smiled.
Besides, in case you haven't noticed, Officer Riley has been glued to her side since he got here.
I did notice, she said. Christopher Riley was a handsome 30-year-old cop, and as one of the heroes who'd come to the rescue, Molly thought highly of him. He was also taking courses at night to become an accountant, which was a profession she knew Jazzy could handle. She thought they made a cute couple. The sliding door opened, and Starling walked into the kitchen. Uncle Matt says the burgers will be ready in about 5 minutes. She smiled at Lombardi. Would you like another beer? I'll be happy to get it for you, and put it next to where I'm sitting.
You're a sweetheart, but I'm still working on this one, he said.
Oh, okay. Starling looked disappointed.
Save me a seat, though, he said, and her smile returned. She went out the door, and Lombardi kept watching her through the glass.
Molly said, Did you just call her sweetheart?
I called her a sweetheart, he said.
Starling's a strong young woman, she said. She doesn't mind talking about murders. In fact, she wanted to know everything about the case, and she had some interesting theories. He looked at her.
Would you and Matt have an objection if I asked her out?
Would it matter if we did? You and Starling are both adults, and as far as we're concerned, she can date whoever she wants, as long as they're not someone like Julian. Molly pointed a finger at him. But I swear, Lombardi, if you break her heart, you'll be in big trouble with me.
Whoa. What kind of big trouble exactly?
No more invites to dinner, or football, baseball, and hockey game nights with Matt. No more Godfather playdates with Tyler. And I'll never, ever help you on another case as long as I live. He blew out his breath.
You drive a hard bargain, he said.
I mean it, she said. He nodded.
Okay. I'll make you this promise. If Starling says she'll go out with me, I won't break her heart. Although I can't promise she won't break mine.
I hope you mean it, she said.
Hasn't it occurred to you that maybe I'm tired of dating someone new every few months, and that I'd like to be in a committed relationship?
If that's true, then I think you're off to a good start with Starling. She told me she likes you, in case you couldn't see that for yourself. His face lit up with wonder, and it was the first time Molly could ever remember seeing him look so happy. Starling was having a positive effect on him. She walked over to the sliding door and opened it. Go have a burger and ask her out before the night is over. He smiled and went out the door. Molly watched him walk over to Starling, who looked up at him with adoring eyes. She was amazed to see Lombardi blush. This actually might work, she thought. Matt announced the burgers were ready, and people started moving to the grill. Molly noticed Iris at one of the extra tables they weren't using, and walked over to her. I'm setting up some board games for later, Iris said. I thought someone might like to play. If any of the games require a partner, I think we should team up, Molly said. I'd love to, Iris said. We've been through a lot together, and you've helped me so much. You've introduced me to so many people. Starling and I are going to the movies this weekend. She was positively beaming. And you and Matt have made me feel so welcome in your home. Tyler is adorable, and your mother and her husband have offered me a job at the treasure trove. I can do something besides cleaning houses for a living. Honestly, I don't know how to thank you."
"The way you can thank me is to live your life and be happy," Molly said. "You're a good person, Iris. I'm glad to call you my friend."
"These last few days," Iris said, "I feel like I'm the luckiest girl alive."
"Me too," Molly said. "Now, let's go get something to eat. I'm starving." This concludes A Bitter End by Ellery Adams and Parker Riggs, narrated by Andy Arndt. Copyright 2019 by Ellery Adams and Parker Riggs. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Beyond the Page Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.